What up, though?
What up, brother? Man,
Shit.
you're hilarious. I love some of the stuff you say. You piss off a lot of FBA. You're fucking funny. Jesus Christ, you're. I see why Dr. Kabas put you in these spaces.
Where he at, bro? I ain't heard from Dr.
Just send
Kabas
it
in
to
a
me.
while.
Well, if are you gonna let me bang it out with this guy right here,
Who?
and right next to me, the Michael Jackson?
Oh, Meta? I fuck with Meta. That's cool. Go ahead.
All right, I ain't cool with him.
Oh, do y'all thing?
Oh, okay. What's up, Meta? Let him up.
I invited him up.
What's up, Meta? Yeah, you be capping, man. You're not making all that money. You be capping. You capping your ass off, man. Papa shot exposed your bitch ass, boy.
Man, who
You're
you
in
niggas
Detroit.
supposed to be?
You're in the shithole of Detroit, man.
Oh,
You got your name, everything. Yeah, I'm not saying we're the richest. My dad was a doctor. He was doing good. You feel me? Like he's not. I'm not saying he was the richest, but yeah, he bought a nice car when I was in kindergarten. A fucking Ferrari and a Porsche.
Is he speaking?
Oh,
Oh, he
big
just
Lowski,
dropping the
big fat ass
receipt.
Lowski.
He dropping the receipts on you, bruh. He got that shit. And he got the motherfucking Dom Perignon with the Rolls Royce. He going crazy, bruh. Damn. Nigga said he ain't playing. He shitting on you right now, bruh. That's crazy. Oh, look at my boy Dak. Yo, Dak, bruh. I missed you, bruh. Damn, bruh. I ain't found nobody from Clubhouse on here for real, bruh. And Dak gonna get a co-host. Yo, Dak, what up, you tether?
This
Why
nigga
they telling
here.
you?
They done harassed my boy Declan, bruh. This shit gotta stop,
Yeah,
bruh.
man. You was capping Metatron. You ain't some baller. You ain't some
They could suck
entrepreneur. You
my
ain't shit.
dick, man.
man, I don't
You
see no
broke.
blue checks fucking with you, man.
They could suck
Trying to
my
front with
dick.
your
I don't see
that
no
shit is owned
blue
by your
checks
sister,
fucking with
man.
you
Papa
niggas,
shot
man. Y'all
exposed your
niggas
bitch
talk
ass, boy.
all this shit. I don't see nobody certified fucking with y'all, man.
This nigga, listen, FBA niggas, K. Not all of them though. Not all of them.
What they do to you, bruh? What happened? They
I
just
mean,
a.
honestly, they can't do shit to me because
Mm-hmm.
ain't nobody gonna come to New York and talk that shit though. That's all I know.
I'm saying what they say though, what they was saying, like what they was telling you to go back
I
to your country and shit.
Yeah. So basically, I'm gonna give you a prime example. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me hook this shit up. Let me hook this shit up. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, that's
So
crazy.
yeah, bro, like niggas was having a whole conversation. Then niggas looked at my flag. Niggas looked at my flag. They was like, "Yo, you from Trinidad? Why don't you have an American flag?" I'm like, "Because I'm not a coon. I'm not a. I'm no. I think that you're a
Viva la Trinidad.
huh.
Viva la
You know what I'm
Trinidad.
saying? Like, you know what I mean? But as I said, like niggas, they niggas don't know how to walk and chew gum at the same time. Niggas act like I can't be both Trinidad and American at the same time, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
What you mean by
Yeah, don't
American?
mind these
You
niggas.
mean
That's what they
black
say about me
American
because I'm
or
Nigerian.
you
You
just
can't
an
be Nigerian
immigrant
and
just
American at the same
claiming
I'm a
time.
I'm
American?
I'm a black American with Trinidadian heritage.
A black
I don't consider myself Black American, but people always say I'm Black
it
American.
You know
sound
what I'm
like you a
saying?
Hispanic, man.
I don't speak Spanish.
I mean,
I heard they speak English in
They
so
do,
Trinidad.
so
yes.
They
so
talk like
yo,
a
you got a black American parent that married
big
No,
Lowski.
no, no,
or
no, 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 no.
married.
My entire lineage is black. My
So
entire lineage.
somebody in your family married a Trinidadian.
No, 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 no. Everybody in my family was born and raised in Trinidad except for me. But my nationality
Oh,
could
bro, you're
be,
not a black American, bro.
nigga, you're
You
not gonna tell me
delusional,
what I am, bro.
and you couldn't say nigga out here on
You're
these
non
streets, bro.
FBA. That's what's up.
And if a nigga
Wait,
talk to
hold on,
say
hold on. Are you
nigga,
gonna
bro, they'll
come out
break
here to
your
New
neck.
York and tell me that?
Nigga ain't about to do no
Is that
nigga,
wrong?
bro.
I'm
That
not
man
FBA either
calling you
though.
no nigga.
You know what I'm
Are
saying?
you
Like
going
it's
to?
not
No,
big.
no,
I
hold on,
mean,
hold on.
Man, fuck that,
Let me.
nothing against you, but you
I
saying
can't.
nigga
I
on
can't
the
even hear
app.
what you're saying.
You
Your
was
mic
to
is
say
low.
that in my face, dog.
I can't. I can't even hear you, bro.
Yo,
can you hear me now?
you hear me
Can you hear
now?
me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, if you was to say
Yeah, I'm saying
nigga
we're not
in my
FBA.
face,
You're not
bro.
FBA. I'm not FBA
If you
either.
was to say nigga in my face, bro, it'd be a problem, bro.
I guess we have to do
One
without me
of
then.
us
All
should
right.
die that day.
Well,
Either
it'll
Wait,
be
me or
you,
you.
you have a problem with
and
that?
it'll be
Either
you.
me or you.
It'll be
Why
you.
do you have a problem with that?
I
I ain't
mean, I
trying
ain't
to make
never
trouble with
heard none
you.
of y'all say nigga around me
Well,
or
here's
no
the
other
problem.
black person. I never in my
Is the
life
problem that
had
you don't like that?
witnessed
Oh,
that shit.
you want to be
I
FBA?
never in my life witnessed that shit. I be hearing it a lot
Bro, I
on
don't
Bro,
know
hold
what
up,
your
hold
stance
up,
is. I
bro.
don't know what
First
you.
of all, like he's black. Like, how would you know he was Trinidadian unless he told you to say nigga? Like, I do think that's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, but you know this is what I'm talking. Yo, Scammy, this is what I'm
And you
talking
you
about.
would
This is
never be like, yo,
exactly.
hold up. You
This
said
is
nigga, what
exactly
are
what I'm
you? And then
talking
you're a
about.
black
Man,
man.
that nigga
This
get
is
killed for
exactly what I'm
for
talking
saying
about.
nigga, man.
This is
Being from
exactly my
Trinidad,
point.
saying a nigga, what makes you think you different from a white person? You're not Black American. You will get
What the
fucked
fuck
up
does
in any real major city saying nigga. My
Man,
niggas in New York, if I got niggas in New York that'll fuck you
Niggas
up
will
for
say
that
that you're
shit.
not FBA. They'll be
but
like,
that's
you're
crazy
not
because
one
they
of
let
us.
white
You
people say
Caribbean,
nigga in
and
New
they'll
York.
just
no?
meet you
That
because
And
I'm
that
that's
African.
cool. And that's cool. But here's my thing. You said I'm no different than a white person. You know how ridiculous you sound?
No, I never
bro,
said
they
Man,
that.
let
you ain't
white
Black
people in New
American.
York say
It's
nigga.
Black
That shit
American versus
cap.
everybody. It's America versus everybody. It's America versus Trinidad. Fuck Trinidad, bro. So
Sounds
we can
good.
bomb that bitch. Nobody give a fuck about Trinidad and
Sounds
nobody in
sounds
it.
good. Sounds good.
I
Hey,
mean, it's
Tommy,
real
co-host,
talk.
bro.
Sounds good.
That's real. Don't nobody give a fuck about that island, bro.
Sounds good. You sound real
Yeah.
upset
Wait,
right there.
wait, though, y'all do know that Trinidad is America, though, right? It's a part of America, bro.
No, actually, no, it's not. It's not. It's
Man, we
not.
don't give a fuck about Puerto Rico. We don't give a fuck about the Virgin Islands. None of
You
that
sound really
bullshit.
upset right now.
Well,
None
tell
of
our
those
Really
foreign
people.
upset.
aid that.
You sound really upset.
Yeah, let's get to
I'm
the
It's
trying.
just
title,
real,
though.
man. I don't
Yo,
deal with I don't deal with emotions,
anybody
man.
got anything to
It's
say
just the
about the
way
title
God
of the room?
is.
Scammy,
Like they
you be
say,
talking. I
God
can't
did
hear
that.
you.
Yeah, I said
You sound
anybody
really
got
upset,
anything to
but it's
say about the
okay, bro.
title of the room? Let's get past
Scammy,
this.
is Scammy talking?
You
Yeah, he talking.
yeah, tell him
I
go
can't
down
hear
and
him.
tell Lobo go down and come back up. Pause. No homo.
You gotta go down, and come back up, bro.
Yeah, though. Anybody got any comments on the title of the room?
I
Would like to
mean, nigga,
open it up.
slavery is slavery at the end of the day.
But I'm
I don't
saying though,
think.
like so my position is this that the black people in America, no matter how much they hate America and talk shit about white supremacy, that they benefited more from chattel slavery than the white people, the white slave owners, and the white people in this country.
I
I
think
don't
most
think.
tethers would agree with you. But go ahead.
What?
Oh, but
That's crazy, Scammy.
Yeah, well,
That
let's
that
hear
made
it.
me that made me think that you're not
Big
Black American.
Lowski, am
Make
I
me think you
tether?
was born in Alabama or somewhere or something.
Yeah, I am. I was born in Birmingham, bro.
no,
Oh,
no,
see, that's what it is, man. That's
no.
what it is.
He
Big
not.
Lowski, am I tether?
He not. He, this is
Bro,
tether
what's up?
space
Can
right
we
now.
talk about the title?
That's what we talking about right now. They feel like I'm a tether because I said that the slaves in America benefited more from slavery than the indentured servant whites and the white slave owners.
I disagree with that.
How the
I disagree.
hell
Why?
is that even possible?
Well,
I
see,
disagree
in here,
because
Slavery
largely
was a
people are going to
choice.
be allowed to get their shit off. It's not an echo chamber like your room. So go ahead, you can disagree with me. Let's hear why you disagree.
I mean slavery is why would Black Americans benefit off of something that they got hurt off of? Why would they? How could they benefit off of that compared to like the
It's a
indentured whites?
benefit. It domesticated them.
You said what? You
It
said what?
domesticated.
Said it,
It made them less of savages. You know what I'm saying?
said it domesticated them. That's crazy.
That's crazy. I ain't gonna hold you, man.
Hey, but like think about this, right? Trinidad, the guy with the Trinidad flag, bro.
Yeah,
Like
yes, sir.
like or like the people who disagree, like where would these black people be without slavery?
They'd be stuck in. They'd be in a hut in the jungle in Africa.
Wake that
All
up.
right. All right.
Yeah, and
Where
then we know that black people in America cost this country trillions of dollars every year to support them and benefit them. Meanwhile, running around berating white people, calling them all slave owners and white supremacists. I really don't see the real benefit in black people. You know what I'm saying, being brought to America as slaves. Really, once you look at it.
I thought that there were black people already here, but for the ones that um were slaves, I mean, I don't think that slaves will benefit off of their own detriment. I don't see how.
Well, they do. I mean, well, the slaves in just historical context in general have always benefited off of the society that they came up off of. You know what I'm saying? So, example, right? Most of these people in America, they were slaves in, let's just say, West Africa, right? Imagine if they were never brought to America and would continue to be slaves or prisoners of war in West Africa. You don't think that the trajectory of their lives would have been totally different and far more worse still being in West Africa?
No, because at the end of the day, people in West Africa or whatever, remember, white people came over here or wherever to get resources then, and then they had to put people to divide each other and made slaves of themselves.
No,
When I mean themselves,
no, it's not true.
how?
Well, this is what I'm saying. So the African Americans in America were sold to America, from Africans.
Okay, I mean that's part of the truth. Yeah.
Well, that's the whole truth. There's no mystical white man who fucking ran to Africa in a land he didn't know to capture and enslave
Well,
people.
but then scare me. Christopher Columbus, quote unquote, discovered America. He didn't.
Bro, like, how is this
So
even like disputing anything though?
Yeah, it's not.
what do you mean?
So, like, here's a question for the folks that disagree, right? Like, Big Low left
Okay.
because he can't take the smoke. But check this out, right? Like, where would black people be without slavery, and where would white people be without slavery? That's how you could tell who benefited the most from it.
Exactly.
No, I don't have a problem with that question, but it goes right back to my question. How could how could I benefit from my own detriment?
Well, that's
What?
That doesn't make any
Yeah.
sense.
So, how about this? Like, let's say you have a parent that have a life
Hmm.
insurance. That parent dies. Like, of course that's a massive loss to you, but you benefit from that. And sometimes the benefit could be greater. Let's say if the parent, like, if you lost your parent when you were like 6 or 7 years old, like the cost, that's tremendously high, right? But if your parent was like 70, 80 years old with like Alzheimer's and like decaying, and they died and left you with $1 million life insurance, like the benefit of them dying outweighs the positive of them being alive and like decaying. Like, that's a benefit.
No,
Like this
no, but
idea
these
that
are the
people
people.
can't benefit from negative things, that's absurd.
right. Don't you benefit from seeing
No,
crackheads and alcoholics at the store every single day?
you said they're not gonna benefit from
Don't you
doing
just
what?
benefit from seeing like crackheads and alcoholics standing out front of the
No, I
store
don't
every
benefit
day?
from them niggas.
But
No, hell
they give you
no.
an example of like what not to be like. Well, so let's just go deeper, right? So, like I said,
Okay.
it costs this country so much money every single year, giving money to the black community specifically. Although they'll tell you that they don't have anything specific, I think that's a fucking abhorrent lie. But they'll constantly say these things, right? So, right, you were brought to a country, where you came from a country where you were already slaves. And the thing about it is this, right? Black Americans in America, you have a higher IQ than those people on that land that you came from. You have more money and more resources on the land that you came from. Where's the negative in that? Although you were enslaved, right? But what you also know, there were indentured servants here as well, white indentured servants here as well. Although you were slaves, you still benefit tremendously from that. I think I don't really see how you could, really disagree with that.
No, because here's my thing about it though. Because at the end of the day, these are people. All right, matter of fact, I'm gonna hold it like this. That's like the whole Christopher Columbus thing. Let's go back to a different place, right? Because remember, everything could be different in degree but identical in nature. So my whole thing about it is the Christopher Columbus project. I'm calling it a project. There were people already there. So when he was trying to quote unquote discover there, when he got what he wanted, he started to enslave a lot of niggas. So how did the niggas that were enslaved to the people in their land benefit from the people that tried to kill them? Make
Yeah, well,
sense?
this is the thing. We all know that the Native Americans benefited tremendously from the Europeans arriving on this land.
Bro, they were
From
savages.
exactly who were like eating each other.
I'm not calling them
Well,
that
that's
though.
fine.
But
You can be
here's the
nice, but
thing.
we go ahead,
But
bro.
hey, Scam,
That I
check
don't
this
even think
out,
that's what
right?
they are.
Scam, like, and like the folks in the room, like generally, like they do the same thing with like pre-colonial Africa, right? Like they tend to romanticize these places. Like these people were savages. Like, do you know?
How do you know they were
Like,
savages?
because we have history. Do you know what Native Americans were doing to each other before the white man came? Do you know what Africans were doing to each other before the white man came? Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, well, do you know what Africans are doing right now? Although the white man is still there,
Wake that up.
for real.
Yeah, what
Hey
are black
man,
folks doing
Lobo,
to each
you'll
other
have
in
to
America
raise
today?
your
In
Hold on, I'll
Chicago,
be back,
in New
y'all.
York, in Memphis.
Yeah, well, they still doing far better, economically, than Africans are.
Yeah, that's true. We come from shitholes, but we come to America and we surpass everybody, like our
Well, I
education
don't
wise.
know. Hold up, though, because I think that could be debunked. I don't know if Nigeria
I'll show you. I'll
specific.
show you stats.
Yeah, well, show me the stats, right? I got a couple stats right here off backs, right?
Yeah, because the
Yeah,
Africans like, oh yeah, it's true. We come from shitholes, but when
yeah. Let me.
we go to your schools and we score the highest.
Well,
We are the top of the class.
that's not true. Let me finish this right here, right?
No,
No,
he's
he's not.
right.
He's actually not right, right? So,
No, he
so,
is
so,
right.
so, if you get a couple of these little weird ass stats from these like harmonious pro
Hold on.
African places, they'll give you these fake numbers, right? The average like
Veto
African
pack, bro. It's a
nuclear.
veto pack.
Yeah, the average nuclear, you know what I'm saying, family household income for Nigerians is around like 50 like 57, like somewhere 65,000. You're not doing that great, right? To sit here and act like you overrepresented in like, you know, doctors, or you overrepresented like, well, no, I don't even know any Nigerian lawyers to begin with, but just made like the medical and like teachers. 60% of you are like teachers and shit like that. I mean, you're overemphasizing, you know what I'm saying, what Nigerians do in this country. I really think it should stop. It's kind of idiotic because come on, bro. Like the median household for Nigerian families, we know which come from that culture. You got families, right? Nuclear families. It's about like 57 to like 65,000. So I really would like relax with that, bro. On a scale like, especially like even immigrants, you're not doing that great. But yeah, so like I was saying, right? Um, the black people in America, they benefit tremendously, far more than being there in Africa. You know, yeah, I think that Nigerians are a prime example of that. I mean, they come here and do far better than anyone on that continent. You know, so I mean, there's a huge benefit in being in America, and African Americans, you never had to do anything, you know what I'm saying, to be in America besides be born here. Your family never had a fight to be here, none of that shit. So I do think that, you know, a lot of these conversations are a bit disingenuous. Yo, what up, Randall?
Listen to this bullshit you talking about.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm glad my brother here. That's my dog. That's my nigga Randall. Yo, Randall, what do you disagree with?
I think that this is bullshit. You think that because somebody has some modern day trinkets, that surpasses the trauma that their ancestors went through and the self hate that we commonly deal with right now today, as well as by way of white supremacy and all this bullshit. Fuck all that shit, man. That shit's stupid.
Yeah,
You
well,
might be
Okay,
trolling or
hey,
something. You might be listening, bro. You might be trolling or something, but I don't find this shit funny
so
personally.
yeah,
Randall,
well, I'm not trolling.
but scammy. Like,
It's
so
silly.
it's sort of like the girls on social media say, right? Would you rather cry on a bus or cry in a Rolls Royce? It's
Right.
like, so black people tell us that white supremacy is this global phenomenon that affects every inch of the globe. Would you rather experience white supremacy in a Rolls Royce or white supremacy walking to draw water?
I'm gonna tell you what I would rather do. I actually wouldn't have a problem walking to draw water if that's what I had to do, but I would rather have stayed in my original state. You know what I'm saying? And it's not about I have a problem with being in America because I'm born here. This is what I know. But as far as who I am, what I am, knowing the history of what happened and all this stuff, and knowing what's going on today, I mean, I'm not really. I don't think that there's a benefit to having been an ancestor of somebody who's a slave, other than me being alive right now. I mean, that's not really. That's just silliness.
Let me ask you a question though. Name a group of people on this earth who aren't the descendant of some type of slaves.
There's a lot of people.
So you should be able to name at least one then.
I mean, you have Black Americans. You have
No, I said
Jamaicans.
name one who isn't a descendant
Name
of
one
a
who
group of
isn't,
slaves.
who is
Yeah.
not a descendant of a slave. I
Yes.
mean, I don't know. But what I'm saying is, there's not a. We're talking about the slave trade that we endured, right? This slavery that we went through, as our ancestors went through, was completely different than the slavery that other people went through. And I
Well,
think
how?
somebody was talking about
Can
that.
you tell me
Well,
how?
when I first came in here, one person was talking about how somebody who was a slave was able to work themselves up to being a general. Um, but also, you weren't stripped of your identity, you weren't stripped of your culture, your language, your religion, or any of that stuff. That was what was done to us. As to the point to where we have so many of us confused, thinking that we're fucking Indians and we're not. People don't even know that we fucking Africans. Y'all think y'all
Oh man,
fucking
I wish
Indian.
he
We're
was
not.
around for these arguments, Randall. Man, you gotta follow me around more. But yeah, so
Wait,
but
did
go
you
ahead.
say black people are not Africans?
No, he said they're not Indians. They don't even know that they're
Oh,
Africans. Well, this is the thing, right? I don't think that they were stripped of their identity. You know, I think you see what you see with Jim. I mean, You got a Trinidadian on stage claiming to be Trinidadian. You don't care to go
But
out your way to tell him that he's African either.
the Trinidadians are really Black Americans who got put on the island after they fought in the war here in the States.
Yeah, well, I know that,
The
right?
same
But
people.
I'm just saying, no, I'm not disagreeing with you on that. What I'm disagreeing with you on is the fact that no one has an issue with them claiming to be Trinidadian. Like, no one would say, you're not Trinidadian, nigga, you African.
Nobody has a problem with us claiming to be Black Americans. I mean, that's
Okay.
silly. What does that matter?
Yeah, well, representation does matter. And we just so happen to be Black Americans in America. This is where our ancestors were. But this is my thing because people love to highlight, you know what I'm saying, the trauma, which you don't really have, too many examples of that, right? I mean, a lot of
not day and age.
yeah,
Yeah, maybe like your ancestors, but not
yeah,
you. And I think that it's people trying to fucking like bug up on the past and make excuses for their current like failures today. Just trying to point to some point in the past that they can try to hang their hat on.
yeah, and this is the thing, right? It, you were taught that your ancestors were traumatized. You don't have any
Yeah,
firsthand
it's
knowledge of
actually
that. They
possible that
probably
like they
weren't.
never like slavery could have just never have happened, and like the amount of fucking propaganda would just convince you that it
Yeah,
did.
well, I'm
bro.
not going to
But
agree with
Think about
that.
like,
that.
so
Nah, but just think about it. Like the amount of fucking shit out there, like they could pull the wool over your eyes
Yo,
like
but
that.
Chad, you
they
don't have to
also
dumb
like
yourself down
to
for these spaces. Randall's smart as shit. You don't have to dumb yourself down there.
tell the most brutal aspects of slavery,
Right.
right? But I mean, I hate to say this, man, but slavery wasn't always brutal, right? It's like, you,
Oh yeah, most
I mean, you
definitely.
have
The
to think
Jewish
about
slave
this.
masters that
Like,
was the most
yeah,
brutal.
like
The regular white people was pretty nice.
think of a slave as a property. Like, no one benefits from brutalizing their property. You,
Facts, bro.
Yeah, you're not gonna go beat up your fucking
yeah,
tractor. You know
like,
what I'm saying?
you
Yeah,
know,
it's true.
like you're not gonna like brutalize your mule, right? Like, you need,
Yeah, like I got a car. I'm not gonna go kick
yeah,
it. You know what I
Because it
mean?
won't start.
like you need
Yeah,
strong,
Yeah,
for real.
I want to
hungry
read something.
slaves.
Hold up. Let me read something from this is from ushistory.org. And what it says is there were stories about cruel overseers were certainly true in some cases. The overseer was paid to get the most work out of slaves. Therefore, overseers often resorted to whatever means was necessary. Sometimes the slaves would drive the overseer off the plantation in desperation. So, I mean, that right there is telling in itself. When slaves complained that they were being unfairly treated, slaveholders will most often be very protective of their property and will release the overseer. So, I mean, is that like trauma right there? I mean, that shows you that these people had some level of decorum. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that sounds like calling your. That sounds like you go to fucking school and you call your mama because your teacher being a bitch, and then they fucking get the teacher fired. That's what that
Yeah, it
sounds
doesn't
like.
sound
I never
like,
got the opportunity to do that in middle school ever.
everyone being complicit in like generational trauma with these people. It sounds like they still had a level of now what's the word I'm looking for? It had a level. It,
Control. They had a
well, not
control of
even
the
control. They
situation.
had a
Dude,
level
but
of morality. You know what I'm saying? To still realize that hey, we can't have
Yeah, the
certain shit
slaves had some
happen.
control, though.
Yeah,
Is
for
what I'm
sure. They
dude,
saying.
but I
definitely had some control.
but like, something else folks I want to talk about is like, black people were complicit in their slavery,
Facts, of course.
particularly black
Yeah,
women.
slavery's a choice, bro.
Like,
Yeah,
black
yeah.
women raised well-behaved slaves, because like this is not like trying to troll or make fun of people, but it's like, whether you're a woman, a slave woman, or a free woman, like, you have a vested interest in the survival of your children. And how do you ensure that your children survive on a slave plantation? You train them to obey their master, so that they don't get whippings, they don't get beatings, they don't get mistreated, right? And like, black women like let that urge, like, raised well-behaved slaves. But generally speaking, like, black people were complicit in it. Like, there's no way slavery can last for 400 years in America without mutual cooperation from both sides.
Facts, bro. And I think that that's a story that's too often left out. I mean, we understand these Jewish propaganda movies, which propagandized the KKK, which was actually a good organization from the beginning, right? It was actually like a great idea to form like a KKK. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of these Jewish propaganda movies, what they do is they come through and they teach you about generational trauma, which everyone has, by the way. I mean, I'm not sitting here denying that no slaves were abused or untreated fairly. I mean, obviously, but I do not agree with the notion that that was the story. You know what I'm saying? Overall, and I think what we do is in these conversations, we talk about this shit from a privileged perspective, right? See, we as people who are not even free, but just technically have a little bit more freedoms than slaves themselves, we sit back and say, man, I would hate for that to happen to us, you know? And we kind of look at it through those lenses, and we really can't grasp that concept. But you know what I'm saying? Because we aren't technically being owned by someone physically, although we're still slaves to the government itself. You get what I'm saying? So I wish people would look further into that. You know what I'm saying? But back to the title, I really can't see anyone formulating an actual argument of how white people benefited from slavery more than black. I mean, literally, no one in this country probably has benefited from slavery more than black people at all. I mean, across the globe in general. I mean, bro, we got a 1.6 billion spending that we do every single year. I mean, that's more than most of like almost every single country in Africa combined. You know what I'm saying? So there were tremendous benefits, bro. I mean, we're far smarter. You know what I'm saying? We have a lot more resources, avenues, and the things that we can do. We got public education that's like top notch. Whereas though they got to go out their way to come over here and get an American education. We're born into this shit. We just don't appreciate it. You get what I'm saying? We sit around and we shit on it by thinking that we're these enslaved, oppressed people, and that's not the case, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'll get my boy Interest up here. Yo, Interest, how you feel about the
Yeah.
title, bro?
Send him an invite to speak.
Yeah, bro. I'm tired of this shit. Really, I'm
Where all the
like,
rest of the people who were supposed to be here?
oh, they gonna come. Don't worry about it. I mean, I just started the space not so long ago.
What's that
But
guy's
yeah,
name?
bro.
ADE or something?
I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I'm just tired of the American, the slander of America. I'm also tired of the slander of Christianity. I'm tired of this shit. When I look around at the black community and shit, when we were doing the best, we had some of the most progress in our community. We were all Christians. We were not these self gods who worship black queens. I think that that's a major issue in our communities that we got self worshiping people who praise women who turn their back on us, especially black men. I think that that's idiotic. I think it's time to, form our patriarchy back in our community, bro, and stop allowing these women to have such a bigger voice as they do. That's a major issue in our community, bro, that we allow these women to run rampant. You know, that's a major issue. But Interest, how you feel about the title, bro? You missed patriarchy earlier too, but I told him about you.
Yeah, I just saw that message, man. I just saw that. I think the title's not inaccurate per se. I think there's definitely a pretty strong argument, especially when you get into like actual like scientific data on the fact. Yeah, I definitely think there's some legitimacy to it.
Care to elaborate on some? I promise you won't be called a white supremacist.
Well, it's you have to look at it like this. What was the standard of living in sub-Saharan Africa prior to, well, for the people who were brought over to the Americas?
Yeah, that's real. I kind of when I explain this to people, man, I talk about how the white people getting the black people over to America is basically the same analog as if like a UFO and aliens were to come pick up a regular human and take them to like a whole planet that's like fucking technologically advanced and shit, like hell, running water,
All
like
right.
sanitation, medicine, like fucking electricity, like all that shit. Like none of that was in Africa prior
Well,
to this shit.
and you look at Africa in the year 1900 versus Europe. At the time, the population of Africa was 1/3 that of Europe, and now the population of Africa is 1.5 times that of Europe. And that's because of European medicine and European and American food aid.
Yeah, foreign aid, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like we spend so much money advancing these black countries and the black community every single year. I just don't see where the disdain for America comes from these black people. I honestly can't quite grasp the concept. You know,
Well,
I,
here black women even every year the life expectancy of black women goes up, and it's not because black doctors are the ones doing that. That's just the reality of it.
Hey, what is your opinion on
On what? Did you cut
On
Reparation.
out?
what?
I oppose
Yes, me
reparations
too. I'm black, and
personally.
that's some bullshit, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no.
Well, why do you oppose reparations?
Because it's
To
going to be
me,
like throwing money into like fire. Because there's no education. It's going to be spent on Gucci, not on stocks, man, or property.
Oh, I agree. I was just asking.
Like
But
so
yeah. Shout out to
so
you
I have
being
to
based.
say, like that's one of the most racist reasons you can oppose reparations.
Hey.
Clearly.
It's a fact, man.
Clearly.
Look at right now. You
Like
give a black
no,
person
like you're
100K,
a fucking
they
Arab,
buy
bro.
Gucci, not
Like you're
property.
like a sand nigger. That's like me saying you're gonna spend the money on suicide vests.
This
Clearly,
nigga,
As
like
bro.
long as it has Gucci on it, I spend,
no,
bro.
but like Scammy know that I don't support reparations, but there are far better intellectual reason,
Hey,
like reasonable reasons to
okay, okay.
oppose
One
it
reason, okay, one
than to
reason I'll tell
say
is
black
uh um
people will spend the money on fried chicken and Gucci. Like that's probably
no, no, no.
the most
Obviously, that's an
racist
exaggeration. That's
reasons why you can
hey,
oppose
bro.
it.
That's an exaggeration. I mean, the underlying thing is no education, therefore be spent, on just
Who are we?
buying
You're
instead of.
not black though.
I am black. How can you tell me I'm not black,
I mean, you sound like one of those like fucking
This
like
sounds
turban hat
Turkish.
people.
bro? I'm half Tanzanian, half Nigerian, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. Oh my! I got my brother Kabosh up here. That's my dog. But yeah, bro. I mean, Tommy's right. That is a racist reason, right? I don't disagree with it though.
Oh no, obviously, I'm saying education is the underlying reason, but obviously, like exaggeration. I don't mean it in a
Scammy, you
literal
don't
sense.
support reparations, bro?
Well, I support reparations in different forms. So this is my thing, right? I do not support, cash payments to these, Nike monkeys, right? I don't.
Nike
I gotta
monkeys
be
is
honest.
crazy. I never heard that before.
Yeah, shout out to me being
Nike
creative. But
Bogi. Yeah,
I support,
he's
I
creative, bro.
support, educational, you know what I'm saying? I support, maybe a
Hey, we
tax
agree,
break.
dude. We agree.
Yeah, tax breaks, maybe some superficial low housing loans and lowering the criteria like housing loans.
So
Outside of that, I don't
yeah,
support
so
it
I
though.
No,
think
So
actually,
you
I do
pretty
agree.
much support reparations, but not the cash reparations, correct?
well, I don't support
Uh
Well, I mean, but
reparations
the
for
well, I don't support
slavery,
it for the reason why. Yeah, exactly.
but
I
I
Hey,
support
think
it
hey,
for like
black
actually,
mass
I have a
incarceration.
different proposition, guys.
think black
Instead
people
of
should get
making it easier,
reparations for
make it
Jim
harder.
Crow.
Make the grind harder.
Think Jim Crow, black people should get reparations for that. But slavery
facts.
is just like
Why?
far more
What
complicated.
was so bad about it?
But first of all, it's hard to prove that slavery was a violation of U.S. laws, right? It's like
Exactly.
Well, but not only that, like,
it's
why was the Jim Crow bad as
it's
well?
pretty difficult. But like Jim Crow was a racist system sanctioned by the U.S. government and enforced by the U.S. government, and this was done against black people who, under the Constitution of the United States, deserve equal rights as every other person in America. They should be
But
they
like,
should be made
they were
whole
doing better
because of
under it.
that.
Like all of the statistics and aspects and measures of the health of a society and the people were higher in black people underneath it. So like, why is it
I'm sorry, I didn't
like
hear that.
literacy
Sorry,
rates were higher?
you said what?
Yeah, like all of the aspects of like judging a healthy society were higher in the black community under that.
Yeah, but that's
Like the
irrelevant.
literacy rates were higher, like the crime was
But
lower,
that's irrelevant.
legitimacy rates were higher.
That's
No, it's
irrelevant.
not. It's like it's better than the situation right
But
now.
it's irrelevant as to how blacks perform under this.
Why is it bad? Tell me why.
No, like what's relevant is were black people systemically denied access to living a fulfilled lives as U.S. citizens due to actions of their government. Yes.
I think they were forced into that at gunpoint. You ever seen the pictures?
Can't. Sorry, like you have to like fix your mic. Like you
My
know,
bad. Can you hear me now? Yo, can you hear me now?
I mean, we can hear you,
Yeah.
but we can't understand you.
You can't understand what you're saying.
Oh shit.
Like muffling a
Okay,
little
yeah.
bit.
My bad. I'm wearing my headphones and I'll be like pointed away from my mouth or something. But yeah, what was I saying?
We don't know. So trying to find
No,
out.
you said people were forced to integrate.
Oh yeah, they're forced to integrate at gunpoint. Yeah.
Just like based on the fact.
You see those pictures? You see those pictures?
Pictures of what?
The forced integration at gunpoint.
Yeah, like they should have done that.
But like, why? Nobody wanted to.
So you're saying that
And like everybody's better off.
Hold on. So you're saying white people should be forced at gunpoint to have to exist amongst black people?
No, what I'm saying is white people
They
should
were
be forced.
previously,
Like
back in the 60s.
what I'm saying is white people should be forced at gunpoint to obey the law of the country.
Well, they already are. That's what a cop is. Right? Isn't that what a cop is? Isn't that what a cop is? Like, if you go steal from a store, like a cop's gonna come after you with a gun, right? Or at least some handcuffs, or like a baton, or
Right?
like a taser or something, right?
Like if white people don't want to integrate with black people, they shouldn't send their children to public schools. But we sit here and like you guys.
No, I disagree. I
Hang
disagree. I
on,
don't like
hang on.
integration.
Can I finish?
I don't think it
Because
works.
like we sit here and like Jesus, like now I got to be pro-black and stuff just to provide some balance, right? But we sit here and like we paint blacks like there are these like welfare queens and like white people, like public education is welfare. Fucking government loans to buy homes, that's welfare. White people are using all of these same welfares that they've systemically denied black people access to.
Yeah, you know why? You know why that is?
Nah, I just answered.
But I think in election
because white people are the only tax positive group in America.
Well, us and Asians, whites and
Why ain't nobody talking to me?
And like there are a lot of do nothing white people in America that gets credit for productive. Like this is crazy. It's like lazy, stupid white people get credit for the good things white people do, and productive black people get blamed for the negative
Bro, who
things
are these
black people
stupid,
do.
lazy white people you talking
Huh?
about?
Yeah, y'all going.
Who are the stupid, lazy white
Bro,
people you talking about?
there are a lot of them. Fucking Appalachia.
Ooh, like
like,
Jeff Bezos.
It's about averages.
Go
You
to
have to look at what
like
the average
look at
Bezos.
fucking
is. The
and
average of
like
each group are completely
Man,
different.
Jeff Bezos created Amazon. What you talking
no,
about?
and we talk about hang on, bro, because
Bill
let me get
Gates.
in my bag, bro, because we talk
Steve
You
about
can
Jobs.
mute the
like
space if you need.
we talk about the decline in the black communities. Like, look at the decline in white communities. Look at the Midwest. That shit is like a fucking like post-war places. Go to fucking Youngstown,
Yeah. What
Ohio.
about it?
No one talks about the
Yeah, but
decline.
what about
Like,
it?
what have white people done that
Yeah.
caused their communities to decline so much that their children
The
are
Sacklers that
castrating
moved to
themselves,
millions of
that
illegals. They
that
integrated racially.
their
So-
mothers
Millions of
are
illegals
addicted to
defrauding the
prescription
wages.
drugs. Like no one ever
Listen to
pathologized
Ye.
white
Listen
people
to
like
Ye.
they do black people.
Hey, listen to Ye. Listen to Ye. He's gonna explain it.
Yeah, the thing we did is, well, I don't think we really did it. The government let in millions of undocumented and documented immigrants from other countries that had dual loyalty and were not white. They stopped having kids and they stopped going to church and they stopped being religious. They fell into secularism and this new liberal Christianity, which doesn't actually have anything to do with the faith, and not having kids and not living up to the ideals of their ancestors, and instead trusting modern science and, trusting about pretty much false history that says all their ancestors were evil, and stopped having kids, and they kind of hate themselves now.
No, what they do is what black people do. They sit and wait for the government to come rescue them. Definitely, they're not living in the spirit of their ancestors, just like black people aren't. Because
Well, are you talking about
because
people on welfare?
white people ancestors wouldn't have sat in fucking western Pennsylvania and eastern Ohio and suffer and get addicted to drugs. They would have went and chased opportunities. That's what their ancestors would have done. But instead, they sit there, they bitch. Excuse me. The white people sit there, they bitch, and they moan, and they blame the Jews. and they blame immigrants. That's not what their ancestors would have done. Their ancestors were fucking pioneers, conquerors. They would have went out west searching for opportunities.
Yeah, but if like the people with the
Facts,
guns are
bro.
enforcing the status quo, what can you do?
Make a way, find a way. You
Chase
know.
the American dream. Pull yourself up out
See,
of bootstraps.
by the boots. Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
their ancestors would have slaughtered all the immigrants if that's what they really would have done. I mean, if we're being honest.
that's fine.
Can we go to the
Either
hands,
way,
man?
they would have
Damn it,
found a
You know, I'm
way.
sure.
against murder, so they would have like
You scare
slaughtered
me.
or like
Yeah,
controlled them or
go
corralled
ahead,
them.
Kabas. Of course, nigga. What the fuck? The comments, you know, you bro. What the fuck, nigga? Just talk shit.
So what I'm saying that this is, I think, to say that Black Americans benefit more from chattel slavery. I think you're being completely dishonest if you say that, because no other group went through what Black Americans went through. You know what I mean? It was really inhumane. On top of that, they built the fabrics of this country, like the foundations. If you look at the
No,
railroad
you're
system,
just
the
wrong. I mean,
military,
when you
the
say that
industrial
black people
complex.
are the only ones to go.
Oh, hold up, yeah, hold up. You gotta relax, brother. Room got a couple people on
Hey,
stage. Can
Skinner.
I had an example of people come off the mic? Let me finish. Yeah, what's up? What's up,
Hey,
Todd? Go
can
ahead.
I ask a question? Like, what do you think is worse? Black people believing that they're systemically oppressed, or white people believing that the world is ran by a secret pedophile ring?
Yeah, well, damn, I don't know. That's a good question. It could can they be both equally as idiotic?
No, man. Like that's what people do when there's like massive moral decay. When they lose their way, they start grasping for straws. Like we listen. Like we can dunk on black people all day. Like I'm all for that. But white people are just as bad in America right now. What are you talking about? Look at
Facts.
them.
Yeah,
Like look, like
yeah, no
bro, the
bullshit. Yeah,
poor dirty whites disgust me. They're a problem.
yeah, for sure. Hold up, go ahead, go ahead. My fault, boss. Go ahead. You can
But
finish.
I think what I'm saying is that this is what white people are trying to say. They don't want that white guilt. You know, they're trying to weigh out. You know what I mean? To not associate it with being the white supremacist system. But the issue is you got to take accountability. You cannot say, "Oh, these niggas were better off," because look at in Africa. They would have been in Africa on the top of a tree eating a banana like monkeys. That's how you have framed us, and I don't think that's fair. Y'all got to take a responsibility and pay the debt that's owed to all black people across the world. That's all. Otherwise, it'll
No,
be
I think
our
that's.
shit.
I don't think that's unfair. That's just accurate.
But the thing is, it's the white guilt. You don't want to take
So
your
wait,
responsibility.
so now it's all black people across the world?
Yes, because it's a global white supremacy. Do you know what that
You
means?
do
Oh,
realize
You
like
fucked
the
up
blacks like
everywhere.
benefited
Nobody likes
from
so
you.
selling slaves. Like they made money and they got arms.
Hey,
They
mute
got
this uncle guy,
resources
bro.
from selling slaves.
Mute
No,
Uncle
because
Kebas, man.
because you disagree with me. That's
That's
fine.
my dog. That's my
That's
dog.
fine.
Hell
You
no, that'd
disagree
be
with me. You
Cubs.
don't like the
Nah,
truth.
man, that nigga's
I'm not
waffling,
going to
bro.
be the butler of white supremacy. I'm not going to be the butler for
so
white supremacy.
Bro, I
Well,
thought
here's
y'all
the
were
thing: like
Muslims, bro.
any country that's ran by white people is obviously going to be white supremacist, just like Japan is Japanese supremacist. It's how it works. You run a country that benefits the people
Okay,
of the
why don't you
country
yeah,
survive
rather
like
on your
than
own?
the
Why don't you
even
minority.
survive on your
Nigeria.
own?
Nigeria is a
Why do you
house of
have to
supremacist
enslave,
country.
kill, and slaughter and rape? Why don't you just do that on your own? Just leave everybody
Well,
else
that's just a
alone.
part of
How
history.
about
Every
that?
society is
How about that?
slaughtered, killed, and raped.
But what I'm
Yeah,
saying,
like do you
Jay,
not know
It's
how
why do you
happened
have
do
to
you
everywhere.
rape,
do
kill,
you
and
not know how
destroy,
Bantu genetics
sir?
proliferated across sub-Saharan Africa? They literally raped and killed everybody they came across because they couldn't cross the Sahara and head north. So they headed south and raped and killed everyone from Cameroon to fucking you name it, Namibia, fucking Tanzania, Zimbabwe, everywhere there are black people today is because their ancestors raped and killed other people in Africa. That's just the reality of it. You can look at the genetic studies. What happened? You see all these Bantus come out of Cameroon, and it's only male Bantus and women of all these different groups because they killed and raped everybody else.
That's not
That's what
true. That's
happened.
not true,
That
sir.
is
The Bantus,
absolutely true,
listen
dude.
to me.
You if
There's
you
a
don't
story. Let me
understand that, you
something.
don't
No,
understand
listen to
human
me.
genetic
See, this is why you're
proliferation.
trying to rewrite
You
as the white supremacist history. That's
I'm
not
not
true.
rewriting anything, bro. Your genetic
No, but
history
the
is literally
Bantu
history written in
expansion
code.
is
It's not
false.
written in text, it's
It's just
written
a
in
theory,
blood.
sir.
That's the reality of it. That is the absolute reality of it. That Bantu people proliferated their genetics across sub-Saharan Africa over a period of 1,500 years by
Agreed.
raping and killing everyone they came
Facts.
Okay, so
across.
they were conquerors. Let's move on. Like
Yeah,
that's a
that's the
good
same
thing.
Yes, they
story.
Yeah,
conquered,
hold up,
but
hold up, though. I mean, well, you know, I'm on both sides of this. I want this to be a good conversation. But so yeah, basically what Inter is saying is, you can't point the finger, Kabas. You're just crying because you're lost. You did the same exact thing. This is not something that's just specific to white people, and I agree with that shit. You know what I'm saying? But I also agree with Tommy too. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
And stop blaming Jews too. Like
Yeah,
Well,
well, it's
bro.
white
not.
people
hold
taught.
on, hold on,
Hey,
hold on.
Like,
An
really?
accurate representation,
Hey,
over
hey, hey, hey.
representation of a
That's
minority
the
group.
Jewish conversation is a different topic in itself. I agree that people need to actually take some responsibility and they do need to push forward. They need to be driven by a sense of purpose. I don't disagree with you at all on that one thought. I think the Jewish conversation is something that's a little bit different that affects the world as a whole. If you understand how the Jews are trying to essentially shape the world for their own benefit, but that's a whole other topic. Whole other
white
topic,
people
frankly.
taught black people how to be anti-Semitic.
No, I
What
think.
is your point? Like, you just
Well,
have catchphrases
I'm
No, it's
gonna
just
quote.
like
Let me
we
let me
indict
quote a
black
Jew that I
people
talked
for
to the other
like
day.
blaming white people, and honestly, like the black like playing the race card really excessive. Like you got to curtail that, right? But white people blame the Jew, especially the poor, dirty whites, bro. They blame the Jews for almost everything in
no.
the
I think
world,
most
and it's
I
poor
think
like,
the
bro,
whites
poor
are
dirty
actually the
like
whites
same.
just
stop
blame the
blaming the
government.
Jews. Like the
No,
Jews are
thought
not
crime. I think you're
oppressing you.
inaccurate. They don't blame Jews because like poor white people are usually stupid and they usually don't understand anything about like Jewish control over the world. They're
Yeah,
usually like they believe in the Holocaust. They are anti-Nazi. They think anything abortion is what Hitler would have wanted and open borders is what Hitler would have wanted. They pretty much just believe anything Nazi just said. They're retarded.
Also, like, I'm pretty sure the Jews are oppressing Yay right now. So, the Jew oppression thing is real, but that's a different conversation. Like I said, yeah. But I mean, in regards to, like I want to kind of go back to the reparations in regards to
But
Jim
it's not
Crow. You were
necessarily
saying,
Hey, let's just all admit, okay,
the
that Jews are
global, the
superior,
global.
okay? Let's end it there.
Wait, we're not gonna do this shit, bro. Y'all hear Inter speaking. When he's done, somebody else can go. But let him finish, bro. We all men in here. Ain't no women on stage. Niggas can act like men. You know, in person, y'all not gonna be doing this because somebody would have got punched in the face. You hear that man talking, let that man talk, and then you can jump off the mic after.
thank you, Scammy. So I just wanted to kind of bring it back to the reparations conversation that Thought was talking about earlier in regards to the Jim Crow stuff. So first of all, can you actually even give a number for that? And then if we're going to start working the numbers, are we going to talk about the negative effects that Black people have had on America economically, whether it be the 50 to $100 billion lost in investment as a result of Black criminality, the tax burden Blacks put on the American tax base, which is
Yeah,
white
$3
in state?
trillion paid out in public services to black people every year by the U.S.
Yeah.
government.
Are we going
I
to talk
agree,
about that kind of?
brothers.
Are we going to talk about that kind of stuff? Are we going to talk about, okay, well, there you brought up the Midwest now, it's basically a third world country now. Are we going to force whether it be the government, the companies themselves, even the Chinese shareholders, whoever that essentially deindustrialized middle America, are we going to force them to pay reparations to
But
those
hold
who
up,
are
though,
both?
interest. He was speaking about that as it pertains to white people, though, because he's saying that it got an over influx of white people, and they aren't doing anything productive. I mean, I agree with Thought. I mean, like
No,
I'm not a huge reparations person, but if I had to talk about reparations, it wouldn't be for slavery. It'd be for shit like like you said, Jim Crow and
yeah,
my
well,
shit is like mass
that's
incarceration.
my point though, is are we just going to hold everybody responsible for the sins of their father over every little grievance,
No,
or
I
are we
mean
going?
mass incarceration. And Jim, go ahead, Thought, because I mean I can see what he say, but I much rather y'all have that dialogue. Go ahead. Nigga might be playing Call of Duty, but
I don't think you understand what the point interest is making, right? What he's saying is that are you going to start taxing other people for what they've done to other groups? So, middle America, white people in the Midwest, are you going to start going after, BlackRock or Jewish shareholders or whoever's sending, different
Yeah,
corporations to
the
outside of the
majority
country?
Chinese
Are you going to give
shareholder
them
GM.
reparations? Are you going to give like
Mhm.
white people that have had to deal with the influx of migrants reparations in places like
Are you?
California or
Yeah.
Texas?
Are you going to make
Like
Mexico pay us back for what they've done to California and southern Texas? Like
I
it
mean
just.
I'm not a huge reparationist.
Yeah, no, that's not. I'm not. That's not necessarily for you. That's more for the thought. It's just the concept of it. are we just going to start repaying everybody because they suffered some little inconvenience that they had no control over?
Hey, I agree, man. It's just a slippery slope into just it's a never-ending slippery slope.
I
You know,
mean, but in the blacks' case, it wasn't a slippery slope when you did it for the Japanese. It wasn't a slippery slope
I wouldn't have given
when.
the Japanese money. I would have told them this is what you get when you come here. On top of that,
fuck the jobs, man.
1 in 10 Japanese Americans was a spy. That's the harsh truth about it that nobody wants to talk about. That they were more loyal to their homeland than they were to America.
I
In the
mean,
same way
but
that modern
but
Chinese and modern Jews are the same problem. The Chinese MSS, which is their Ministry of Security Services, that's their CIA, their Mossad, their MI6, whatever you want to call it, does the exact same thing as Mossad does. Every Chinese person who's ethnically Chinese in America, or at the very least probably about 90% of them, is an asset for Chinese intelligence. So are we going to start forcing Chinese people to pay up for all the loss that America has taken as a result of China's incredibly aggressive, whether it be their corporate espionage, their intellectual espionage? Are we going to make them pay us for all the money that American companies lose because the Chinese just copy and make a shitty, cheaper version of it?
no.
It's
All right. So let me say this, right? I mean, y'all know this is the thing, right? And I hate having to do this, but let's just be honest. Well, I don't hate having to do this. I just think it's rhetorical. You know, blacks, they might not have built the country, but they definitely are integral part of the country, right?
I
So
don't deny that. I don't
okay,
deny that.
well, all right. So to sit here and act like, oh, are you a bunch like, I think that's kind of like, disrespectful to this, just the history of this country. I mean, we are the backbone of this country as well. Like it's a
No,
long.
no. See, you went from I'm not gonna say they built the country to they're the backbone. No, they're
Well, we
not the
are.
Well,
backbone of the
Well,
they're
we
a
country.
are though.
vertebrae in the
Like, I
spine.
mean,
They're
yeah.
a
I mean,
vertebrae in the spine. That's
regardless
what
of
it
how
is.
you look at it, bro. Like, we played an integral part in this country to where I could say this:
I wouldn't
there
say we
be no.
did. No.
Yeah, well, that's idiotic, and I don't think that's based in any actual factual
I would say
data.
they played a part, but not an integral part.
Well, that's idiotic. I mean, this is the thing,
Like
right? I
how? Like
mean,
what was the integral part?
well, building this helping build this wealth. I mean, we played major roles in America in general. I mean, I can ask you
Doing
the same
what?
exact question. Well, what did white people do in this country?
Well,
They founded the government. They wrote the Constitution. They
Well,
came up with
no,
all
that
the
was a
laws.
small group of
They
white
ran
people.
all
That
the
wasn't all
businesses.
whites,
They
though.
did trade.
That's
They did
not
foreign
true.
policy. No, I mean
well,
this was all. I'm talking about building the country. This was all white people.
Well,
White people
that's
did
not
the
true.
foreign.
That's not
White
all.
people built up
Wait,
the military.
that's not all white people. That was a small group of white people that did that, and this is the reason why I thought was talking about the white trash. I mean, yeah, there were white innovators in this country, but for you to sit here and take credit for what 12 white men did, I think that's some dick eating shit, bro. Like, no one in your lineage had anything to do
Well,
with that.
I'm not taking claim
That's
for it.
that's like me taking fucking claim for what Mansa Musa did. It's like I don't have any ties to that man. That's some dick eating shit. I don't think you should do that, bro. That's really like you dick
No,
eating
I'm
right
not
now.
taking claim for it. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying here. You asked what did white people do, so I told you what white people did. Right? You could
But
say a
that's
small
not
group
white
of
people.
black
That's a
people.
white person. There's no different than when women
Okay,
say women.
what
Well, it's
small
not
group of
women. It's
black
a
people did
woman.
this? Okay, white people built the industry, like the Industrial Revolution. Like that was white people.
Yeah,
Like that
blacks
was
had a hand
all
in the
white people.
Industrial Revolution. I think that's
uh,
idiotic to say. That's stupid.
No, because
Who
they were
built
the
the railroad?
labor
Oh, wait.
industry.
Yeah, what the fuck? I
look,
mean, bro. I mean, hold on,
Scanny.
hold up. This is my thing, right? I'm a business major. We do understand that the most important part about the business is actually the workers, right? Like, come on, bro. Like, you gotta
Yeah, the
come
majority
on.
of the
Well,
workers were white because
Scammy,
in
you're
the Industrial Revolution they were
well,
white. Like
yeah, I
they were
gotta,
in the
I'm,
north.
I'm,
Go
hold on.
ahead, go ahead.
I gotta check you both on the Industrial Revolution. That was a white thing. And that was relegated to initially the northeastern United States. That's why the South could never beat the North in the Civil War. It was just never going to happen. But the reality of it was that once we started to expand, we obviously had the expansion via the railroads. That was, I mean, blacks were a part of that. That is true. In the same way, so were the Irish, so were the Italians. The reality of it is, and,
Yeah,
I'm majority Anglo. I am founding stock, but the founding stock from if we're talking about the workers, they didn't fucking lay those railroad ties either. That was not them, and that became a major part of our, us conquering the continent. Really, that's how it became economically viable to conquer the continent.
yeah,
Was
that, and then
the
like
Hey,
Ford.
Scammy,
I
they
mean,
get
I agree.
triggered when you
yeah,
talk
yeah.
about the poor whites, bro. The poor whites are a
Well,
Yeah,
problem.
like in regard,
yeah. Well, this is my thing, right? That's what I'm trying to tell them, right? Blacks have just as much claim to this land as white people do. So to
No,
sit here and
hey,
act
but
like,
you're wrong.
Go ahead.
Blacks have more claim to America than many of these white people that just came
Yeah, I agree.
through fucking Ellis Island. Like black people's been here since 1619. Most of these white
Yeah,
people
Well, I
fact.
just
mean,
got
time
here
being
in
here
like
doesn't
the
really matter.
what,
Time.
like the
I mean,
20th
I'd agree that
century,
black
bro.
people have a right to stay in America, but
Yeah.
time being here alone doesn't really prove it. I mean, the Irish and the Italians, they came and, they pretty much built New York City. They built Chicago. They built a lot of these great cities that you see today. And, they have their
Chicago's a
claim
great
to it
city.
too.
Well,
But look,
now it's
I'm
not.
not,
Not too
I'm
much
not
on
like
It
pro
used to
Chicago.
be.
black people
It
out.
used to be.
All I'm pro is like white people being able to self-segregate. That's all I would want.
Yeah.
No, well, I'm saying that in response to what Interest was saying about them making a claim for reparations. I mean, bro, like I
All
said,
right,
we're an
cool,
integral
bro.
part of
Gotta
this
bring it back.
country, bro. You know,
And again, I didn't disagree with that, but that you guys are a part of it. But and also, I'm going to defend the Irish here
Blacks
for a
were
second.
here before the Irish.
Yeah, but let me defend them.
Doesn't matter.
A
Oh,
hundred and
now
set.
it
The
doesn't
Irish were
matter.
before, but it doesn't really matter.
Hold on. The Irish, in their defense, 170,000 of them fought for the Union in the Civil War, which was the war that ultimately led to the emancipation of
How
slavery.
many
So you
blacks
do have
fought for the Union?
about the same
How,
number, but the
black
difference between
people have fought in
hold,
every war in America.
hold,
How many
let me
Irish
let me
fought in the
facts,
U.S.
let me finish.
Revolutionary
Let me
War?
finish. Let me finish though.
right?
There were far more Irishmen on the frontline service than there were blacks. You have to remember Sherman's death march didn't even allow black troops to march with him. It was more Irish
And
immigrants
I
fighting.
thought he was racist.
Yeah, no, Sherman did not allow black troops to march with him as he basically burned the South to the ground. But he did allow Irish immigrants. In the reality of it is, blacks were not allowed to fight in any significant way in frontline service until the Korean War with the 26th Infantry Division. Yeah, there were the Harlem Hellfighters, but that was a relatively small unit compared to the grand scheme of the American Expeditionary Force, which was 1 million Americans total.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to disagree with that, right? I mean, but it's not like I said, it's not our fault that they were
No,
racist.
I get what you're saying. That's a
Yeah,
very
they were racist, and that
that's
was
a solid
great.
argument. That is a solid argument, Scammy. But what I'm just saying is, I mean, there have been people who even came here afterwards who did contribute and have bought into the system. I don't think everybody who's came here afterwards should just be like, oh, well, you're not founding stock. Your ancestors weren't here prior to 1775. They got to go if they weren't here. That's a stupid argument too. Really, though, I do think if you're after 19, really the cutoff point should be 1965.
Yeah,
Yeah, not even. I mean, even if you want to say, I
No,
think like the
like
90s is really when it becomes a
1965 is just
problem.
so arbitrary, and
No, I'll tell you
many
why.
of the
There was
poor whites,
legislation.
No,
many
it's
of the
not an
fresh off
arbitrary
the
number. It's
It's
boat
based on the
whites, the
Hart-Celler Act.
yeah, dude,
The
dude,
Johnny come lately whites
1965.
would say 1965 should be the cutoff. What if we said the
The cutoff
right?
dog crime, it's based
What
on
if we
when the
said
Hart-Celler
people who was
Immigration
here,
Act was passed.
people who've
The
been in this
Hart-Celler
country since
Immigration
the
Act removed
17th
all
century?
national. I'm trying to explain to you what it is. 1965, there was a Hart-Celler Immigration Act. This act removed any quotas from different nations. So before it, only a certain amount of people from certain nations would be able to come, and they curtailed it. But they
Yeah.
removed that in 1965, and they opened it up even more in the 90s under H.W. Bush.
Yep. And really, so prior to 65, our immigration policy was based on assimilation. So we would allow X amount of people from certain places to come here based on their ability to actually assimilate into what was considered the Anglo-American culture.
yeah. Well, like I said, right, this is only a response for to interest, kind of like, are we going to pay every like no? But I do think if even if no matter how horrendous it may be, right, even though FBA is completely fucking insane and some of the most divisive people, I do think as Americans and in America, we do owe them an ear to hearing what they have to say because although what I'm saying,
I get what you're saying.
I don't
Although they're
agree with it.
insane. Yeah, although they're
You know what I'm
insane,
saying?
there's
We
a
are
point.
still old, at least, a debate about it because we are, shit. Like I said, the backbone of this country, bro. Like, and we have a huge
No,
claim
I
to
mean
this land.
they're not the backbone of
So
the country.
if I may
Yeah, yeah,
also
you can keep saying no, but you can't disprove
here,
it, you know?
here
How
now
would 13% of the country be the backbone of the country? They didn't build the industries. They
well,
didn't work in the Industrial
Well,
Revolution.
how can you
They
say that the
were a
workers of
small
most
part.
of these industries didn't build these industries? That's retarded, bro.
hold if I first of all, historically, Black Americans weren't even 13% of the population. But yeah, you're missing the point. He's not. He's maybe being a little coarse in his language here. To put it more precisely, they are a vertebrae in the backbone of America. They are part of it, and that is true. That is. Am I wrong, Scammy? They're You
No,
are
no, you're not wrong. I mean, yeah, we
that's
can
the
go. Yeah.
better way to put it. It is a puzzle, and they're a piece in that puzzle.
Exactly.
It is the truth.
Yeah, just like what white people. I mean, bro, like if white people have anything to say, if anybody has anything to say about America that's white that's been here, I'm going to listen to it because like we built this country together, regardless of how big of a role blacks played or not, or whites played or not. At the end of the day, we are American citizens. We should at least have the decorum to hear each other out. These immigrants come here and
Yeah,
and
I
and,
can
and, and
listen,
they
right?
and,
But
and they do
I
their
just don't
thing.
think that you're owed back payment
FBA
for things that
scam, you
your
heard?
grandfathers did.
Well, like I said, right? I'm not with the reparations for slavery, but like, and I wasn't even in for Jim Crow. Thank God for bringing that up. He's right, bro. I mean, blacks were specifically hindered from this American dream directly through Jim Crow. I think slavery is a bit crazy and facetious, but the Jim Crow thing, shit. Until he said what he said, I wasn't even thinking about that. I was thinking like mass incarceration, which we know due to the government specifically targeted the black community. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I wasn't going to go out my way. You know what I'm saying? I do think the slavery shit is a bit of not even a bit of a stretch. I think it's a far fucking stretch, like longer than Michael Jordan's arms on Space Jam and shit on the last shot of the game. But I mean, he's right though. And I'm here for the conversations at the end of the day, bro, for real. But
Well,
yeah.
I don't think you're owed money though back for like Jim Crow for what not being able to buy a house. I mean, there
Well,
was a reason that black people were being mass incarcerated. It wasn't just because they were black. It's because white people didn't want to live with them. That's why redlining was a thing. We didn't want to integrate. We wanted to keep you out. So either
Well,
you're
the thing is that they targeted black communities with mass incarceration, bro.
well, black communities also
Specifically.
were high in crime.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. They would. I mean, every community's high in crime. If you really want to go down a
If you're
fucking
gonna run
list.
a police force, which area are you gonna target? The ones
Well,
that
let
are
me ask
higher
you a
in
question.
crime,
Why
or the
was
ones
there
that
no
are
mass
lower in crime?
incarceration of like when the Italian mafia was fucking and doing their criminal thing?
well,
Why
They
wasn't there
did
any
arrest
mass
a lot of them.
incarceration when? Well, they
They
arrested
did
a lot
arrest
of
a
them.
lot
Wait,
of
wait,
the
wait, 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 wait,
Italians.
wait. Hold up, yeah. I'm not saying that they didn't arrest a lot of Italians or Italians never got arrested or dealt with, but there was no mass incarceration or no major crackdown of Italian communities when the Italian
Well,
mafia
yes,
was
there is. I mean,
prevalent.
they pretty
No,
much
there
pretty
wasn't. They,
much
they,
had
they
it in
were.
New York.
Wait,
oh,
hold up. There was no fucking police targeting of like Italian mafia communities. Like, stop the cap, bro. Like,
oh,
I, I, I'm a
that's not
major. Go ahead.
that's a little wrong. The Italians. The issue with the Italian mob is they were incredibly. They ran like an intelligence agency. There's also the little secret fact they were tied to the CIA during the '60s.
Yeah, I agree, but
That's
still, well, we could if blacks were afforded that same thing. I mean, we could make this. That's what I'm saying, right?
the
During
current
mass
issue.
incarceration, you couldn't go through a black neighborhood without having 4 to 5 cops constantly, you know what I'm saying,
Well,
berating people. This is just a fact.
there
That
is
that
another
never
issue.
happened when the Italian mafia or the Jewish mafia rose to or shit, even the
Yeah,
Irish
but look,
mobs rose to their
now they
dominance,
don't
bro.
shake down. Now they're not going into these black communities, and what's happening? I mean,
Well, I
you're
don't. But
seeing
this
massive
is the
spikes
thing.
in
Yeah,
crime
I
and
don't. Listen,
violence.
this is the thing, right? You like. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, but to sit here and act like there weren't a lot of people who were prosecuted and their rights were not violated due to mass incarceration or the specific targeting of black communities, I think is stupid, bro. This is what I'm saying. When the Italian mafia was a fucking issue, there was not this level, you know what I'm saying, of
Are we
police
losing Hill?
activity in these communities, bro. I mean, did they eventually crack down on Italian? Yeah, how long did that shit last though? And they
Yeah,
cracked
but
down and that
it's
shit went
different.
away.
Like when you look at how the Italians ran the cities, they weren't causing chaos. They weren't rioting. They weren't destroying everything.
I mean,
It's
I can agree
completely
with you
different.
there. I don't disagree. Hey, hell, you don't have any order. You can just hop in wherever you want. Like we just having a regular
Good,
conversation right
good.
now.
Thank you. Because I want to ask. I think it was interest because he seems to think white people or Black Americans don't have an intricate or whatever y'all were talking
Wrong
about
person.
in this
Wrong person.
economy.
That's EA.
Nah, that was Jay. That was Jay. Get him. Get on
No,
Jay.
I
That was
would
Yeah.
Jay.
say that they're a part
Nope,
of it, but
nope.
I
That
wouldn't
was
say
Jay.
that
Well, I would
they're the
like you
biggest
Get him,
to
part
sister.
or the
explain
necessary part.
how did the what was the main commodity in America? How was the economy built here?
Well, it was different
Where
depending
did
on
the
which area.
American financial system start? How did it start?
In the north,
No.
I mean, the
Yeah,
north was making
How?
way more money.
Yeah.
How? By building industry.
No. It started on humans being mortgaged. That's how it started. It started on enslaved people. They were the first financial institution in this country. They were the one who built the bridges, built the railroads, built the buildings, the White
No,
House.
you're just
Yes,
wrong.
no, it's not wrong.
You're wrong. Like,
Well, you need to
no,
you
some of the
need to
buildings had
read
some
up
slave
on
labor
American
assisting in, but
history
they didn't
because you're
build all the
wrong.
buildings.
They were mortgaged. They were property. They were the commodity here. That's how the
Yes, they were
financial
property.
institution
Okay.
started. They were before they were mortgaging real estate. They were mortgaging human beings, my ancestors. So how dare you tell us we don't deserve reparations? You have no right. Your family were
No, I have
immigrants
plenty of right
that
to say
didn't have
whatever I
two
want,
nickels
but
to rub
what
together.
happened was,
And it,
yeah, black
because
people
of
were treated as
my
property.
ancestors who built the whole goddamn economy here and the country up, your
Listen,
ancestors who were
America would have
dirt
been fine
poor in
without
Europe
blacks, if
somewhere
we're being
had
honest,
somewhere to
right?
come to make something of themselves. So
Listen,
you
Hilda
can't
Johnson,
tell me what I deserve in this
America would have been
country.
fine without black people. Like, here's the thing, right? Your white people built Europe on their own. Like, they didn't need black
We're
people to
not
come do
talking
it.
about Europe. They didn't build this
Yeah, but
country. They
I'm
didn't
talking
build
about
this country, nor did they build the economy to it. My
black people
ancestors
didn't build
built
the
it.
economy.
They were the
No, they
mortgage. They
didn't.
were
That's just
mortgaged.
inaccurate.
They were used as
No.
collateral.
Okay,
They
yeah.
were the first
I mean,
first
you're just saying what
institute
black people were
financial
property.
Hey,
institution in
Skimmy,
That's
Europe.
this
what you're
shit is
just saying.
going up, bro.
No, the more
Yeah, for
civilized
sure.
though.
So how
What are you
For
dare
talking
you
sure.
about?
say we
The
are
more
the
civilized the
backbone to
white
this
people.
country? If it wasn't for
No, I think America would be
enslaved,
fine.
if it wasn't
Listen,
for
here's
the
the thing.
enslaved
If
people
we
in
didn't
this
have a black,
country, you wouldn't be here. You or your ancestors
no, I
wouldn't
think
have
I'd be
anywhere to
fine.
come to.
As a matter of
You were
fact,
No, I would
dirt
have been
poor
fine.
in Europe. That's where
as
you were. Didn't have two nickels to rub together.
All right, so let me hop in here real quick. So, and this is the thing, right? I mean, this is totally different conversation, but yeah, Hill has a point, and this is to what Thought Warrior was saying. This is the reason why a lot of the whites in the country were indentured servants. A lot of them were poor as well, but it's still. And why Hill leave? But I wasn't trying to what's the name, but it still ties back into this whole thing about oppression and the beef between whites and blacks. Um, we are both property off different boats. I mean, to sit here and act like, well, I don't really meet white people that feel like they're better. I feel like white people kind of just assimilate into, what I'm saying, the culture different. But to sit here and to act like white people are our main issue, it's not. A lot of us have gripes with the government that needs to be addressed, and I think that we get further in this country. You know what I'm saying? Working together than working against each other. I think we should be able to have conversations with each other where we don't start throwing jabs and shit like that. But I mean, yeah, she does have a point though. A lot of white people in this country were definitely poor, but then that goes against their argument that all white people are rich off of like slave owning ancestors as well.
Yeah, that's
No,
that's
I don't think that was her point. She was just saying that
well,
black people built the country,
yeah,
and
well,
Well, she just wanted to dunk on you right quick. I let her get her shit off because you was kind of being, a little
yeah,
facetious.
but my thing is,
Scammy, you actually, dude, that
hey,
was a
but
great
dude,
point on your part.
hey, but dude was saying a lot of inaccurate shit though. There would be a no America. Black people didn't build it, so I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
no, that's just not true. I mean, why wouldn't there
There
be?
wasn't an America because we were here before America was a thing. There was no America until black people.
So you think you're a native?
Well,
You think you're an
so when
indigenous?
it comes to America, Black Americans are the initial capital that funded this new country. All right. So
Wait, you didn't. You wait. Hold on. You just completely changed. Like you pivoted.
no, we were talking about
Uh,
no. You said that we didn't
you
contribute
said
to
black people
America.
were here before white people. You said black people were here before white people, and I asked you, do
Yep, of
you think
course
you're
we
an
were.
indigenous
Of
native?
course we were. Duh.
Okay, yeah. So you're just a silly person.
What? Yeah. Well, this man actually said that Europe built itself up, not knowing that for 800 years the Moors taught you how to wipe y'all's asses. And I'm talking, and,
That's not
Oh,
what
and I'm
no,
talking
that,
happened.
that
about
was
the
Spain.
Franks.
The FBA. That was Spain. That was
No, no,
Spain.
no, no, no,
Yeah,
no,
the
no, no, no,
This
no,
is
no.
Moors, the North
I'm talking about
Africans,
the
and the
ancestors
Arabs.
of the Gauls, the Franks.
Dude, you are absolutely delusional right now. We have plenty of genetic evidence of the Gauls and the Franks, what they were. They were Celts and Germanic tribes who the only reason we don't know actually truly how civilized they were was because Rome wrote most of the history were based upon essentially pre-Christ. The reality of it is, in regards to the Moors, though, first of all, the Moors only conquered most of the Iberian Peninsula, which is a relatively small landmass within Europe compared to the rest of the continent. Also, the Moors were not sub-Saharan Africans; they were genetically Arabs and Berbers. Who Berbers are not black either.
Oh wait, some of them were substance. Come on
Yeah,
now,
so
bro.
Well,
I'm putting the
there were
jumbotron to
some
actually.
Saharan Africans
Yeah, I'm about
involved.
to say.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
I
I'm
see what
about
you're
to say.
saying though.
Yeah,
Hold on, I do.
That's
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying
but
though.
the thing
No, a
is,
lot
yeah,
of them were. A lot of them were because there were different sects of like
yeah,
Moorish
all the
people.
Moors.
I
Wait,
give you,
true.
wait.
yeah.
All
That
the
is true
Moors.
as
First
well.
of all,
Yes,
all the Moors were not the same. We know there were Semitic Moors and there were Black Moors. For example,
there were also Berber
yeah,
Moors.
and for example,
That was
the Berbers
actually,
were
in fact,
blacks.
that was the base.
Those Berbers back
No, the
then were
Berber.
blacks. They were black.
No, they were not.
Yes, they
Have
were.
you
Hit
ever
the
seen a Berber?
jumbotron.
Have you ever
Yeah.
seen a Berber
Well, I
person?
posted a source.
Berbers look more
Yeah,
like me than
modern
you,
Berbers
homeboy. I
have
got bad news,
modern European maternal DNA because over 6 million European women were
dude.
sold into slavery by their white men to
No,
Muslims across all of Northern Africa.
first of all,
That's a
Well,
fact.
they were
no.
also kidnapped from like
First
That's a
of all,
from
no.
Ireland.
Mute. First of all, the Berbers have been in North Africa for probably anywhere from 2 to 12,000 years. There were Europeans that emigrated into North Africa, basically during the Ice Age, actually, and that's how we got like. In fact, Scammy was there for that. If you want, I can maybe get Sun
Yeah, I'm
and
not gonna lie. The Berbers were, they might have been some darker skinned Berbers, but they were not like sub-Saharan
no,
Negroid
no,
Africans.
yeah, no. So in
The
regards
Moors
to
were though. The Moors
the,
definitely were, but not
there were
Berbers.
black Moors specifically from what is like modern day Senegal because most of them are
Yeah.
genetically similar to the Wolof people, and they're specifically from what the very very western edge of what
And you
would
know
be
who else traded with them and did? The Phoenicians did. I mean, there's
well,
a lot of documentation of the Phoenicians
and the
and the Moors, the Negroid Moors. You know what I'm saying? Trading and doing things together as well. You know what I'm saying?
well yeah, and they
When
were
the
part of
Phoenicians were attacking,
you
what's the
can
name?
look here if you want to
But
really
not FBA. The Berbers were not of like Negroid
no
phenotypes. They was
you
there were some darker Moors though, but they would
you
be.
can
I would get them more like East African than I would
no I would say
sub-Saharan
they're more
African.
West African, the dark Moors. You can actually look at modern day
No, I'm
Mauritania.
talking about like phenotypes. Like
uh,
they're more like
oh
phenotypically
they would
like
be
a
like
East.
Cushites. They would be like
Yeah, something
Cushites.
like that. Yeah, they were not like they
Uh,
weren't like us. They weren't like that. No, you know what I'm saying?
there would have probably been some Cushites within because you got to remember when you talk about the Moors, you're really talking about essentially what became the Barbary states in the Ottoman Empire. Yeah, there probably were some Cushites in there. Again, what their proportion? We actually had a guy Kaiser he's friends with a dude. I don't know if you were in there for Kaiser too, but he had a guy come in who actually he is from North Africa and he can explain the entire genetic history of that region off the top of his fucking head easily. If he, I might try to get him in here actually if you want.
Yeah, hell yeah, bring them over, bro. Bring them over. Bring them over. Hell yeah, let's get this space popping. We only been in here a couple minutes. I'm a little drinking a little
Yeah,
bit. I'm
so
feeling good. I'm chilling.
okay. So let me just say real quick, we got two different versions of history. Let me just because you muted me, let me just kind of do a little retort.
Yeah, go ahead, get your shit off,
Yeah,
bro.
Let me do a little retort real quick. First and
Yeah,
foremost,
yeah, go
the
off.
Moors were the single-handedly the most influential force in Europe post Rome, post Roman. When we talk about Europeans, let me land. Don't just bop in here because y'all muted me. When we talk about Europeans, we're talking about the Franks, the Gauls, the Vandals, and all of them. Those Europeans were not the Romans. They were not the Greeks. Those were the barbarians to the north who they borrowed from civilization, who actually destroyed Rome. When Rome was destroyed, they didn't build a civilization in this place. They sat in darkness until the Moors came in 711 AD. That's where the whole term called "Thank God, Thank Heaven for 711" came from.
Why are
The
there
Moors,
statues that look like us?
yeah, yeah, I got you. But to this day, there are black statues throughout Europe of Moors. To this day in Spain and Portugal and Italy, they have sickle cell, and they have sickle cell not just the one from Benin or West Africa. They have Senegambian, they have Bantu sickle cell. They have a whole hodgepodge of black African ancestries in those swarthy Europeans all throughout Southern Europe. These populations have been really black since the Neolithic. They've been mixed since the Neolithic. White people came about during, I think, between 1400 and 1200 BC. That's when the Sea Peoples came out and they destroyed the Bronze Age civilizations, and a whole cataclysm came about in civilization where it became patriarchal instead of matriarchal and basically mixed instead of black. But we can get into that if y'all want to. But as far as the Moors are concerned, no, the Moors were those were black people, and they were also Turkish people. Actually, there were civil wars between the Moors, and those civil wars between those blacks and those Turkish Moors, that's what allowed the Europeans to push them back. That's what allowed the reconquista to actually happen. those Moors were killing more of each other than they were Europeans. And half of them were defecting from the Moors and joining the Europeans. So this whole notion that, the Moors were something other than, you know, they couldn't have been black or whatever, that's stupid. There are hundreds of depictions of Moors throughout Europe. There are literally big giant statues of black people throughout Europe today representing the Moors. I mean, countless. I mean, it's asinine. I posted in the Jumbotron. That's a book. That's a book. On the cover is a typical depiction of what a
It's a
Moor
book,
looked like.
bruh.
So that being said, let's not argue dumb shit. The Moors, they were a mixed bunch. The original Moors, the Almorav dynasty, those were blacks. Those were the invading forces. Those were the black Moors. And the sources say that. So, whatever.
Yeah, well, they didn't conquer Europe. I mean, the Franks and the Visigoths, they were largely already civilized
Well,
at this point. They
I
had mixed with the Greeks and the Romans, and the Franks stopped them
But what
actually from coming in.
civilization did
They
you build when
stopped
Rome
them with
collapsed?
Charlemagne.
When Rome
I mean,
collapsed,
there's
y'all
many
didn't build a
civilizations
civilization.
after.
It took the
well
Moors to
look at
come in
every
and teach you
culture.
civilization. And another thing Europeans like to say is, oh, the Moors brought in
Well,
ancient Greek
no, the
knowledge. No, the
Franks are
Moors
already
brought in
building
ancient.
civilization and
Oh, I gotta mute you. So you think the Moors had more of an influence over Europe, over, for example, Charlemagne, who literally converted all of Europe to Christianity?
There was a time when the Moors ruled Europe. Every university in Europe, except for one or two, were in Spain and Portugal.
yeah, no,
It
you're
was in
wrong.
Moorish Spain. Moorish Spain was the only place in Europe with paved roads and street lamps. Moorish Spain bought science. They bought alchemy, algebra. That's an Arabic word. They brought that into you. Alcohol. That's Arabic. All
Wait,
that
you
shit
think
is
there wasn't?
Arabic that
You
y'all
don't think
take
there
for
was
granted.
alcohol in
The
Oh,
Europe
ship,
before the
oh,
the
we
Moors?
got
ship,
sun
the
in.
compass, the gun, all that the Moors gave to you, and you
Okay,
weaponized it
yeah,
against the
Bro, I'm
world.
not
We
gonna
got
lie. What
gunpowder
the
from the
alcohol.
fuck is Moors, man?
Chinese. Oh man,
Yeah,
we
you
got
think
sun in
there
here.
wasn't alcohol in Europe before the Moors?
Alcohol, as far as a cleaning agent, as far as because y'all didn't know how to clean yourselves either. Before
What about wine?
Kangs.
the Moors,
We were
it was
Kangs
very
and shit.
it
Yeah.
was very
If
well known that
what
y'all
do you have
didn't
to
bathe.
say about like the
As a
Greek
matter of fact,
bathhouses
all
and
the
Roman
Native
We
bathhouses
Americans
used
said
to
being
that y'all
drink
existing
were the funniest
long
things that
in
before the
Italy.
Moors
It
ever
used to be
came?
bread and
but the Native
wine.
Americans said y'all stunk. The
Yeah.
Native Americans said y'all stunk.
FBA. You
So let's
wait. Hold on.
not lie
FBA.
about that. From North
Hey,
Carolina
real
Okay,
quick, real
stop with
quick.
the.
Going back a second
Ugh.
ago, this whole line of argument, there's no civilization past the Romans, is just ridiculous.
This is
Rome didn't just
I'm talking
collapse;
about
it
the
balkanized.
Visigoths. I'm talking about the Visigoths. The band. They're
Well, you can
literally
look all
called
over. You
band.
can look all
They're
over in
literally
Europe.
called
There was
Hey, the
vandals.
civilization after
Visigoth,
Rome everywhere.
They're literally
Visigoth,
called
nigga,
vandals. That means they destroyed what was the whole
bandos,
term
nigga,
vandalized
bitch
is come
ass,
from those
nigga.
people. They did not
I
build
think your
Hold up,
civilizations.
son.
timeline is
Hold
a
up.
little
Chill, chill.
wonky.
Yeah, hold on,
That
bro.
was their
There is
legacy.
civilization
Really.
everywhere. Rome balkanized into the Holy Roman Empire, Byzantine. You had Charlemagne shortly
But
after
that's
that.
not your
And this,
ancestors. I'm talking about
this,
the Franks, the Gauls. Don't talk about Rome. Y'all destroyed
we're talking
Rome.
about Europe. You're
No,
talking
don't
about
do that.
Europe.
Don't
We're
do
talking about all of
pan-Europeanism.
Europe.
Because they
Yeah,
banned your
yeah,
they
we are
banned your
actually. We're talking
ancestors
about
from
Europe
Rome.
and what happened after Rome.
No,
And this
All
whole
we did was
idea
just
that
they
bathe in
banned
okay,
your
let me ask
tubs.
you
ancestors from
this.
Rome, so don't claim
Let
them.
me ask you this. Hold on. You said there's no
Right.
civilization in Europe after
No.
Rome. Who pushed the Moors out of Europe? Was it another
It took
civilization
you
maybe?
800 years. No, it was a band of white boys helped with Africans. It took you 1,000 years to push them out.
Well, they weren't trying to
Ooga
stop
booga,
them for
nigga,
the
It took
nigga.
you
entirety of the
1,000
period.
years, though. That's the thing. So
Their
it
their,
took
their
you a
goal
thousand
wasn't
years
to
to push the
remove
niggas
them
out.
from. You're just keep interrupting and saying the same thing.
Okay.
Their goal wasn't to push them out the entire time. Their goal was just to contain them, which they did successfully.
What? The goal was to push them out. That's why they drove with the last
Well,
Moors
they
out of
started
Spain.
that goal when they started it, yeah, but that wasn't entirely the goal the entire
Yes,
period of
dude.
time.
The whole goal to get invaders out of your land. Get out of here, dude. Invaders come to your land that you invaded.
Well, sure,
Um,
the Spanish. I'm talking
you're
about
gonna
the
try
the
to kick
ones
them
outside
out,
of them. The
dude.
Franks,
Stop it.
the
You
Franks
you
weren't trying to
failed
get
for
them out.
800 years. Stop it.
Now
I'm
you're
not
talking about a
Spanish or
pan-Europeanism.
yeah, I'm
He
not
is right.
Spanish or Portuguese, but my ancestors weren't a part of that. My ancestors were part of the ones that stopped you guys from expanding further.
Are you talking
So
about your boy in France? I mean, that's cool, but at the end of the day, the largest cultural influence came from the Moors.
yeah, that's
After
not true. The
after
the
Rome,
European go the European
what native European civilization flourished after Rome between Rome and the Moors? What native European civilization flourished? I'll wait.
Why are you so obsessed on this region?
yeah, that
Civilization was
was the
flourishing
Greeks.
everywhere in Europe.
Basically all
But
of
you
Yeah,
them.
can't name
Yeah,
anything. No, name
the
everywhere.
Greeks
one.
and the
I
Name
French.
mean,
one.
And guess
I
what? Africa didn't have roads. It didn't have the wheel.
Mali
It
was the
didn't
largest
have
empire
any
in the world at the time. At the same time, y'all didn't have
ooga
empire.
booga. Yeah,
Mali
right.
was
Yeah,
was
but we,
bigger
we
than
had the
all of
Mali
Europe.
Empire.
Mali was the wealthiest place on earth.
Yeah, he's the wealthy.
West
Yeah, King
Africa.
Abu
Oh,
Bakr was the
you know
wealthiest
Mali,
person in the
West
right?
world.
Like
Africa, bro.
Trillionaire.
Mansa
Yeah.
Musa only had
West
wealth
Africa was
because
the
he sat
wealthiest
on a
place
bunch of
on earth.
gold.
What are
He
y'all
didn't
talking
actually
about?
like produce
Yeah, so
anything.
that's wealth. It doesn't matter what excuse he has, as long as he has money. It doesn't matter how he got it.
That's what I'm saying.
That
West
doesn't
Africa was
prove that he's
literally
like a
the West
successful
Africa was
He's
literally the
proven to
civilization.
be the
richest
richest man
place
in the
on
world,
earth.
like at the time,
Well,
Do you
that
know
doesn't prove
how he was
success,
labeled
though.
the richest man in the
because
world?
he
The
had
Do you know
gold.
salt
But
how?
trade.
it doesn't matter what the
It was through
excuse
the
is.
salt trade. They controlled the salt. Salt was one of the highest commodities in during ancient times. They had sway over the salt
They had
trade.
salt mines in Dacia. They had salt mines in. They had salt
Nobody
mines
had
all
that
over
like the
Europe.
Malayan
So
Empire,
black
sir.
people,
That's
are you
common
saying like
knowledge.
Africans didn't
Sir, that's
accomplish anything?
common
We're not smart
knowledge.
enough? Is that what you're saying?
Well, not
They
sub-Saharans, not
controlled the
really.
No,
salt
no,
trade.
no. What I'm saying is that
Oh,
particular king said all elemental gold in his lands belonged to him.
yeah,
Ipso
good. He took
facto,
that
I'm the
land and he owned
richest
it.
man on
Good.
earth.
So
So
what?
Bullshit,
why are
because
you
you
hating?
didn't mine it out,
So what?
motherfucker.
That was in
You don't
West
have to mine it out to
Africa.
own it. So
That was
what?
in
It's his. He
at
owns it.
the
He's rich.
same
It doesn't
time.
matter how he got it. He got it.
Right. At the same time that y'all didn't have civilization in West Africa, at the same time you had the wealthiest, largest empire on earth. What the fuck are you talking about? Don't
Yeah,
compare
right.
yourself to me.
We had the oldest
The
No.
college. Timbuktu was
Moors,
like the
the
oldest college in the
Moors
world.
had to teach you what the Malayans learned. The Moors gave you compasses, they gave you ships, they gave you
Nope,
guns, they gave
That's
you
nope,
not
medicine,
nope.
true.
they gave
That's
you
just not
Nope.
everything
true.
to
I mean,
use
the
to
Greeks and
conquer
the
the earth.
Romans were
And
already
you
seeing
did
the
the
We
worst
Mediterranean
was
shit
before then.
possible with that
we
technology.
we was
They're
kangs.
just
We did
wrong.
You
I
did
mean,
the
everything. We
you
worst
was
do
shit
kangs.
realize.
We
possible
did
with that
everything.
technology.
How do you think the Greeks and the
Are you saying
Romans
black
were
people
like
weren't
traveling the seas
capable of
before then?
accomplishing anything? Is that what you're saying? Both of you two white
Ba-
motherfuckers.
Yeah,
I mean,
essentially.
pretty much, like to a degree, yeah.
Oh wow, you guys are
Hold on.
racist.
But what do you have to say about the fact
Yeah,
that
I
your
am racist.
ancestors destroyed
But
Rome
you don't
and were
act like
too
this face to
stupid
face with black
to
people.
put a decent civilization up in this
What?
place?
What? Wait, hold on.
Your
What did Lobo say?
ancestors
You don't act
destroyed
like this in front of
Rome.
black people's faces though.
Man, we
Right.
invented
Your
Sure, I do.
ancestors,
the
your Western
torpedo
European ancestors, I'm talking about
typewriter.
the Gauls, the Franks, the Visigoths, destroyed Rome, the last true European civilization, and they were too dumb to put one up in this place.
I have a question. I have a
Rome sat
question.
in
Because,
No.
Europe, sat in dark.
well, mute. FBA, do you have any actual like evidence that like sub-Saharan Africans ever had modern metallurgy?
Okay, so the oldest iron producing society on earth is in what is now the Central African Republic. What the fuck are you talking
Earth.
about?
Can you prove
What
that?
the
I'm
fuck are you
asking for.
talking about, dude? The
Asking
Nok
about. Like,
Empire
Yeah,
has been
Africans were skilled
producing
at iron
iron.
smithing.
Hold
so
on, the Nok
I
Empire has been producing iron since 2 to 1500 BC. You didn't even have a fucking
Earth.
shoe on your foot.
What then? Why
You
were
didn't know
there
what the fuck a
castles
flip flop was.
in
No,
Europe?
iron production started in the Middle East. It started in Mesopotamia. What are you talking about?
So
It started in 3000
the oldest iron producing society is a site
in
in the
Sumer,
Muslim
Akkad, and
country,
Assyria.
the Central
Yep,
Republic of Africa,
exactly.
the heart of
It was in
Africa. So
Sumer,
We was
Akkad, and
Kangs.
we
We
Assyria.
was Kangs. We did
We used to
everything.
build
We was
castles back in
Kangs.
the day.
we we are the oldest iron producing
You don't
people
have to
on
build a
earth.
castle to prove that you're like prove your worth.
A castle is an old Europe. It's an old
It's
Moorish
just a
fort.
building. You don't have to
Them
you have to
motherfuckers
prove a
took
castle.
over
Yeah, like
old Moorish forts and called them their own
not
square.
everybody want to live in castles. Like
Yeah, that's
And
not
there's
true. There was
proof of
already
that's a
castles being
castles.
European
built
mindset.
next
There's
to
still
Oh,
each
No, they
some.
other.
weren't.
in order to be to prove that you're successful, you have to live in a castle.
Castles are old Moorish forts that white people took over when they drove the Moors out.
Oh god.
Do
Them
you think
Ooga
that?
motherfuckers never
booga,
built
Wait,
nigga,
shit.
nigga.
what about all the castles that were outside of the Iberian Peninsula?
They didn't have none. You didn't even have universities. Your
Yeah,
How
kings
come
that's
there were
just
no
lived
not
next
castles
true.
in
door.
Africa then?
Your kings lived in the same houses with their cattle. I didn't know no better.
That's not true.
Hey,
Then
sir,
why, during the age of
that's where all
colonization,
of it.
when the Europeans arrived, they were indistinguishable from the Stone Age?
What the fuck, dude? Your
Wait,
people
I thought
stunk.
the Normans. I
Your
thought the
people
Normans
stunk.
built the first
Everywhere you
castles.
went on Earth, they called you stinky and shit eating,
Bro, man,
literally.
FBA, man, you just saying
Facts.
shit, man.
No,
Yeah,
facts,
where the
bro. Y'all were
facts at,
literally the
bro?
funkiest people on earth.
I
That's a
thought the
fact.
Yeah,
Normans
where are
built
the
the first
facts,
castle.
FBA, except for shit coming out of your ass?
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm speaking common knowledge though.
Yeah,
Y'all
no,
can
the
read up.
oldest university
You know
is
what
in
they say?
Italy.
Knowledge is not so common.
I just want to shout out the Italians
Yeah.
for inventing the telephone.
Louis
But the
Latimer
oldest
invented the telephone.
university, the oldest university is in
Telephone.
Italy. It was in Bologna, Italy.
No, it's in Timbuktu in Africa.
It's in Africa. So I'm about to say, what are y'all talking
The
about?
oldest
Africa is the
university
oldest
is in
university.
Africa?
White people, the Greeks and Romans. Let me tell y'all something. Greek was the first European society. Do you know the Greeks admitted that the only way a Greek can have any prestige in their society is if they studied with the Egyptians and Nubians for 40 years in the mystery systems,
Well,
and
it
not
wasn't in
and
Nubia.
not
You just
and
wait.
We
Hold
not
was
on.
one of
Kangs.
them,
The
We was
not
Egyptians
one
in
of them
Kangs.
Nubia.
passed
We
the
was
That
test.
makes
Kangs.
sense.
Not one of the
Egyptians
white
didn't
boys
live in
passed the
Nubia.
test. Y'all were pathetic. Literally, they said y'all were pathetic. They said the hardest nation to teach were the
We
white
was
boys.
Kangs and
The
she.
hardest
You
nation
didn't
to
do
teach was the white
Wait,
nothing.
boys.
We
not
was
son.
And you
Stop.
Kangs.
have a
He
native.
just said that. Not son. Stop. He just said that the Egyptians were Nubians. No, they weren't when the Greeks
Yeah,
came.
they
They were not
were.
Yeah, they
Nubians.
weren't Nubians.
Norman
They
was a
weren't.
Nubian.
I don't like these white motherfuckers, but he's right.
Yeah, you're just wrong,
Norman
FBA.
was a
Don't.
Nubian.
Can you give me the year that was going on, please?
What was going on?
The
No, I
Egyptians were
just want
never
to know
black.
when these Greeks were going to Egypt, like roughly what time period. Was it their whole history?
So the
Because I
Greeks,
certainly don't believe that.
right. So the Greeks, the problem with the Greeks is before they actually invaded Egypt, they were parlaying with Egypt, with the Egyptians. They were being mercenaries in the armies against the Persians, against the Assyrians and whatnot. They were liaisoning their way into Egyptian civilization. And an interesting fact about Greece, interesting fact, Greece was the when Greece invaded Egypt, that was one of the, if not the only time in history that an invading force adopted the culture of the place that they invaded. Think about
Well, they
that.
didn't adopt the
Think
culture.
about
They
that.
adopted
They
some
didn't.
parts of the
They didn't
science.
come
Yeah.
in there. They didn't. The white boys didn't come into Africa and say we're going to impose our culture. Them motherfuckers wanted to be our kings.
So
Hey, look, guys. Hey, look, guys. We're pharaohs now, guys. Hey, look.
Well, no, that's just
You drove the
inaccurate. I mean,
niggas
they
up out of
came. The
there.
Greeks came and learned in Egypt
No,
before
you
they took
drove
it over.
when y'all
You're
came.
wrong.
Y'all drove the niggas out. We
That's
went
not what
south.
happened.
We
No,
went
the
into
Nubians
Nubia,
were
and
already
y'all followed us.
out of Egypt
We
largely. They
no.
weren't
We went
enrolled.
into Meroe. We went into
You're
Meroe,
just
Kandaki. There's a famous
I have a question for you. What race were the Egyptians? Like, what were they genetically? Can you explain that?
Bantu, Nilotic, and Cushitic.
that doesn't even make any sense. Like even if you were to say they
Bantu,
were black,
Nilotic, and
why would
Cushitic.
they be
Yeah,
Bantu
Bantu.
and
The black Egyptians were 200 years before their reign ended. 200 years before the Persian Greco War.
No, the pre-dynastic Egyptians were black, sir. What do you say? There's a big giant black statue called the Sphinx with a gaping prognatism that's only unique to the
oh
black
god, he's
race
saying the
that
Yeah,
Sphinx
but
was
where's
overlooks
this
the
black
black.
fucking
statue
statue.
at?
The fuck are you talking about?
He thinks the
Ramses the
Sphinx was
third,
black and that the nose
Ramses
was
the
cut off to
third.
hide
If
it.
a
Wait a
if a
minute. Wait a
statue
minute.
was made
Wait a
from a
minute.
black
Ramses the
stone, he was
third.
black.
Ramses the third was the first pharaoh genetically tested, and he was E1B1A, matching West Africans, Central Africans, and Southern Africans. They even did an
No, that's
autosomal
not true.
analysis. Wait,
That's not true.
what the fuck are you talking? That's peer-reviewed study. Zahi Hawass
That's
punk
it,
ass did it
it's
with receipts.
R1B.
What are you talking about? R1B V88's highest frequencies in sub-Saharan West Africa. R1B's highest frequency
West
reaches a.
Africa is not East Africa. You know that. I know that. Everyone knows
We
that.
migrated from East Africa when the white people invaded, dummy. You invaded
Do
and we
you think?
left.
Wait, hold on, FBA. Do you think that the Greeks came and invaded Egypt when they first came?
The Greeks came into Egypt unwelcome. The Greeks came into Egypt and imposed themselves as kings, and the native Egyptians rebelled
Okay,
because
well,
y'all
you're
are
just
white.
wrong about that history. I mean, you're just completely wrong. Even if you
Menentos,
want to say,
okay. First of all, who's Menentos? Who's Menentos, first and foremost? Who's Menentos, since you know so
what does it
much?
matter? I don't have to answer your
He was
question.
he was the first Greek in Egypt, but you didn't
Okay,
know that. And
it
what did
doesn't
Menentos?
matter.
Okay. Let's go further. What did Menentos say about white people in Egypt? What did he say, dummy? What did he say?
Go
Tell me.
ahead. What? Tell me what he said. I'm gonna look up this
So
person while you
back,
tell me.
okay, so good old Hitler says that white people back in the day had all blonde hair, all red hair, and blue eyes. Guess what Menendez said the Egyptians did when they saw you motherfuckers, the ones with red hair? They said that they would instantly, Menendez said they would burn you at sight and spread your ashes across the land as a tribute to Osiris. And the reason why they burned you is because your red hair or your phenotype was representative of Set, the deity of the lower self or the
So
devil.
why were they
They knocked
making like
y'all down.
statues of Egyptians with blue eyes? Like what was that
Menendez, the
about?
first Greek white boy, said that about your existence in Egypt.
Yeah, I
So
don't
you
think
want
that's
to know
true.
that?
Can you give me a source for that
So you
quote?
don't even know who Menendez is, and you're speaking to me.
How do you spell Menendez?
No, I'm not doing that, homie. This ain't no debate. Admit
How do you
I'm
spell
teaching
it?
you
No, how do you
No,
spell
he
it?
just made it up. He made it up. He pulled
No,
it
I
out of
mean
his
maybe
ass. He
it's a
doesn't
real
have
person.
sources.
No.
Okay, yeah,
How do
I'm
you
about to
spell it? I
say
want to
so.
look it up and see if
So
what you're
if you
saying
ain't
is
gonna
true.
admit I'm teaching you, I'm not about to do that to you because
Well, you're not
you ain't no
admitting it. You're just
Menipto
like
is
a
the
guy on the
grandson
internet.
of
So
Yakub.
Menendez.
how do you spell that?
Menendez.
How do you spell it?
Yakub.
Hey, him too. His name John.
If y'all have information to the contrary or you disagree with FBA, why not source your disagreement to put it in the jumbo?
I put it in the
Well, sure, I can give you
Jumbotron.
some sources. The Greeks came and learned in Egypt long before they took it over. They
Yeah,
were
Sonison
studying there.
eats when he comes to the party. We'll just go with that. If you just look at the jumbo, he's posted some.
That's not a study. That's a
That's
website.
not a study. Motherfucker,
That's a
it's right
website.
there, dude.
No, that's a website. That's not a study. That's a fucking .com website. Let me show you what a peer-reviewed study looks like. Let me show you the E1B1A peer-reviewed study. Since y'all don't know what the hell scholarship looks like,
It's
dummies.
a
Let
.com
me show you.
website. That means it's not true.
Right,
Is
right,
it
right,
.com?
right. Let me show you what peer review looks like right here. This
And
is
by the
peer
way,
review.
What
the
year
first
was
one I
this?
posted. Hold on, the first one I posted in the Jumbotron was Ramses the
Okay.
Great. You could see his hair for himself. Straight blonde.
That's
Suck it.
what the fuck
What
are you talking
what
about?
year
So
was this peer-reviewed study made? Like, can you tell me what year it was?
2012.
All right,
And
Are you aware of the replication crisis?
Yeah, and that the we with
I'm aware.
Kangs infected
I'm
academia.
aware.
No, no.
I'm
Are you?
aware that in 2020 they replicated the results, and they also found that King Tut was R1B V88. Is that what you're talking about? See, I
No,
don't
I'm
know
talking
how
88
about
much
the
is
replication
1488.
crisis, the crisis of most.
V88 is the African version of R1B.
I'm talking about
King
the
Tut,
fact that
they were
people
black
have done
people.
studies on this field of studying things, right? And
No,
they
you don't know
pretty
what you're
much
talking
found.
about, dude. Just admit
Bro,
it.
Ramses the second
You're
had
not up to
red
par.
hair,
I
bro.
mean, I'm not a geneticist,
Hey
so no,
man, can
I'm
we
not
skip this
somewhat
part
aware.
of
Bro,
I'm
I'm
not
shitty
talking about
literally
Israel?
looking at a
genetics
picture of him.
interest,
He
just
has
more
red
aware
curly
of it.
hair.
And I'm
Hey
gonna show
guys,
you.
well,
And he was
why not
90
take
years
this
old.
approach?
That was
Why
Yeah,
not
Hilda
take this
I'm
died.
not a
approach?
geneticist myself, so I'm not too aware on like genetic groups. You could ask interest about that. That's one of his like interests. A little funny
Well,
with the
look, I
name there.
posted in the
But
jumbotron a
you're just
comparison between a
wrong
white
about like
mummy and
Greek
Ramses.
history. You're
So
just
so
wrong about
Ramses
like
the
Greek
second,
history.
got you. Got you. So Ramses the second was actually a Watutsi. He belonged to the Watutsi tribe. And I posted in the jumbotron Ramses' actual corpse. He was a 90-year-old man, by the way. So it'd be amazing that a 90-year-old man from 4,000 years ago retained his natural hair. That's called henna dye. That's a very common thing that Africans do. They put this orange shit in their hair. It's called henna. And as a
Yeah,
matter of
that's a
fact,
cope.
okay, so Ramses II was a Watutsi. Ramses III was not his son, dummy.
This
Ramses
picture you
III was a
posted
whole
literally
different
looks like a
dynasty.
white guy.
Ramses
That's a
III was
white
from the
guy.
19th. Ramses III was from the he's from the 20th dynasty or the 19th, one of them. But
Yeah, the picture
Ramses,
you posted is of a white guy though.
no, that's Ramses on the left. That's a white dude at the top, and that's a Tutsi at the bottom. The Tootsie and Ramses, the exact same Tootsie nose, exact same Tootsie nose. The dark skin, and then you got a genuine
And the
white
nose
mummy.
isn't even from the same angle, so how would you be able to tell if it's the same? I mean, you'd have
But
to
they
take it
got
both from the
multiple.
side
But
profiles.
they got. Well, they got. There are a lot of Tootsies with that nose for one, and you got multiple angles of Ramses the second. So I mean,
Okay, well, can
pick your
you
poison.
put a
Pick your
picture
poison.
that's like the same angle?
All
Put
right,
a picture that's like the same
to
angle
those
that you can tell they're the same.
To those who
Oh, and I
disagree with
posted.
FBA trade, do you have any scientific evidence or anyone that you can source from the scientific community to argue against who the ancient people of Kemet or Nile Valley civilization were?
Yeah, 24 life. That's a question to you, buddy. Oh, I posted in the Jumbotron the official study
No,
of
I'm
Ramses.
not. I'm not. I don't.
Wait
I
a minute,
mean,
wait a minute, wait a
I
minute. I
can.
posted in the Jumbotron the official peer-reviewed study, and I even got arrows in it, arrows to the words. So
Sure,
this is
you can highlight
official.
like
So
one study.
right,
Sure.
right,
I mean,
right,
that
right,
doesn't really
right.
make
So
it
this
true.
is so this is an official peer-reviewed study because they tested less than a dozen mummies in a decade, dummy. So I just posted in the
Okay, I
jumbotron.
never claimed
Somebody
contrary.
just threw some shit up, or I don't know what it is. But E1B1A was found in a pharaoh, not a peasant, not a commoner, but the last great pharaoh, quote unquote, Ramses III, who single-handedly stopped the Sea Peoples, aka the nomadic white people leaving the Caucasus, destroying the Bronze Age. He stopped them in Egypt. He stopped the motherfuckers, and he was E1B1A. His skull shape matched West Africans, and his son was also E1B1A. So what does that mean? That means that no longer can you motherfuckers ever say we were not in Egypt. The DNA evidence is there. So shut up.
Yeah, I'm not.
I
I'm
mean,
not a
I
geneticist
did
again.
post the specimen. I did post the actual
So it does
skull
not negate the fact that our people were
with
pharaonic.
the
It
blonde
does,
So,
it
hair
does
so
with
not
I'm
blonde
not
negate
a
that
hair.
our
geneticist,
people,
right? And I'm
but
not.
it
I'm
does
not too
not
interested
negate
in
that
like
our people from a
haplogroups.
genetic standpoint were pharaohs. Point blank period. So get over it. We was kings is a
Again,
fact.
I'm not a
So suck a dick.
geneticist, so I can ask
We was
interest. You know
kings is a
more
fact.
about
I can hate or not.
interest. You know more
Well,
about the genetic makeup of Egyptians, like because I'm not
well,
a
I'm just gonna
geneticist
like
myself.
You don't know nothing. You ain't know who Menentos is. You don't know anything. Stop
Son
it.
literally posted the actual specimen himself, like the actual skull, the with the hair, which we know that hair does not degrade over time. That the even the melanin content of hair barely degrades, if any at all. And
I know actually no actual
Well,
peer
wait.
reviewed studies
Hey,
that
FBA trade. 1 second. Let me ask this question. When we look at the region that the Nile Valley is located in the neighboring countries, and let's keep in mind that the modern borders weren't the same borders that existed during that time. Because of where Egypt in south of Egypt is located, and its neighboring countries, doesn't couldn't one easily at least assume on some level that there was at least a root the root of who they were black African based on the region
No,
alone in the time
no,
period? If not,
no.
give me your response to that. Go ahead.
Just because
why is
it's
that
on
the
the
case?
continent of Africa does not make them black Southern
No,
sub-Saharan
I think
Africans.
I think you're missing what I'm saying. Now, again, let's think about that general area. Now, look at the neighboring countries, even with the modern borders. Look at the neighboring countries and the people who occupy those
What
countries,
Libya and
and then
Sudan?
think about the
Libyans don't
Yeah,
time
look that
period.
black.
Libya,
And
the
think,
Levant.
wait a minute, let me finish. Think about the time period before the invasions. What does that imply?
Which time period? Which invasions?
Trey, before the invasion of that area, and consider the neighboring
Which
countries.
invasion? Which invasion? Like, there's been multiple
Are you
invasions in this
serious?
area.
Yeah, I'm about to say he don't really know much, bro. But what's up,
Yeah,
brother? What
I
you
don't think
asking?
they really like are
Right,
serious about this conversation.
Well, I'm
right,
not an
right, right.
Egyptian like
He's yeah. I
study
mean that's cool,
person,
but
but
you
I know
don't
that there's
know
been
enough to be
multiple
trying to debate us,
invasions.
bro. Bro,
Like
you
the
don't even.
Nubians have invaded.
But
Like
what we're
you're kind of
saying,
like
bro. But
jumping
you
into
don't know
space to
enough to
want to
be
debate
trying to
about
debate us,
Egypt,
bro.
right? And I don't
You
really
gotta
know that much
yield.
about it, yeah. But I do
So
know
you
that there's
gotta
been
yield. You
multiple
don't know
invasions.
much. So stop
I mean,
debating
I can
us.
listen to you, but I can tell you're like wrong about certain things that I already know
You
you're wrong
don't know
about.
who Menentos. You don't know anything.
Oh,
What
wait a
Well,
what
minute,
is
wait a minute.
sure,
Let's
but
slow
what
it
you
what
said
down.
is
Wait,
you
wait,
said
wait.
that the
Trey,
You
Moors
check
don't
what he
know who
said.
you said that the
Yakub
Moors
is.
taught the
Hey,
Europeans how
hey,
to
Trey,
bathe.
check
I
what
mean,
he
that's just
said.
wrong.
Wait, he said he doesn't know about the topic, but he can tell that you're wrong. So let's go there
Well,
for
I
a
didn't
second.
start the topic, but I know certain things. I'm not 100% knowledgeable on anything, of
Oh, okay.
course, right?
So
What I'm
let's
saying I know
let's
he's wrong
unpack
about
some of that.
specifically, he came in here and said the Moors taught the Europeans how to bathe. I mean, that's just incorrect. There was bathhouses long before any kind of Moorish rule in both Greece and
that
Rome.
was Rome. You destroyed Rome. Your
You
ancestors
do realize
destroyed
that the
Rome.
Romans,
You
right, have
hated
spread their DNA.
bathing.
You do realize that the Romans have spread their DNA like all throughout Europe, like so I might
You
technically be
are
part of the
not a
Roman.
Roman. You are a goal of this.
I
Be
mean, no one
proud of your
knows who the Romans
ancestry.
are.
Stop
No
trying to
one can
claim
tell who the
Rome.
Romans are, really.
No, the
It's hard to
Romans
By
tell.
wasn't
by by the
Rome.
way, you had a Muslim Arab go up into the Kievan Rus who were Vikings and commented at great length on how clean these people were. So
Who?
much
Who
for the
were?
dirty barbarian theory. Meanwhile,
Who
you
were?
rolling around in shit like a pig.
Right. So back to Egypt. So when we talk about these pharaohs, interesting fact, anthropological fact,
Yeah, I
these
love how you
pharaohs
ran
were
away from that.
right. These pharaohs were all tropically adapted. They did an X-ray analysis of these pharaoh skeletons, and what you find is that their limb proportions, in comparison to the trunk of their body, is longer because they have evolved in the tropics.
Wait, they had
Tropically
longer limbs? Don't white people have
Let me
longer
finish.
limbs than
Let
blacks?
me finish. Oh, let me finish because it used to be very racist how white people used to categorize this. Let me tell you something real quick. 1983, it was a study by Robbins and Schutz. It was about the limb proportions of ancient Egyptians. They described the ancient Egyptian body body proportions, or the body plan, as quote unquote, and this is them saying this, super negroid. Quote, and that is quote unquote. They said the ancient Egyptians, in terms of their limb proportions, were generally super negroid, which means that they were super tropically adapted. Now, when we look at more modern studies, you can see who they compare to. Ancient Egyptians compare closest to African Americans and West Africans, bar none.
No, they're
I'm
close.
about to
Most
No,
closely
that's
in terms
not
compared
of
to
true.
limb proportion.
modern
Okay, I'm
Egyptians.
about to post. I'm about to post the study right now. You're about to look and
All
see Egyptians clustering with African Americans. You're about to
right,
see that.
hey yo, Trey. As you post that study, let's get into the whole Egyptians being a race. Let's really discuss that. Uh, any of you who take that position, when we talk about time period, what is a Egyptian race, and what made up the Egyptian race based on that time period and what came before?
Well,
They were
Egypt.
the Coptic people, not the Wewas, Kangs, Nubians. Sorry, Charlie.
Well, what does that mean? Now, let me ask it again because I
The
think you're
The
missing it.
Coptic people are the actual descendants of real life ancient Egyptians. They
All
are
right,
the only
pause right
ones.
there. Wait a minute. Let's slow it down. Let's slow walk it. So you said the Coptic people, and they're from what region?
From the Nile Delta down into Sudan,
And that's located where?
where the Egyptian Empire was,
On the
on the Nile
continent
Valley.
of.
Have you ever looked at hold on, have you ever like looked at Coptic people, bro? Like just a quick Google search.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yeah, I think don't run because you're starting to answer the question
I'm
the correct way.
Yeah,
So,
because there's niggers in Paris,
oh,
therefore,
see, now you're getting
Europe is black.
upset.
Wait,
Don't,
guys,
don't
guys,
Give
get
me a
upset,
break.
Egypt's like
sir.
in Africa, like
Let's not be upset,
Rothschild. Like,
sir.
really?
Let's have a
Wow.
serious conversation.
And I posted in the jumbotron that study about the limb proportions in the Egyptians.
Well, you didn't
So
post a study. You posted a picture. Like, that's not a study.
yeah,
You have to like
yeah,
Yeah,
the
link
someone
study,
could
something.
yeah,
just
the
make
study
that up.
cited
I
right
could just
there.
draw it
Yeah,
myself.
the entire no. My study is cited. Your website didn't cite a single study. That's an actual
What
APA style
website? I
citation.
didn't put up a website. What are you talking about?
Well, you're stupid. But anyway, as you can see, the ancient Egyptians group with the African Americans. As you can see, they group closest to African Americans, straight up, in terms of limb proportions. Fact, it's a fact, it's a fact. We found Ramses the Third
You
in
know that African
21A,
Americans come
like
from
West
West
Africans
What
and
does
stuff.
Africa
even? What
and
does this
not
even
from East
say?
Africa. Yes.
So the Egyptians left East Africa when the white people invaded and went to West Africa. They went to Central Africa. They went to Southern Africa. They migrated when you motherfuckers invaded.
That doesn't even make sense.
That's the long
The
and short of it.
slave trade comes from the Niger River Basin, which is in West Africa, not anywhere close to
No, wait
Egypt
a minute.
at
You
all.
So
jumped like a
again,
couple of
the
thousand years
Egyptian
ahead.
Empire,
Let's not
the
lose
Egyptian
focus.
Empire, the real Egyptian Empire ended in 525 BC when the Persians sacked Thebes. in the
That's
Battle
not true.
of Pelgi. So the real Egyptian empire ended when the Persians sacked the holy city of Thebes, and the real Egyptians migrated south and established Meroe as its capital in Nubia. Okay, the real Egyptians migrated south, which is why Alexander the Great he didn't stop in southern Egypt. He went straight to Nubia and tried to get what he knew the Egyptians had. But
No,
his
he didn't go to Nubia.
he got no, yes, he
He
did.
went to an
In his
oasis.
contract, no. He
He
went to
went to an
Nubia.
oasis in the
Uh,
west of Egypt
ancient
and then
Greek,
went back to Babylon.
ancient Greek actually told this story. He said
Hello.
Alexander's punk ass. He said Alexander's punk ass chased the real Egypt. He tried to follow the real Egyptians into Nubia, and when he got there, a Kandaki or a Nubian
He never
queen
went to
was
Nubia.
waiting for Amaret. No. A Kandaki, a Nubian queen. I don't know her specific name, but a Kandaki was sitting there waiting on elephant back with an all black army, waiting to kick his ass, and he turned his white ass back around and said, "Oh, we don't want no problems."
No,
He
that's not
knew this
true at all.
world to go. Nubia was literally the treasure trove of the ancient world. He knew
He
this
was
where all the
conquering.
fucking gold was.
He
He did
was
not want no
conquering. He
problems.
was
Them
conquering the
white boys
Persian
didn't have no
Empire.
guns. He
He
did
was
not
conquering the
want no
Persian
problems.
Empire. He was conquering the Persian Empire. He didn't go down to Nubia.
That
Never.
them white people do not like telling that story. A Greek
Wait,
told
are
the
you
story.
talking that wasn't the Greeks that fought them in Nubia?
A
Those were
Greek
the
told the
Romans.
story about Alexander getting punked out by the
Those were
Nubian
that
queen.
was
This
Caesar
is
and the
not an African
Romans.
story.
Yeah, it
That's a
was the
Greek
Romans.
story.
You're
That's
thinking
a
of
Greek
Caesar and the
story.
Romans.
So
Yo,
He
again,
doesn't
notice
know
we,
history.
we
He's
try
just
to
pulling
keep
this out of his
jumping
ass.
from. Wait a minute. We seem to keep jumping 100 years ahead, 1,000 years
Yeah,
back,
that's what he's
2,000
doing.
years
I don't know
ahead.
what
Like,
he's talking
are
about. He's talking
we
about going into
following the
Nubia and
same
fighting the female-led army.
timeline here?
That was
yeah,
the
that's why I'm saying
Romans.
mercenary. Like he's stupid. I stated that the real Egyptians left Egypt when the Persians invaded. That was
Yeah, but
525.
that's
That was
not that's not
525. Wait a
true. The
minute.
Nubian.
I got to mute everybody. So there's a guy, hold on, CEO of procrastination. There, for some reason, I cannot get you up here right now. So I'm just gonna tell you, just hold off for a second. We got Chattel here. What's up? Also, Scammy is eating right now, so I am the only. I don't know if Thought's here. He hasn't said or done anything. So I'm kind of the only person running the show right now. Scammy does want, by the time he gets back, he wants us to get back to the original topic. So if we could wrap this up, I don't want to expedite it. I can post a screenshot of the messages if you guys want, but yeah. So I kind of want Sunnin and FBA and whoever mercenary kind of you guys go at it. Sunnin is a absolute wealth of knowledge. FBA, I'm sure you think you are too. That's great. Yeah, Chatical, what's up? Yeah.
What are y'all talking
Yes,
about right now?
That was laughable. But go
I,
ahead.
Wait, what are y'all
I'm
talking
about to
about right
say
now?
so. So we're talking about the fact that the Egyptians left Egypt 525 BC when the Persians sacked their holy city of
No, they didn't.
Thebes.
No,
Yeah,
they
they did.
didn't.
So
Wait.
when the
Say,
Persians,
hold on. Watch
what's
this.
up?
You said no to the person who said no, they didn't. What is your source so we can check that?
The fact that
Timerise.com.
Egypt was not abandoned and populated by Persians, but the Egyptians stayed there and
So
kept their
let me
temples, and
got
their
you, got you,
temples were
got you,
raided and sacked by the Persian emperor a few
got you,
times.
got you. So Ewalish Bulge
This
is
is written
perhaps
by
Ewal.
Herodotus.
So Ewalish Bulge is perhaps the most renowned Egyptologist of all time. And I'm about to post his source in a minute, where he states specifically
That
when the,
Egypt was abandoned
he
when
stated no, it was not abandoned.
you
But
said
the city
that the
of Thebes,
Egyptians
no,
Egypt
fled.
no,
is
no,
All of
listen,
the
abandoned?
real Egyptians fled. You said all of the Egyptians fled south after the Persians took over. Okay?
when the Persians took over, they sacked Thebes. The vast over 80% of Egypt's population were hubbed around that region. The Persians sacked that region. When the Persians sacked that region, the Egyptians went home, which is Nubia. First, they went to Napata. Napata was the original capital. That was not far south enough. So then they established Meroe as the capital. Meroe became a dynasty that lasted for 1,000 years because the native Egyptians bought their culture down there. That's why there were so many pyramids built during that period. During that period, the
Well,
real
no. What
Egyptians,
happened was the
no,
Nubians had
the
like
real
100.
Egyptians left and they bought the shit
No,
down there.
the
That's what
Nubians
happened.
tried to make pyramids as a cheap imitation of the Egyptians, but they couldn't
No,
ever
they
build
made their
anything that
You
was
said
even
pyramids as
five.
such.
close.
No, no,
You
no, no,
want
no,
to
no, no,
post
no.
that?
The
Like
Nubians.
we can post that right now.
Well, you can just
Yeah, I'm
look
about
up
to
the
say
Try.
Nubian pyramids.
I'm
They're
about to
cheap
say
imitations.
the Nubian
Yeah,
pyramids
the
were cheap.
Nubians were basically the We Was Kang's version for it was a cheap knockoff of
Even
No,
Egypt.
the
the
Medu
Nubians are
Neter.
the
Let me ask you about the Medu Neter. How come the only other place you can find the same art, statues, and Medu Neter is south of Egypt, but
Well,
nowhere
because the
else?
Nubians looked up to the Egyptians.
But why didn't the Syrians? But why didn't the
You
Syrians
guys
not?
are fucking
I'm about to say
morons,
Yeah,
yo.
yeah, they did. In fact,
so. Then why
we
did the
have
Egyptians? So then why did
we
the
have the
Egyptians
royal
make a?
seal of
So then why the?
hold on
So then why
FBA.
no nigga no. So then
We
why
have
did?
the
So then
royal
why did the
seal. We
Egyptians
have
make
the royal
regular
we have the
pilgrimages
royal seal.
to
We have the
Punt?
royal seal of King
Punt was in
Hezekiah with a
Punt
winged
was in
sun disk and
interior
an ark.
Africa. Punt
Yes,
was in
there were
interior Africa. Punt was in interior Africa, and the Egyptians made regular pilgrimages into Punt. Punt had pygmies. Punt had baboons. Punt had frankincense and myrrh. Punt was in sub-Saharan Africa, and the
Nubia
Egyptians
was a
made
separate country.
so
Nubia was a
Punt.
separate country,
You
and they
notice what
went to
he's
war
Yeah,
with
doing.
Egypt on a
hell,
regular
Punt
Notice
basis.
was
what he's
further
doing.
south. Yeah,
Wait,
Punt was
wait.
further south than Nubia. Fact.
No, notice what he's doing though, and this is what makes this argument interesting.
Further south
They
than Nubia,
keep,
but not black. My bad.
yeah,
It's not
they
an
keep.
argument. It's just
Wait a
somebody
minute. Wait a
screaming,
minute.
doing a schizo post.
Okay, that's cool. You keep speaking about that region based on today's borders after all of these invasions and changes thousands of years later versus what was happening during that time. So, like, I mean, if we're talking about that time, we got to stick with that time. It's like you're taking modern day things and applying it to back then, but you don't even realize you're doing it, and that's where your argument is falling apart.
Yeah, and I posted a bunch, and
Uh,
also just the creme de la creme. There's a group
I'm just
of
pointing out that you all don't have an argument. You're just saying
right,
we
But
was
right,
you
10
right,
billion
haven't
times.
sourced not one person.
We was
FBA came
kings and
against the
shit.
scientists. You talked about
right.
Zahi Hawass and all of these different sources, Budge, everybody. But not one of you guys have mentioned one scientist, historian, or anyone else that can back your argument. And I was just wondering
Well,
about that.
because I'm not really an
I
White.
Egyptian.
posted
Yeah,
I
them in
don't
the
study
jumbotron,
Egypt.
and
that's called being white.
if you
Now say
want
hold on
actual
first, Trey.
specimens, if you want actual
That's how
specimens,
about
like I said, I
anthropology,
posted
bro?
the
You don't
actual
have to
specimens in
pedestrian
there.
that. No,
And by
no,
the
no.
way, I posted a specimen
That's eyeball
from southern
anthropology, bro.
Sudan in Nubia. I posted a specimen from Nubia, and guess what? He has the same dark woolly hair
Right.
as regular sub-Saharan
That's
Africans.
called
Whereas
looking.
when you
So
look at the specimens in Egypt, what do you see? Straight blonde hair. Sorry, Charlie, that's just the way it is.
that's
Don't let
called
your lying
looking.
eyes.
Hey,
Can
bro,
you
these
call
Don't
out
motherfuckers
the
believe
is
your lying
crazy.
scientists?
eyes. We was Kangs.
Hey,
Can you call out the
Hey, bro,
scientists?
they are
That back
crazy.
that?
not Son
Yeah,
of Sam or whatever your name
scientist
is.
Yakub. His name Yakub.
Hey, they
Honestly.
crazy.
Notice
They
how they
crazy.
crazy because they
White dude
lost
Hey,
talking.
their
What's your name? Not Son of
hey,
Sam.
blonde hair.
By the way,
Yeah,
I do want to ask
they
the
delusional.
Afro centrists why there were big giant stores of cheese when Africans are well known not to be lactose tolerant, but they were found in Egyptian tombs on a regular basis.
What are you
Well,
talking
we
about?
was
Now, a lot of
kings
Africans
not
love
for
milk. What are you
cheese.
talking about? They baby
Kings be
milk.
stacking up the cheese. We get that
Yeah, a
bread,
lot
we
of
get
Diarrhea
that
would
butter.
kill you back in the ancient times. Diarrhea would kill you back in the ancient times. We found giant stores of cheese in ancient Egyptian tombs, and we haven't found a single slice of cheese in Nubia during that same time.
Therefore, the
And
ancient Egyptians weren't black.
lactose tolerance,
These
and by the way,
motherfuckers
I
are so
posted that
dumb.
receipt in the
hey,
Jumbotron,
these white people crazy than a
3,200
motherfucker.
years.
And I just posted a picture of Amenhotep. Yeah. So the Egyptians weren't black, and he's not the 25th dynasty. So,
Wait, hold
what's
on.
your answer? So,
I'm reading this right now in the E1 thing.
no,
You know,
I'm
hold
looking
on.
at
The
a picture
E1
of Amenhotep.
haplogroup.
He's not
Listen,
blonde hair and blue eyed.
I'm looking up
No.
the E1 haplogroup right now, and it says that it's carried by modern Egyptians and in North Africa and the Middle East. This is carried. This is a
I
genome.
know exactly what he's talking about. Hey Trey, I think I know what he's talking about, and I think
Talking about
that's
the
that
E1
deep
thing that
ass
you just
study
brought up
that
earlier about
goes to
King
what the Middle
Ramses.
Kingdom, the New Kingdom, Doesn't that
No,
only date to the
I'm
New
talking about
Kingdom?
King
Abba
Ramses,
Sir, you
the
talking about?
E1
Are you
gene that you
talking
just
about
brought up.
Abba Sir, the one that Keita
Yeah, that
debunked
little
in
weak ass
2018?
study they always refer to.
Yeah,
It goes to the New Kingdom.
yeah, yeah. Keita debunked. I mean, and anybody who cites that study didn't read the whole study. The study literally has an omission at the bottom. It literally has a whole omission at the bottom. It says
I'm
that, well,
surprised you
yeah,
can read.
yeah,
So
the
your
study, yeah,
study about
yeah.
Yeah,
At the bottom
same.
of the
I think
study, it literally says, yeah. So we said it was 93 mummies, but it was only actually 3 we could actually successfully test, and all 3 of those mummies came from one grave site in northern Egypt during the late period, which is a known Hyksos site, and we're quite certain that if we were to test populations further south in the same period, they'll definitely be more African. They omitted the whole fucking study right there in the last sentence. I mean, so
That's
that's
why
what I'm
when he
saying.
brought it up, I started laughing
He's
because
stupid.
they didn't even read the
I'm saying
motherfucker.
they're stupid. Just let them hang themselves. They're stupid. But go ahead and cite the study. Cite it.
which one about the E1 thing? Right now I'm reading it right now. It's from Ancient Egyptian Mummy Genomes Suggest an increase of sub-Saharan African ancestry in
Yeah, that's
post-Roman
Abel Sarah. That's the
periods.
same study. Yeah, that's the same study. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Read
That's
it
the
at the
one that's
bottom.
read at the
Yeah,
bottom.
yeah, yeah. That's
Yeah,
Abel
okay.
Sarah. Yeah, yeah. That's Abel Sarah. Yeah, yeah. Read the omission at the bottom. Yeah, that's the linchpin, buddy. Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Acknowledgements, footnotes, article information. I don't see it at the bottom of the study. Let's see. Additional information. How to fit this article, publisher's
Read
notes.
around the conclusion. It's around the conclusion, man. It should be around the conclusion. You don't know how to read studies, man.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. It's a
Yeah,
little
you
annoying to
don't
read
read
on
the
here.
bulk, you just read the headline, right? Isn't that right?
And that's why, exactly. That's why you cited a study that shitted on your face, dummy.
Yeah, I don't support that the Egyptians were black either, bro. But I mean,
Well, I mean, you're not learned if you say that.
I
You're
mean,
not
really,
learned.
like, why is this
I'm
like the
Nigerian.
one
I'm Black
thing?
African myself. Like
Like,
I don't support
I
that.
mean, and that's fine because I done found most of the coons are from Nigeria in my opinion.
It doesn't make you a
While
coon.
African
It's
is
just like you got to
no,
understand
no,
human
no, no,
migration.
no.
It doesn't make you a coon.
I don't
I'm not
know.
cooning because I'm saying that
I
West
don't know
Africa is yours.
any.
Egypt is not
Yeah, yeah.
yours.
I don't know
Africa has
any.
multiple
It's
phenotypes.
right.
It has
It's only
phenotypes. It has
not.
Yep,
It's
that's
behavior.
right.
only
That's
Africa is
right,
not one
Lobo.
Nigerians.
book.
Right. It's
Hold
only
on.
It's just science. It
Nigerians who
goes
do
science and
that,
human
bro.
migration and like genetics and how we have the most genetic diversity like in
Oh,
the
okay,
world.
let me ask you this
Okay,
question.
my question to
Okay.
everybody. Where did EM2 originate? So EM2 is the most widespread haplogroup in sub-Saharan Africa. It's the haplogroup that belongs
And
to the
the Egyptians
so-called
weren't white people either. They're not. They weren't black, but
right.
they
But let
weren't
me
white.
finish. Right. But let me finish. So E1B1A or EM2 is the most widespread haplogroup in all of sub-Saharan Africa. It is the typical haplogroup of the so-called Niger-Congo family and subsequently West Africans and subsequently African Americans. Where did this haplogroup originate? That was the question. Where did it originate?
I don't give a shit where it originated. It doesn't matter.
Well, I got
Be-
something to
because
disagree
because
real quick.
because the D,
I'm
because
not
the
talking to
DNA
you, Devil.
studies on the pharaohs
I'm
because
not
the
talking to you,
DNA
Devil.
because the DNA
I'm not talking to
studies
you,
on the
Devil.
pharaohs show that they're R1B.
All right, Devil.
So the one thing
But
that's real interesting. Hold up, let me put this in here real quick. So I want to prove that black people was from Egypt, or Egyptians was black. So the Great Pyramids, that I guess that they was like a science experiment. Like they said there was tombs, but they never actually found sarcophagi inside them. But the Great Pyramids was put together with peanut butter. So suck
Oh,
on
that's
that.
corny. All right,
Yeah,
let's move
peanut butter
on.
grease the tracks.
That's
Yeah, I'm a believer now.
the sign of
lame
That
ass
was
defeat.
pretty
son.
funny, right?
That was corny, and the fact that you cannot back anything with science or any kind of information that's peer reviewed. Just
well,
concede the argument.
mercenary. I
Just
mean,
concede.
the
All the
You're
Egyptian
discussion
dead.
really
Come on.
wasn't
skeletons, all the
about.
mummies, they all have
You're
straight
dead.
hair.
Well,
You're dead. So
mercenary. I
They
mean,
you're
you
dead.
and
all have
FBA
blonde
seem to
hair.
have come in here and
Sorry,
hijacked
Charlie.
this
Some of them have red
conversation.
hair. I think Ramses had red hair.
Can y'all shut the fuck up for a minute? God damn. I mean, you two came in here, hijacked this whole conversation, and turned into a conversation about Egypt. And like,
You and
why
your
would I
mammy
care
can
about
suck a
Egypt
dick.
Oh no, I
anyways?
didn't
No,
have
no.
that nothing. I
Your
came in
mammy can
later.
shut the fuck up. Your mammy can suck a dick. So don't
No,
tell
but
me to
like,
shut up.
why should
I
I
think
care
for
about
Ramses it
who
was
the
gray hair because he
Egyptians
was
were?
old anyway.
Like, why should I care who the Egyptians were? What does that matter to America?
Because we taught you how to
Oh,
talk to
now
you.
all of a
Hold on, let me
sudden it
talk.
doesn't matter.
Let me explain to Yakub's story, these devils, since they want to go there. Let me just explain. So where you
Hey,
motherfuckers
yeah,
came
he
from.
taught you how to
Let's get
shower,
into
bro.
it. let's get
He
into
thought you
the
had a
let's get
baby.
into the big Bantu Egypt white devil story. Let's get into it since y'all want to go there. I don't like y'all. So the white
Cool. I don't like
devils.
you either.
Right. So the Egyptians
Ooga
called white.
booga.
Right. So the Egyptians called white people the Set Typhonians, which means the people of Set or the devils, and they banned them from Egypt and put them in the Caucasus Mountains for 2,000 years. This is why they called Caucasians. They didn't know how to talk. They would walk around on all fours, fucking each other, eating shit. They didn't have a civilization.
Wait. If
They
That's
this
a
is
were
lot
all
of
fucking
true,
projection.
if this
That's a
is
lot
all
of
for
true,
projection
2,000
coming
wait,
from
years.
hold on,
you.
hold on.
Right, for
FBA.
2,000 years they
Why is
lived
it that
like that.
like sub-Saharan Africa has
So
almost no written history at all? Like they didn't
no,
write their history down.
what are you talking about? Sub-Saharan Africa is the home of civilization. The oldest civilizations on
No,
earth
the
are
oldest
Sub-Saharan Africa.
civilization is in Sumer, but
No,
like the
that's
sub-Saharan
no
Africans,
Nubia.
Is it?
they don't
Where's the
Nubia,
have
oldest
Nubia,
written
civilization?
Nubia.
history. They don't have
Even
written
the
history.
even the Bible says that Nimrod came from Nubia. Nimrod was a Cushite. He was the founder of Sumer, dummy. Even the Bible acknowledges Nubia is the oldest civilization on earth, dummy. But
Nimrod wasn't
anyway,
real.
so if we
Well, no,
go
wait. The
on, so
Mesopotamian civilization was the oldest, right?
Yep,
Nubian,
exactly.
Nubia was Nubian.
No,
He wasn't the
we
son
were
of
the first
Cush like the
civilization, nigga.
Nimrod
Nubian.
isn't Cush like the Cush Empire with a K. He's
He
Cush with
was
a
the
C.
founder. He was the founder of Mesopotamia in the Bible, and he
Yeah,
was a
he's
His
Cushite.
not
name
Cush
start
with
with
a
an
He was
N
the
and
son
he's
of
a
Cush.
nigga.
That's not the Cush
Nimrod
you're
was the
talking
son
about
of
though. Like
Cush.
that's
He was the son.
Cush with
He
a
was
C.
literally
That's
the
not
son of Cush. Nimrod is literally the son of
Nimrod
Cush.
was a real nigga.
Nimrod was the
He
son
was
of
a Nubian.
Cush and a great grandson
Yeah,
of Noah. But he wasn't Cush like the Cushites that with a
yeah.
K. His name was
No, those
Cush
were
with
the
a C.
Cushites. I mean, that's what they meant when they said Cush. Stop playing dumb. Just
No,
like
his
Cam
name
meant
was
Egypt.
Cush with a C.
Just like Cam meant Egypt. It means black. So, you know,
No, Cush was
It
not
means
black.
yes.
black because of
Do you think
because
Noah
of
was
the
black?
silt,
Everybody in the
not
Bible was
because of
black
the
except for
people.
the white person. The
Do you
whites
think
were
everyone in
devils.
the Bible was black except for a white person?
The
Hey,
devils.
wait. But apparently, the oldest civilization in the world is called Jihu in Jihu or something like that in China, like 6,000 BC.
I don't
Maybe
think
I'm
No,
that's
wrong.
accurate. I don't think it, no,
no.
I think it was in
Jehu.
Mesopotamia.
No, that's not accurate.
The,
If you want to see like the
the
first
Sphinx is
actual
20,000
cities,
years
you would
old.
go to
Yeah.
Göbekli Tepe in Anatolia.
No. No,
N-
the Sphinx is
Wait,
no. The
we're in the
Sphinx is
Middle
over.
East, right?
The Sphinx is
Wait,
yeah,
over
wait.
Göbekli
Do
20,000.
you think
Tepe.
that? Do you think that the
Göbekli Tepe
Greeks
would
in the
be at the
Bible
Middle
Okay,
were
so
East.
not
black?
Yeah, the
Mesopotamia.
Sphinx is over 20,000 years old. So
Wait, wait,
Göbekli
Trey,
Trey,
Tepe
Trey,
Trey.
is
Do you
listen.
think
like
that the
around
black?
10,000
Do you
years
think that
old.
the
Yeah, but the
Okay.
Sphinx is over
The
20,000
Greeks in the
years old.
Bible were black?
Everybody who built civilization back then was black. Y'all were the savages who
Man, you
destroyed it and
crazy,
turned
man.
them.
Including
Y'all
Yeah, I
turned
think
them.
Mozart.
you're just
Y'all
silly.
Including
I
turned
think you're
all the
just
Mozart.
silly.
Hey,
civilization into successive war states because you're devils.
Wait, so you think the Romans were black because like the Romans are the ones
No, the
who?
Roman, no. The
hell
Romans
yeah.
were barbarians.
Wait,
No,
you
the
said
Hell
Romans were
everyone in the
yeah.
barbarians.
Bible except the devil was black, right? So that means the
Hell
Romans would be
yeah.
black. Like Pontius Pilate would have been black, according to you, according to what you just said.
Hell yeah.
Rome wasn't a civilization; it was barbarism.
Rome wasn't a civilization, so how'd they
Nope.
build aqueducts and like the Colosseum and like
This is like the
everything they
The
most
had?
base
amount of
word, the base
projection I've
word, the
That
ever seen
the
in
that
base
real
sounds like a
word,
life.
the
white
base,
conspiracy
the
theory.
base word of
How did
civilization
they
That
is
write
that
all
civil.
sounds
the
The
like some
great
base,
white conspiracy
philosophy?
theories
the
y'all got
base word of
Rome.
civilization is civil. That's how you do. That's how you know white people didn't create it. The base word is civil.
Like
That's how
you're
you
kind of
know it
spinning your
wasn't
tires in the
black
mud here
because
because
it was
No,
civil.
the
you're
Romans,
backed
no, the
into a
Romans,
corner. You could have
no,
just
when
said
the
you were being
Egyptians, no,
hyperbolic.
no, when the Egyptians held sway over the
Was
Levant,
Plato black?
they
Was
called,
Plato
they
black?
called, they called, they called their vassal states brothers.
Wait, you're
They
not
said
answering
Was
my
brothers.
question
Plato
though. You're not
They
black?
answering my
were
question.
peaceful.
Do you think like
He
Plato
was
was
mixed.
black?
He was mixed.
You
How
think
about that?
Plato was mixed?
He was mixed. Y'all never created nothing, white people. You never created nothing
Yeah,
but
you're
shit.
just silly. I mean,
You never created
what are you
nothing.
talking about?
You
You think
got
that the Romans were black?
You
It
know
doesn't
that
make any
white people,
sense.
y'all get fleas and call them
You
lice.
think Pontius Pilate was black? I mean, you're just a silly person.
White people,
This guy,
y'all
this
are
guy's just
filthy.
projecting. He's projecting because he knows his people didn't do shit
Y'all are white.
See,
for
like when
since
we
the
go into
Stone
something I
Age.
know a little more
No,
about,
y'all are
right?
white
Not like
devils.
Egypt, because I'm not an Egyptologist. He starts started spinning his tires in the mud. Like you
am.
said, everyone in the Bible except the devil was white.
It's a lot
But
of little
so
dick vibes
all the
in here.
Romans must have
It's a
been
lot of
black.
little dick vibes in here, man.
Oh,
A
and
lot
now
of
the
little
black
dick
guy wants to
vibes.
talk about dicks. Okay, that's not.
Yes, yes.
That's
Yep.
not
He
so
wants
My
much
to
to
talk.
dick.
talk.
My dick.
This is
Black
this
people
is
love dick.
mayonnaise
Black
mayhem
people
in
love
this
dick.
space.
I don't know what's
This
up
is
with it, but black
mayonnaise
men just
mayhem in
love
this
dick.
space.
Yeah,
Why do
because
black men love
blacks have
dick
the
so
highest
much?
homosexual rate of any
But y'all
race.
are cooks. But y'all are cooks for us though. Y'all want us to fuck y'all women in front of y'all.
Why do
It's a
black men
fetish that
love
white
dick?
men.
Why do
But
black
y'all
men
used to
love
cut
dick?
out.
Can someone
No,
answer my
but
question?
white people used to
Why
hang
black
Why people
but y'all
bad?
used
black
to
Why
cut our
men
people
dicks
love
off.
bad?
dick?
But y'all used to
Black
cut our dicks off
dick.
and hang them in the
Black
air
men
and
love
fight over
taking
them.
dick. Black men love
Y'all were
Tariq
Y'all
sucking
used to
dick.
wash
Nasheed.
their
Why?
dicks.
hold
What
on.
is
Hey,
your obsession with
hey,
penises?
White
Tariq
people used
Nasheed
to cut
invented a
black people's
video.
dicks off and fight
It's
over
true.
them.
Yo, dude, this is just getting retarded. Like, we're not gonna have a mud dick argument, okay? Like, this is a space that's meant to have like real conversations between people who actually want to talk about like the world, not like stupid retard shit. And he dipped out because yeah,
He heard we can't talk about dicks anymore. The black guy's got to leave.
that was yeah, okay.
Why do they always talk about dicks? See, like I'm not an Egyptologist, so I can't really go into that. But he said everyone in the Bible except the devil was black, and I'm like, so you think the Romans were black? And then he's like, no, the Romans were savages. So I'm like, so were they white or were they black in the devil? Like, what are you talking
Well,
about?
yeah, like that wasn't the point of the space wasn't. Chad, you have your hand up, so yeah, let's just get that out of the way.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that all you white people talking about how Rome had water and plumbing, that sounds like a far white conspiracy theory.
Yeah, Yakub, the spiritual father, he gave us those technologies, and we're just petulant children.
That's
We
right.
stole
That's
we
right.
stole it from the Stone Age blacks. Absolutely.
Okay, yeah, that
I'll
was
be the first one to admit our sins.
That's
yeah.
right. That's called a far white conspiracy theory.
These far white nut jobs, man.
Of course, black people have accomplishments. Everybody has an accomplishment. Asians, blacks, fucking yeah, Native
Yeah.
Americans.
Yeah, I invented peanut butter.
Hey, it makes a lot of money, so
I just want
Yeah,
to
true. That's true.
I want to give a shout out to Lobo. Actually, you've been a very level-headed guy this whole time, and for the purpose of this space, that's been something that we have been in. Well, frankly, a
Yeah,
deficit.
he ain't full black though. He got some white in him.
I'm
Either
100. I'm a full blooded African. I'm Nigerian.
Igbo
Nah.
or Yoruba.
Yeah, I'm Yoruba.
Uh, what's the stereotype about Yorubas not being trustworthy?
All that we scam and all this stuff, and I mean, like as much as you guys say that Africans didn't accomplish nothing and this and that, but when you guys come to our country, I mean, you can't handle our environment. Obviously, you get sick and die, like unless you take shots before you come to Africa. But like we scam and finesse foreigners. We fucking scam white people. Like yeah, like you guys get robbed when you come out there. I mean, yeah, I mean,
So your accomplishment is being a criminal and
Well,
no, we have
adapting to the
accomplishments,
That's right.
obviously.
well,
No, I mean,
I was told that by an Igbo specifically. So is it a Yoruba Igbo fucking beef? Is that it? Is that
yeah, it's
the issue?
just a Yoruba Igbo beef. He's just talking. Any Nigerian will scam you or fucking finesse you out if you come out there. Especially white motherfuckers, they scam and finesse white people all the time.
uh,
Like
okay.
when you come to Africa,
You
no, we
just
have
said,
accomplishments.
man,
Nigerians
black people accomplish shit.
no,
We
we're the most
are
educated group in
criminals.
America. We're taking over your education system. We're surpassing. We're scoring the highest. Like we're like the Chinese of Africa. Like
Bro, you just mispronounced Indian, but okay.
what did I say? I
Diversity
said Indian.
hire
Yeah, I
does
said
not
Indian.
equal accomplishment.
What did you say?
I said you mispronounced.
Diversity hires don't equal
Yeah,
accomplishment.
no. I'm
Sorry,
saying like we
sorry.
score like the top. Like we score like we're like we get the best grades with the highest grades in your colleges and all that stuff. Nigerians they score the highest. They're the most educated group in America.
Again,
That's not true.
Basketball.
yeah.
No, I
Yeah,
mean
we real good at basketball.
no, most educated immigrant group. It's
Well,
been proven.
well, yeah. We're not getting into it now. Another debate about that because again, we're supposed to be moving back the other way. I will say this: if you look at like the income stats and stuff on that, yeah, that doesn't really add up. Lobo, me and Scammy actually had a conversation the other day about the false Nigerian hype, frankly. But again, we're trying to move. I'm supposed to be moving the convo back to the title, which is FBAs benefited more from chattel slavery than whites. Scammy wants the topic of the convo moved back to that by the time he's done eating.
Yeah, your own white people confirmed it. Like even Bill O'Reilly and shit. Like and he's a Republican.
Okay, but what's up, son? I mean, I could debunk that, but again, I could.
So, I
We're a
just
small
want a
population. Like you're
clarification.
saying, we're small. We're a small population.
What is an FBA?
Foundation.
I I haven't been
A
online for
foundational
like
Black
a long
American that
time.
built America, and they want the reparations,
It's
and
the
they're
Oh,
the
cotton skyscrapers. Yeah. They
shit.
did menial tasks. They did menial tasks akin to horses. You could argue
They
that
built the whole entire
horses
country.
deserve reparations more than blacks, and that
Hey,
horses
nah.
built America more than blacks.
FBA.
So if we're going to go for that argument, we could do that. But I didn't see blacks work on skyscrapers
I don't
in the
know.
old
Were they
videos
out
and the
west
old
either?
pictures.
Like, I don't think they were out west in California like that, like crazy
well.
or anything.
So just to clarify something, yeah, FBAs are the American Descendants of Slavery. So that's what ADOS means, the interchangeable term, ADOS FBA. Um, yeah, no, 90% of blacks prior to the Great Migration were in the South. So, and that was not the industrial. So,
They're claiming that they're the dominant culture in America. Everyone follows their culture. They're the number one group. They're the most lit Black people in the world. They're just like the greatest Black people. They deserve their reparations. What's owed to them. Yeah, like foundational. They're the foundation of America because of
With all
America.
the welfare and food
America is what
stamps
it
and
is
free
because of them.
housing and shit like that, they've already got their reparations 10 times over. I mean, this is just more gives me this, gives me that. It never ends. Even if you gave them all the money for reparations, they'd still want more. It's literally just a parasite.
So yeah, and so the direction we're going to be moving the convo is that yeah. So again, the title FBA's benefited from slavery more than whites did. So this is going to be more in the direction of basically Jim Crow and the issues that Jim Crow could it of financially stunted or blacks could have had a negative effect on the Black American community. And so in my position is probably opposite to Scammy. Scammy, he's not here right now, at least not that I'm aware of. If when he comes back, he can probably explain it better. My my take is in line with you, son. And yeah, when you look at the whether it be the loss of investment from black criminality, as well as yes, all the benefits we've given them through social programs since 1965, it equates to something like what 33 to 35 trillion US dollars. Again, that's just what we've given them, not to mention how much we've lost because of them in the form of investment, for example. And then also just the costs of dealing with the criminality, whether it be, how much does it cost to solve a crime, essentially. That's
Just think about this. Detroit was labeled the Paris of the New World, and blacks destroyed it more efficiently than a nuclear weapon did to Hiroshima. I mean, what about our reparations for building Detroit, or building
Well,
Rochester, or
the
building
problem,
Cleveland,
the
or
problem with that,
building Chicago?
Hey, well, I understand, bro. Like, a lot of these Black communities, they become destroyed because like they try to put money. Like when Black people move there, like they said that white people they was a white flight, and then like they stopped putting money into the community because Black people live there, and they don't want like I don't know. Apparently, yeah, the government over there, the mayors, all that
well,
stuff,
there's
they stopped putting
the
money into the
auto
communities.
industry.
Apparently,
The auto industry leaving America as well is a big part of Detroit.
they just want Black people to suffer basically in America. Like they don't when Black people move into certain neighborhoods, they stop giving money to
Yeah,
that
you
community.
saying
They
like
want that
yeah,
community to be poor.
you saying smart
They
money.
drop off guns, drugs, all sorts of shit. They don't let Black people join community things like their children join community clubs and all stuff, and it makes them end up joining gangs and all that.
Yeah, so it's smart,
Like the Crips and
Yeah,
Bloods.
that's not true.
smart money.
Well, in Compton, I guess the Christian Blood started because of they were fighting white gangs.
so yeah. Yes, American.
White
Have your hand up.
there'd be like it's because of
Yeah, I was
racism and like
wondering
more Black people kept
where this.
moving and white
Cool,
flight.
cool. So I was wondering where this calculation came. Who did the calculation?
What calculation? Be
The
specific.
title. The title. You said FBA benefited more from chattel
Oh,
slavery.
No, hold on. Yes, right. Yeah, that was me that
So
said that. The
so
FBA
what's the
American.
calculation? Tell us.
Okay, can
Okay,
someone
hold on.
finish?
No,
Can I
be
explain?
quiet, Chad. I don't need to listen. So the calculation is the quality of living. Well, basically the standard of living, life expectancy, um, the IQ level. I know you're gonna laugh because you're retarded. The IQ level, and also the resources.
All right. So I have a quick questions about your calculation, right? So when you talk about standard of living, are you taking into account the standard of living of the people who like the millions of people who died during the
No,
transatlantic
no,
slave trade? No.
no, no.
So
You
so
don't. You don't.
so you
Wait. Let me
why
ask you a
not?
question. Why would you calculate that then? Why
Well,
would you calculate that?
well, you're saying they benefited more than the whites did. So if you're using quality of life as a metric, and I don't know how one even measures that. What's your metric for quality of life, by the way?
Yeah, well, my
how do
quality
you
of life
quantify
is
that?
standard of living, all plus
Yes, and I'm
education.
asking you what statistic are you using to quantify that?
So it's based around IQ. It's based around life expectancy. It's also based around
IQ.
income.
So again, IQ
Access to
is
food,
IQ was a
access to
different. Hold
electricity.
up, just a minute ago, IQ was a different category. Are you saying you're combining
No,
the
it's not.
IQ Hold
It's a
up,
different
let
category
me
than what?
finish. Let me finish. Just a minute ago, you literally. The IQ was a different category.
You're muffled right now,
Yeah,
American
you're
Black. Can you
muffled.
fix your mic, please?
Yo, Scammy, you should make me co-host because Thought Crime ain't here.
Nah, he's
Yeah.
still here. He's still here. He's still here. He right there.
Oh, I didn't know I could do that in a while.
Yeah, go ahead,
I
America.
couldn't hear. You're combining IQ and quality of life.
Yeah, well, isn't that a quality of life?
No, but weren't those two different things just a minute ago in your calculation?
When did I ever say they were two different
Well,
things?
you listed them off. You didn't say IQ as connected as measured by quality of life. You said quality of
Well,
life.
you asked me. Wait, but you asked me what's
So
my
when I asked you
measurement?
so let me explain it to you.
Exactly.
When you were talking about quality of life, you were talking about different metrics, different dimensions by which you would measure the quality of life, right? And that's fine. IQ was one of them. Now you are conflating IQ with the entire category of quality of life, and that's confusing. So,
Well, it's not confusing because quality of life sums up your IQ level. Obviously, someone who's provided resources to go, let's just say, to an Ivy League school, is going to have a higher IQ than someone who just says went to a
right.
public
So
school.
did you go to an Ivy League school?
Well, I didn't need to go to an Ivy
Okay,
League
so you
school.
didn't. Well, I
Compared
did.
to that, wait, because
Well, I did.
compared to that,
So hold up, listen.
compared
I'm
to
high.
because compared to the diaspora, public schools in America is an Ivy League school.
So
Would you?
no, it
Let me
isn't.
ask you a question. Would you go to Congo? Wait, would you go to Congo to get an education?
Well, you didn't go to an Ivy League school, and I did. That's my point.
Well, I didn't need to go to an Ivy
No,
League
you
school.
just said
I just gave you
someone
an
He
who
ain't
went
good
to
example.
with
an Ivy League
traditional.
was
Now you're
He ain't
more
good with
arguing
traditional
intelligent.
semantics.
Hold
hypotheticals.
up.
This dude's a
Someone who's
retard, bro.
intelligent and speak.
Yo,
Listen,
America.
I'm not those dumb black people that you sit in spaces all day catering to all day. You get like obviously, I'm giving you an example, which might be a little hyperbolic. I don't need to go to an Ivy League school, but I put it like this, right? The average school in Baltimore City is far greater than the average school in the Congo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, anyways, I just want to finish my point if I can. I'm saying this.
Well, you ain't
Go
in
on
here
mute.
trying to troll and argue
Please,
There's actually
semantics.
really good schools
show
in
that you're
Africa.
high IQ by allowing me to speak, right? Because it's low IQ people who get afraid of opposing ideas, right? So, if you're saying that going to an Ivy League makes someone higher IQ, I think
That's not what I
I'd be more
said.
qualified, right?
Yeah,
So
that's not really what he said, though.
oh, that's not really what he
Right.
said. Okay, cool.
That's not
I
what
mean,
I
it's
said.
recorded space. It's recorded
You got to
space.
have
Look, I
reading
can
I'm not
restate
comprehension.
it for
really.
you. Here,
Yeah,
let
so
me
Oh,
you can go back
restate
and
it,
you
y'all.
listen.
you
This
guys
is
can
what he
go on
said.
mute. You can go on mute. Hold.
Well, so first of all, like I said, he's arguing semantics. What I said is this, right? When you provide people with the resources to go to quote unquote Ivy League schools, because I was using the American school system as an example. When you provide somebody the resources to go to an Ivy League school, they have the propensity to do more and go further rather than going to a public school where a lot of the teachers are subpar. But even the public schools are still greater than the ones on the continent. They're greater than the ones in Haiti. They're greater than the ones in the surrounding areas.
Cool. So what's the go on mute, Civic. So what's the confounding variable there? What's the thing that you're missing in all of this, right? Inherently, you're missing the confounding variable of wealth. You cannot say IQ and quality of life are the same metric by any standard. In fact, quality of life.
What he's
Excuse me.
saying,
Go on mute.
American.
Quality of life.
What
You
he's
can't hold
saying
up.
is that
IQ.
IQ is
Go
part of
Chadical. Go
quality
on
of
mute.
life.
Go on mute. He can
Understand?
speak
It's a
for himself,
subgroup.
Chad. If you want to debate me,
No, he has
You're
hold
to
up.
speak
missing
for
If
himself.
you
a
want to
major
debate me,
point,
you,
though.
you need to make
You're
your
not
own points.
tracking.
He's trying to
Stop trying
argue
to save him.
semantics, bro. That's what he
Like
do.
this guy's so high IQ. Let him defend himself. Why do you have to step in?
No, it
Nigga, if
ain't
you're
that.
high
Oh,
It's
you
IQ,
that
you
you're
wouldn't
you're
be able to
afraid for your
understand.
misunderstanding.
little you're afraid for your little coon. You're afraid your little coon is not going to be able to withstand me. Go on mute, Chadical. So Scammy, look,
Look, hold
um,
up. Let me just say this because I
you're
think it'll
trying
clear
to
it up real
conflate.
quick.
Oh my God, no, go on mute, child. Holy fuck, let the adults speak.
Bro, you're arguing something that nobody said.
Go on mute. Scammy can defend himself. He doesn't need you, right? He's high IQ, right? Why does Scammy need?
He
Why does
has.
Scammy need
You're
you guys?
being
Are you afraid?
intentionally obtuse.
No, no. I'll come for you.
No, he's
I'll
being
come for you
intentionally
when it's your
obtuse. That's
time.
what you're
I'll
doing.
come for you when it's
Dude,
your time.
nobody's defending scam.
So
We're
anyway,
just trying to clear
you're
up the
clearly
bullshit.
terrified. Let me just make this point, and then you can make yours. Okay. So Scammy, the thing is that you're trying to reduce quality of life to a single variable, and then conflate that with IQ. Okay.
Well, I didn't
Hold
reduce
up.
it to. I didn't reduce
Quality
it
of
to a
life
single
to
variable.
Dude, you
Listen
listed
to
like
what I'm saying,
5
bro.
things.
Listen. These are not them low IQ, spaces that you be in when you try to catch people and argue semantics in a circle. Just get to your point, right? Obviously, IQ and greater education, right, ties into quality of living. Like, what are you
Well,
talking about right now? Like, stop being a fucking retard trying to troll because it's stupid and idiotic, not me making sense right now.
yeah, and Scammy, IQ is the #1 predictor of life success as well.
Right, this nigga's a fucking stupid retard.
He's Dunning-Kruger.
Like, these are not those dumb FBA spaces where you sit around and talk to
You
thoughts and
seem
whores all
extremely
day.
triggered, for someone.
Yeah, I do. I am
don't
triggered.
I just
listen.
have a question.
Hey, America, America, why don't you start your own room? We can go ahead and take these people up out of here because I don't think we need to be
They're
here
ridiculous.
because this is a low
It is low
IQ room
IQ.
in itself.
Yeah, shout out
So
to the low
therefore,
shout out to the low IQs in here, but they're still higher than the ones in Africa.
No, dude, we're not low IQ. We're low IQ, according to her, bro. Get her right.
Yeah, so I think the point was that
same difference. So go ahead.
the African.
There's plenty of Africans that have higher IQs than Black Americans.
Well, that's an example of a low IQ right there because we're talking about averages and shit like that. On average, you can expect that Black American to have a higher IQ than someone on the continent. This is just a fact.
Yeah, this is
Not true. So again, this is extremely low IQ.
Never been
Please,
proven. That's
hold
what
up.
you're saying.
Please
This
stop
nigga's
barking
dumb as
like
shit.
hyenas. Please remain calm.
Hey, America, start your own room. I'm about to drop out of this stuff. This stuff it is low
you can't
IQ.
come in
I'm
here and
out.
troll us
This is
we're out. They
We're
can't
out.
come in here and control us with their cement. That's right. Take your little darky queen and get out of here. You can't come in here and troll us and try to. Yo, you said no. I'm gonna pin you down on what I said. Take your darky queen with her weave on and go in your own spaces and troll that like that. Get her edges together and take you and your darky and go somewhere else. Get you and your little mud monkey and go somewhere else. Unless you're gonna talk like you got some fucking sense around here. All right.
Yeah, she can come back when
Yeah.
come back when she has her natural hair. Don't
Yeah, tell that butch to take her fucking strap off and put her wig on the counter and be the dumb Black person that she is.
Yeah, we only fuck with
Yes,
natural.
you're so intelligent. You hide behind the mute button. Yamaguchi, Shizukani shite kudasai. All right. So, Scammy, the thing is, when it comes to quality of life, that is qualitative. So you need to give me a metric by which you are measuring quality of life. You can't, because there's not a single metric. It's not a one-dimensional thing. It's multidimensional.
That's why he listed like 5
It's
of them.
multidimensional. Okay.
Yeah,
Hold up.
no
Wait.
That's what he said.
Bro, hold up. Everybody in here heard me name multiple things for quality of life and quantity of life, right? I named life expectancy. Is the life expectancy in America especially for Black people not higher than the ones on the continent? Also, yes or no?
This makes no
sense. Wait. Yeah, wait. Yes or no?
Sorry, what?
Is the life expectancy for Black people in America not higher than Black people on the continent?
That's actually irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant.
You want to know why it's
retarded,
irrelevant,
bro? Like, shut the fuck up.
You want to know why it's irrelevant?
No, I don't. I want you to answer the question, yes or no.
Hold up.
I want you to answer the question, yes or no.
It's irrelevant. What's the relevance of that question?
Answer the question, yes or no. How is it irrelevant? Yes or no.
Answer the question when you tell me what is it relevant?
Why would it be? Listen. Why would it be?
Why is it relevant?
This is the reason why this guy's a big
why is it relevant
dumbass.
To your calculation? Why?
Listen, you can't answer my question with a question, retard. This is why Spics need to go back to their country. You got all your family at the border wrapped up like Chinese, like Chipotle burritos. You should be worried about those people at the border and shit, right? But this is why this Spics retarded, right? If slavery didn't benefit, Black Americans, right? People, there will be some type of buildup on the continent. There will be something there that we can go to and we can look at and say, hey, I want to be like that. I want to do that. But it's actually the opposite, right? Here, everything that those people are dying to come here. There's no one dying to go to those countries. All of the fucking resources that are afforded to Black Americans, you got immigrants like your family at the border dying and starving for them. like literally sleeping in popcorn bags and microwave bags and shit, right? You up here trying to sound smart, but you sound retarded, right? So you need to get on with your fucking argument, bro. I'm trying to do two things at fucking once, like right now. That's why I'm fucking sound this and that. But yeah,
So
get
what's
on,
so,
get to
so
your
again?
argument, bro.
You don't understand what a confounding variable is, right? You also don't understand basic causality, right? Because you're
I
pretending.
don't think
Go
that
on
you
mute.
understand
Go on
either.
mute. Because you're pretending as if these things are not interconnected, as if there's one world where black people are just in the United States, and there's another world where black people just stayed in Africa.
So are
Hold
you
up. Wait a
saying that
second.
people on a
Right now.
continent? Are you saying that people on a continent are only doing bad because of white people or white supremacy? That what you're
Well,
trying to say?
no. Well,
Talking about
look.
confounding variables. All right, that what you're trying to say? Talking about confounding variables, since you're the only person in here who knows what a confounding variable is. That what you're trying to say? Because from my understanding, right, you're a white spick from Mexico who hates himself because you're like what? You're literally a white man with a red neck from Mexico. There's no difference in you and the average fucking milk monkey in Alabama somewhere, hit country Alabama somewhere. Literally the same person. So what is the confounding variable since you're the only person in here who knows big words?
So the confounding variable is this, right? People found out that ice cream and polio correlated with one another, right? And the confounding variable is the fact that ice cream is more popular in the summer, and people tend to also go swimming a lot in the summer, right? And so here's the thing: you could try to do this thing where, like, oh look, if they were in Africa, they'd be in pretty bad shape, but if they weren't in Africa and we didn't have the transatlantic slave trade, you don't know how the continent would have developed. In fact, the continent would have developed entirely differently without the transatlantic slave trade.
That's
And
retarded,
hold
bro.
up,
Bruh, this
wait
Dude,
a
is
your
so
whole
That's
second,
dumb.
wait a
basis
What
retarded.
it
is
second,
on
is,
a
hey,
wait a
hypothetical,
second.
hey,
Let me
listen to
finish.
me.
Let
an
me
Confounding
finish.
unknowable
variable.
Let
hypothetical.
me
Scammy,
finish. Let
scammy,
the
scammy.
high
Let
IQ
me
man
explain it.
speak. Hey,
Scammy.
hey,
No,
hey,
you botched that
hey.
shit so
I'll
bad.
give
A
you a biscuit
Right.
confounding
if you shut the
variable
Trying to
fuck up.
sound
I'll
influences.
smart.
give you a
Hey,
biscuit, you
yo, give me
filthy
co-host,
cracker,
Scammy. Give me
if you
co-host.
shut up.
Give me co-host.
You
Hey,
need
give
give
me
me
co-host.
co-host. Give me co-host. Cry about it,
Confounding
Chad.
variable.
Cry about it. Cry
Confounding
about it.
variable
I'm
influences
not gonna
both the
let you speak.
dependent and
I'm not
independent
going to
variable.
let
Right.
you
He's
speak. I'm
retarded,
just
bro. He's
going
dumb as
to
shit.
talk
Trying to
over
sound
you. I'm
smart.
just gonna talk over you. So anyway, Scammy, um,
No, I'm going to
that
talk
is the
over
problem
you.
with your assumption.
A confounding variable influences both the dependent and independent variable.
Exactly,
That's what
retard.
it does. That's the definition. Okay? If you had said that and not some example, it would have made sense.
Yeah, he's gone because his argument was so weak. Or did somebody kick him?
Yeah, he realized it's like, oh shit, no, I didn't kick him.
Yeah, we got some foods in here, man.
His darky probably is in his inbox like, come on.
Is that guy like confirmed like not black?
Bro, you can tell
Confirmed
these spicks,
retarded.
bro. They can't hide the way they pronounce shit.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, no. Who's that other one? He's got the real bad sing-songy voice, man. He sounds like he's straight out of the barrio.
Probably a Dr.
Doctor
Phyllis.
feels good. Doctor feeling good.
Yeah,
Feeling
yeah.
free. Doctor feelings free. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is the thing. They sit around and talk to dumb black people all day. When they meet a person like me, this is the thing about him. He likes to argue semantics and shit like that, you know, and try to sound smart, make little witty jokes, but you're actually not getting to it. This is the reason why he sat here for the last 30 minutes and couldn't say anything. You sat here and argued about confounding variables, which is a stupid, idiotic thing. You're just going to sit here and
Yeah.
say,
He's
well, without
trying
white,
to over
yeah, it's retarded, bro. Just make your fucking
trying to
point.
oversimplify your argument too. It's like he's
Yeah, it's
intentionally
dumb.
not understanding what you said, not listening to what you
Yeah,
said.
which proves that he has a low IQ. You know what I'm saying? You can't grasp
Yeah.
simple concepts, which is retarded.
The level of analysis in here is so much better than the level of analysis in the FBA space we were in earlier today. Who's
What up,
next?
Spoots? Yeah, I don't think we have any more black supremacists in here or any black simps
We need
who
some.
are fucking
I'm
black
gonna have
women.
these Pan Africans GT. I want them to come, GT and Reggie.
What are they? How do they feel about the title?
Well, yeah, they don't. They're pro black, so they'll be against it. They want yeah.
Well,
They don't want.
anybody that's against it, right? You're more than welcome to, go to other countries. And if you say, well, we found it, we built this country, You built this country, but you can't build your neighborhoods. I mean, black people sit
I've been
around and
saying that
complain.
too.
Black people sit around and complain about gentrification, but to my understanding, the best thing that can happen to any black neighborhood is actually gentrification. I mean, you don't get you sit around there with a bunch of like dangerous ass stores that people sit in front of all day. Then you get a fucking Starbucks in the neighborhood and some white people jogging. All of a sudden, the quality of life is totally different. You know, like I said, right? I mean, your leaders in these FBA movements, they'll admit this, that black people came to Egypt or they came to Africa and copied everything that the Africans did. It's nothing to put your ego and your pride aside and say, let me sit back and copy off these white people right quick and copy what they do and make it better or do it in my way. There's nothing wrong with that. But the thing is that these black people, they're so prideful and so egotistic that they can't understand that. It's like obviously someone's doing a lot better than you and they have a greater, example of it than you. So why not, take from that and learn from that? But they can't sit back and do that. It's idiotic. I mean, anybody that really sit in here and make a rational argument that will try to make a rational argument that people in Africa are doing better than people in America, it's idiotic. And obviously it's not because who they are. It's due to the people that they're around. So like example, right? You ever heard that term, if you sit around 3 broke niggas all day, you'll be the 4th? Well, that's kind of the example. So you're around people who are doing it the right way, and you're being provided all of these things by being in this country. And it's evident of that because every single example that we have of these black communities, they're horrible. Every single example that we have of this black supremacy is horrible. I mean, no one wants to live in a black supremacist country, no matter how much sit around and complain about white supremacy. No one wants to live in a black supremacist country. If that's the case, blacks will be fleeing to Jamaica. Blacks will be fleeing to Haiti. Blacks will be fleeing to anywhere in Africa. But you're not. You're staying in predominantly white European Western countries like Europe, America, shit like that.
Well, and isn't this kind of the argument for why, like, so many FBAs call black African immigrants coons and stuff? It's because you get, like, for example, like immigrants from like Sierra Leone or Uganda, and they very much find the FBA culture repulsive, and they are much more interested in assimilating with white America than they are with black America.
Yeah, I mean, who the fuck wants to assimilate to a culture where the family's broken, the crime is high, the degeneracy level is high, the kids don't respect the men, the women don't respect the men. The men are basically at the bottom. I know where these black women sit around here and complain about the patriarchy and complain about how abusive black men are all day, but at the end of the day, the black woman is king in the black community. The black community is running the matriarch. There's no standing patriarchs still going. All your grandfathers are dead. Those patriarchs are done. It's over with. It's nothing but a matriarch in the black community. That's why you got a bunch of black men who sit around all fucking day and they act like women. I mean, you go in these FBA spaces, these niggas literally can't sit there on mute on a person gets their thought off, no matter how much they disagree with them. They'll kick you out of space. They'll do all kinds of over emotional, irrational shit, but then say that they're men. But you don't act like a man. The first thing they do is threaten you about, like, bro, anybody who has a woman, they know this. You argue with women, the first thing they're going to do is threaten you with. That's usually how. I mean, sometimes don't get me wrong, you got abusive men, but for the most part, anybody who has a girlfriend or dealt with women, when you argue with them, the first thing they do is threaten you with a level of violence, especially what black women do. They threaten you with a level of violence. That's not shit that men do. Men can typically disagree because we understand that there's a level of violence on both ends of this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's a chance that both of us are going to get hurt. So
exactly.
Yeah, and you know what I would say about that is it's probably some psychopathic rich white men that are actually the one funding and controlling these matriarchal black women who are seizing power in all these different areas of society.
Yeah, white both.
Spoons, what it do, bro?
With like a perverse agenda. It's like,
what's going on, guys?
Agenda.
Yo, how you feel about the title, Spoons?
I was just about to put some literature in here from pertaining to like slavery and shit. What's the title? FBA benefit. Oh yeah. I'm just looking at something right here. Lee sent a letter to his wife where he calls slavery immoral, but he says that it's good for black people and bad for white people. And if you like actually look at like the literature on this stuff and the data, it's pretty much true. I mean, they used poor white people, indentured slaves, to like as like a to incentivize black slaves not to run away from the plantation, lest they'd end up like the poor whites that they would be paraded by sometimes. So it's like people don't, people have a Hollywood understanding of slavery, not realizing that yeah, black slaves were often like much better off living on some plantation with free room and board, compared to a lot of other people who just had to fend for themselves or who were indentured to the companies they were enslaved by in ways that were oftentimes worse for them because they didn't have like a caretaker essentially.
Right. Like imagine making below minimum wage like most indentured servants did, and then you got this fucking slave who's working, you know what I'm saying? Not saying anyone work harder than the other one, but he's working as well. But he's provided room and board. He's provided, specific other opportunities. He's provided like clothes, shoes, all kinds of shit. You know what I'm saying? He also gets to like live free.
Well,
Meanwhile, you're fucking doing the same work and you gotta fucking go fend for yourself. Like it's
the
fucking crazy.
indentured often weren't paid any sort of like real wage. They were paid credits that belonged to the company,
Yeah.
credits that could be redeemed at the company they worked for, essentially. So they weren't really being paid anything except for they were just getting kind of like a bit of a stipend or a per
Stipend,
diem
yeah.
sort of thing. Yeah, and then and of course, like you can't pay for rent or something like that with something like that,
Right, and
So
then imagine being in a land that you don't know doing that. See, this is what I'm saying, and I don't know how to put it. Right, I mean, I'm not up here like, yo, we should praise these these people or nothing. But I'm saying is this right. I mean, we had a bunch of ungrateful black people who hate this country. Whereas though your ancestors, they did not think that way. A lot of our ancestors, they loved this country and they appreciated this country. You know what I'm saying? No matter what they went through in this country. Now, obviously, Black Americans have a specific gripe or argument against this country to certain levels, which is cool. But all of this, militarized gang banging or however you want to put it, and I hate America and the white man's the devil and shit, that's idiotic, Like I said, right? I mean, blacks and indentured servants were doing the same exact work, but meanwhile, you got everything for free. I mean, how many people right now turn out a job that will provide you with like room and board and clothes and shit, or a fucking little car to go get your own clothes and shit? All you gotta do is come work for the company. Or would you rather make minimum wage and have to go fend for yourself somewhere? You know?
Hey, I just have a quick point about that earlier comment. If you see the top, I'm sure you guys saw that. What is that? Did studies show that the IQ of Black Africans is like 70 on average, like
Yeah.
borderline
So,
mental retardation? So that's a direct quote. That's not like
mhm.
me putting out my opinion, but the studies show that. And then to back up what you were saying earlier, Scammy, I'll post the second part here. That shows Black Americans on average have a 91 IQ, like 21 points higher on average there.
Exactly. And I mean, that's obviously due to, the resources provided them. Like I said, I mean, the schools in Baltimore are shit. But anybody in here want to go to fucking Rwanda to get an education? Anybody in here want to fucking go to Port Harcourt or whatever the fuck that shit called to get an education? It's like, no, nigga, what the fuck?
Well, I've been trying to find it for a little while. I think there was a study in 2021 that came out that said it's going down even more too. That's a concern. I mean, Nigeria, it's like 66 or 68, which is the most populous country in all of Africa. So the IQ in Africa is not looking.
Yeah, share that if you got it.
I've been trying to find it for a while. I mean, when you type in find IQ in Africa, you get a lot of studies. Let me see.
I mean, I heard that the average IQ, especially in Nigeria, was like 65.
Yeah,
Nigga, they can't read over like a fifth or sixth grade level on average.
yeah, something like that. It's the only reason it's even that high, as I understand, is because of the Igbos, which are the unfortunate reality of that is the Hausas in Nigeria, they make up the largest ethnic group, and they also have the highest birth rate. So they're going to essentially double their population within probably about 20 years.
And that sucks.
Yes, worse. Because, like I said, the Igbos are the only group really holding that country up, and they're actually discriminated against in Nigeria as well.
Yeah, from my understanding is that Nigeria, they're trying to mix a bunch of tribes together, and that shit ain't working too well.
Well, there was a civil war and a genocide there. And, I want to say 1970 to 90, and I mean there's still issues there with like the Islamic State. And it's really similar to Congo in that regard, because Congo, it's basically 5 ethnic groups all fighting it out for the last 30 years.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
It's tribal warfare.
For sure. I mean, the same shit in America with black people. It's all tribal, bro. You know, it's totally tribal. But yeah, bro. I don't get this shit. You know.
Yeah, some data for a lot of these like common talking points are up in the jumbotron. Data and rhetoric for people to use.
What's that you just posted?
Yeah, it's data on like home ownership, basically like the generational wealth disparities, outlining basically how like white people that were made rich by slavery or that were rich, maintain their wealth through slavery, basically those families pretty much didn't last long after the Civil War. And like
Facts.
by like the early 1900s, like they had just like dissipated into the general population. So it's like this idea that like all the many white people that are around now are benefited from slavery because of the very few white people that owned slaves back then is just ridiculous. And it's like just through like common sense, it's ridiculous. Like if you just think about the numbers and everything, but then there's like data that straight up backs it up.
I was talking to Ezra Pound, or maybe it was Sir Ludwig, or it was one of these older people, and he said that 60% of debt that Black Americans hold is tied to luxury goods. Like, is that? Have you ever seen that number, Spooks?
No, but what 60% of debt among Black Americans is from like consumer
luxury
goods.
Luxury goods. Like like
cars,
handbags, or like cars, or like watches, or grills.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense because like you don't really go into debt if you're in an apartment, and I assume a lot of Blacks are in like housing projects and apartments. I don't think home ownership is high proportionally for Blacks, and then it like makes sense because if they're in any debt at all, it's probably not going to be mortgages. It's probably going to be that kind of stuff. But it is like luxury goods though. I would like to see how that's broken down. Like if there's a specific thing that because like if it's cars,
because I was looking for it and I couldn't find it, but I mean
if it's like,
I could probably reach out to Ludwig and get it.
Yeah, because if it's like cars, then like that just kind of makes sense. But if like they're taking out like loans and like credit cards to buy shoes and shit, it's like I'm usually benefit of the doubt when something is presented that sounds like especially dour. Like I assume that it's not as bad as it sounds, but yeah, it's probably closer to the truth than whatever else the thinking would be. All right, so this is some good data here. I'm about to post in the jumbotron. I gotta make the tweet first, so can it be a minute?
I fucking love this ecosystem of spaces and stuff, and all the people that I've kind of met along the way, and all the conversations I've been able to witness because of it.
Yeah, I mean it's not that different from. I mean it is a lot different from like everything I learned over like. Yeah, it's because you can actually do it here, at least for now. I used to do this kind of stuff on Reddit all the time, but Reddit's like this hive mind place where they're just gonna like,
I've
totally
gotten kicked off there.
astroturf.
I've been through like 7 or 8 accounts on Reddit somehow. Like,
yeah, I actually talked to Reddit admins on a couple occasions to get my accounts unbanned.
Nice. One of my coworkers at my old company, I did consulting. He used to work for Reddit, and I was able to get him to get one of my accounts unbanned, but he has since left there and moved on to other places.
Yeah, I remember the Ellen Powell era.
Yeah, I do. And then you remember the Spez, the redhead guy or whatever?
Oh yeah,
nerdy fat looking guy.
Spez.
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
Let's see. I'm trying to compress all this into a single tweet. Intergenerational effects of a large wealth shock. Try to. So I'll post the links first, and then I'll post a.
Man, I was gone for a while. What the fuck happened when I left?
That one dude.
Hey Jay, you can talk, bro. You can come out the mic. You know you fam. That's my homie. What's up, Jay?
Oh, good looks, man. Thanks.
Yeah, I sent him an invite to speak.
I did too a while ago.
I sent invites to all the black people in the audience right now, trying to get some of them up just to see what they think.
Yeah.
If they want to.
Well, I can't
share their
argue.
opinions or anything.
Oh,
No one's accepted though.
Scam, he's the coon. For sure. You see the coon? Let's go.
I seen that shit.
Yo, what
I think I might do that. Like, get one, but like, put that shirt on.
Hold up, Chad.
Let
Jay speak. Go ahead, Jay. Hold up, Chad. Let Jay speak.
You know, I'm just like I'm fairly new to Twitter, so I had no idea what.
Oh, it doesn't show the speaker on my end.
He's talking. He's talking right now.
Oh, hold on.
I'm gonna drop down. Can you send me?
Yo, Jay, what's going on, big guy? Is that your real face?
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
Well, just be careful sharing your opinions on here. People will try to kill you.
Oh, they can come. It's cool. I don't really like hate anyone. Like I had no idea about like the FBA thing, but I was in like some space and they came in, but I noticed like off the bat like some of the rhetoric, like they were throwing around like trauma and microaggression, and I saw this video that they showed. Disney Plus just started this show where there's this whole scene where these like little kids are singing about like America being built on slave, like all the shit they were talking about, all the stuff they were saying, like these little kids were singing in a cartoon, and I it somehow it's also tied to like the woke agenda because that's all like woke critical race theory, postmodern rhetoric, and I feel like that they slip that in. That all comes from how like the education system works now, because now everyone's just taught that they're victims. It's like part of like the Marxist takeover of the institution. I think that's what I recognize.
Yeah, that's pretty true. I put in the jumbotron some of that data. It's in the two most recent posts. The second most recent post has the links to the sources.
I mean, just the very fact that the rhetoric is so angry and they can't like converse without like insulting and like soapbox dialoguing, I guess, like acting like they're on a pulpit or something.
Yeah, they're hypocrites.
Like, and they're just
yeah, right.
And they kind of just they scream this like alt history they're now in love with at you, and then say, "Well, this is what happened. Now you proved me you proved to me what I'm saying is wrong." But if you're posing a hypothesis, you have to like really back up that hypothesis.
There's like one website that like their opinions come from on the blacks from
what is it, blackhistoryhunt.com?
No, it's like literally called like blackfootindian.com or something like that. And it shows you a map of where they're located, and it's like in Montana. And it's like, okay, that's interesting. I mean, I don't doubt that they've got some admixture, but like to say that like their family is completely indigenous and like they're all black, it's like I also got sent by somebody else. I need to go find the thing. Somebody sent me a thing saying that there was a group of Native Americans that had blacks hanging around them, and I think that The blacks ended up calling themselves Native Americans or something like that. He defined it.
Bro, I mean, to assume that there were no, black or like sub-Saharan Africans here type looking people, I think it's idiotic. But to assume that all of these people, or there's a large number of these people who have been here, is like before the slave trade, is like that's stupid as well. It's like both of those arguments are like dumb as shit. You get what I'm saying? I mean, what's more likely to have happened was the majority of you people with any kind of like Native American ancestry, you probably were, slaves to the natives.
Yeah, the natives loved slavery with Africans. The Cherokees,
right?
I'm saying it was the Cherokees. They disproportionately fought for the Confederacy.
Facts. Yeah, we know this. You
yeah,
know what I'm
well,
saying?
they took slaves on the Trail of Tears. They took their slaves with them. Like
Yeah.
the slaves died on the Trail of Tears.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was a massive thing amongst the natives, if you want to call them that. I just call them the fucking, I don't know, pre-Americans, whatever you want to call it. They're not Native Americans.
I mean,
But,
history.
They
I'm sorry. Oh no, go on. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying they love slavery. Like that was their big. They enslaved each other. They had sex slaves. They enslaved whites if they could. They enslaved blacks. It was their whole game, man.
Slavery is old as hell. Like that's what's annoying about the whole. Like, I feel like there's a lot of groups these days that like find out like in general we're lied to about a lot of history, but don't really. But they find out through, I guess, some
What
other
black
propaganda
Americans
source.
did just
Than...
now? What black Americans
well,
did
like,
just now, y'all?
Hell yeah, we
I
got
just
one.
came in. How y'all doing?
What up, girl? What's
How
going
you
on? How
doing?
you doing?
Hold up.
What's up,
Yeah.
Nubian
Hold up,
Queen?
Chad. Hold up.
Yeah,
Miss Black
Yeah, what
America.
they did?
I don't know, but how you feel about the title though?
Let me see. I know, because I heard all kind of shit. I didn't get a chance to read the title. FBA benefited more from chattel slavery than whites. I mean, fuck, we was the slaves. What you think? The whites enslaved us. Shouldn't we benefit more? We was the motherfuckers that were hung
Yeah.
for the trees. What the fuck?
I agree, right? I'm not disagreeing with you.
Oh,
I mean, I'm just asking a question. I mean, people came in here outraged
okay.
that the title says what it says. I mean,
Okay.
I think it's a logical argument. You know what I'm
Oh, yeah.
saying? That's why I was asking you how you feel.
Okay, yeah, I feel.
Whites didn't enslave you though.
Oh, whites didn't? So whites didn't hang us from the motherfucking tree?
Well, all sorts of people hung from
Nah,
trees, not
fuck
just
that.
blacks.
No, slavery.
Why are you trying to
Slavery.
put a
Nah,
monopoly on that?
slavery. We talking about slavery. Fuck
Wait.
that white man. Don't talk this white man shit.
Wait.
Go ahead
You're
now.
being a little
Y'all
belligerent
fucking
there.
Yeah,
had
can
us
we
in
get back
chains
to
around this bitch. What the fuck are you talking
you
about?
didn't white people
White
didn't
people did it to
enslave you
everybody.
though.
White people did it to the.
Okay, hey, you're gonna have to not yell into the phone when you're talking. I understand that you're upset, but if you could just not yell.
And put
White people
batteries in
did
your
it to the
smoke detector.
indigenous people.
Hold on, Chad.
White
No,
people did it to the Africans.
let's Blues
White
get
people
this.
did it to every black person that was in America. Yes, they did. I was saying no.
Who sold
Yeah,
you
they
who
did.
sold you to the
The
merchant
Africans with
ships?
their bitch
Who sold
asses,
you
with
to the
the white
merchants?
people, fuck them too.
So your own people.
You motherfuckers was in cahoots. What the fuck? Y'all all did
So
it.
your own people did it.
Y'all all
So your
did
own
it. You know
people did it.
y'all did it. Stop playing with me.
So you say, could you stop shouting for a second?
I'm still shouting. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. Thank you. So when you say white people enslaved everyone, but you're admitting that black people enslaved you, does that mean black people enslaved anyone they could too?
Listen, Africans not black. They're Africans. So let's get this shit right. Black Americans are black is considered black. Africans sold other Africans and sold our African asses into becoming Americans. Yes, they
That's
sold
right.
us.
Tell them. Tell
They
them.
sold us. Yes, they
What
did. And they sold us to you guys.
what makes the
They sold us to
Africans
you
what makes the
motherfuckers.
Africans
Yes, they
what
did.
makes the Africans what makes the Africans and the African Americans distinct?
What make them what?
That what
What
makes
make
them
us different?
distinct?
Hold up. What makes us different from each other? That's what he's asking.
Oh, a African American is a descendant of a slave. An African is a motherfucking African. Y'all know that. Stop playing with me, white people. Come on now. Stop
Okay,
asking
so
dumbass
the
questions.
difference
Y'all fucking know.
between the diff
That's right. Tell
the
his
di-
ass. Tell
the
him. Tell him.
Yeah, they
the
know. They being
difference
stupid.
between okay, can you stop for a second? When you land your plane, you just park it, right? You don't like keep trying to fly. Anyway,
Get the
so
fuck on
the
that
difference
stupid ass
between an
logic.
African The difference between an African and an African American is slave status. That's
Yes,
it.
yes, sir.
So then, what's the difference then? What's the difference in saying that you enslaved yourselves?
What? You sound stupid, bro.
Who sold you? Who sold you to the Jews that brought you over
Listen,
here on
huh?
ships?
Go ahead. What?
Who sold you? Who sold you to the Jews that brought you over here on
I just
ships?
told you. I just told you.
Africans.
Yes. You know the deal.
Okay, so the difference between African Americans and Africans is African Americans are on a different continent because of slavery.
Yes.
Okay, so then what's with the racial grievance about slavery?
Look,
They're the ones
look,
that did it.
Hold up,
look.
black
Listen.
American. He's asking you why are you not mad at other Africans or other black people? Why are you so mad at white
I
people?
get mad at the Africans. I be on this motherfucker all day long, going off on them bitch ass
Okay, so
motherfuckers. I'm
why are you
mad.
mad why are you mad at white people who only own slaves to the proportion of less than
Look,
1%,
man,
and
did
most
you
of the
see?
time they
Man,
were
did you see them
Jews?
people, bro? Come on now.
Hold up. So let me make sure, so what he's saying is why are you mad at white people who all of them didn't own slaves? It was a small number of them, or a small percentage of them owning slaves, and the majority of that percentage who owned slaves were Jewish. They were not like these white people. That's what he's asking. Go ahead.
White people don't import third worlders into
Black
their
America,
countries.
Black America, I unmute your mic. I had muted the space so I
I
could
said, who
speak.
said
Black
I was
America.
What
mad with white people? First of all, this motherfucker asked me
white
why I'm mad. I just got in here. So who said I was mad with white people?
You came in here
So
screaming about
y'all make
hanging
me
from trees and
motherfucking.
shit.
Let me tell you something. Y'all motherfuckers is a
Damn, Jen, can you just shut up for a
non-motherfucking
second?
factor,
Yeah, look,
okay?
I'm just gonna talk over you until you can calm.
Okay, hold on. Black American, let Spoods go, then it's your turn.
You're a
Yeah, can you just
non-motherfucking
can
factor.
you just
Ain't
sit down?
All right, Black American, it's Spoods' turn, then you can go, okay? Just stay on mute. Let him go for like 30 seconds, then you can respond. Don't interrupt him, please.
Chattel, you fucking motherfucker. You
fuck
keep
you,
muting
you
the
dog
goddamn
shit.
room. I know you ain't doing that to me, nigga. Man, fuck you, Chattel.
Fuck your dog. Fuck all y'all in this motherfucker. Yeah, bitch. Ain't nobody
Oh,
mad with you
not me,
motherfuckers.
baby. I ain't
Ain't
do nothing,
nobody
baby.
mad with
I ain't
y'all
did you
fucking
nothing.
stinking asses. Fuck y'all. Fuck y'all. Ain't
Oh
nobody
no,
mad
not
with
me, baby.
y'all.
I ain't did you
Y'all,
nothing,
so
baby.
y'all
Why
know
you
what?
say
Go ahead
fuck
on
me,
with that
baby?
dumb
I
ass
ain't
shit.
did you nothing.
Ain't nobody mad with y'all motherfucking stinking motherfuckers. So stop saying that. Nobody give a fuck about y'all. We don't even be talking about you motherfuckers. Y'all white supremacy. We don't give a fuck. Stay
Hold up,
over
baby.
there.
Yo,
I
they
ain't
was
said nothing
insulting
about you,
George
baby.
Floyd before you
Stay
came
your
in here,
bitch
too.
ass over
Yeah, these
there.
motherfuckers in here
Stay
so
your
cool.
bitch
They
ass
got them
over there.
Chatical, baby. Chatical, baby. That boy got a mouth on him, baby. He talking
Yeah,
about
yeah.
George Floyd and
I
some
I'm
don't
other
care.
about to
I
let
stuff.
don't know.
him
Listen,
wild.
I don't know no motherfucking George Floyd.
Yeah,
They
I
don't
know
make me
Pink Floyd and
motherfucking
George
mad.
Floyd teaming
Fuck
up to make the
y'all.
most epic
Fuck
rap
y'all.
rap
One
I'm
more
and rock
time. Fuck
crossover
I
ever.
ain't
y'all.
taking part in no white supremacies. I'm out of here.
Fuck y'all.
all
Hold
right.
on, baby.
So
I ain't did you nothing,
I ain't do
baby.
you nothing,
Pardon?
so
baby.
is it
Fuck.
yeah is
they
it
trying to
black
make me mad because you saying fuck
American
George
woman?
Floyd, man. Look, they ain't
Okay, hold up. Black American, let Spoods go. You can't yell over him or else we can't hear him. Just let him cook and then you can respond, please.
Yeah, I don't know how anybody could withstand any of this without the realization of why you fucking Negroes are putting trees in the first place, right? I mean, listen to yourself.
Hold up, Spoons.
the
Hold up, bro.
same
God
reason
damn,
why
nigga.
the, the same reason why your daddy sucked his own dick.
That's right,
What?
baby.
Okay?
What does that
That's
mean?
why.
Yeah, I know. I mean, like, just listen to you. Now, like, I get it. I don't think it was anything other than, like, just to shut some of you up, to be honest.
Yeah, I was hearing all the dick
That's,
jokes
listen,
constantly
y'all. Y'all
probably is what
listen,
makes
y'all
it.
might well kill that shit. That shit don't make Black American man no more.
You know,
That shit's
Black
so
American.
done, bro. Listen, bro, we
You know
not
who
even.
Emmett Till? Do you know who Emmett Till is? You're muted, by the way.
Yes, I know who Emmett Taylor was.
Okay, can you tell me
No,
why it
bitch,
was
you
both
tell me.
white and
You tell me.
can you tell me why it is that you think that both white men and black men lynched Emmett Till?
Bitch, you said that, bitch. Stop putting words in my motherfucking mouth, you honky.
You like
You're a
You
honking
so
bitch,
honky?
you cunt hoe.
She funny as shit. Oh shit.
okay. I asked you a question and I gave you some information to preface the question.
Hold up,
So
Black
I'm not
American. Wait,
putting.
I got hold
I'm
up.
not.
Black American. He's
I'm not.
asking why did black people and white people hang Emmett Till or lynch Emmett Till?
Because that white bitch couldn't keep her mouth off of his dick.
No. Why is it that both? Why is it that black men actually contributed to that lynching? Why did they? Why did they collaborate with the white man?
Because they coon ass bitches. They house niggas.
Are you sure it's not
They
because?
were
Yeah,
coon
bitch.
ass bitches.
Are you sure it's not because what the white woman said was true, and the reason why black people helped lynch him was because this little business belonging to the white woman and the white man was actually sympathetic toward blacks in the first place?
Shut the fuck up, bro. You sound.
Yeah, so what the real Emmett Till story is, when the Jews aren't lying to you, impressionable Negroes, is the shop that the white woman worked at was actually one of the few in the time that served black people as well. So when this little hood rat Emmett Till came in, whose father was also a rapist, by the way, so maybe there's some hereditary gene thing going on there.
There is a
When
hereditary rapist gene.
yeah. Anyway, so when he molested the woman, the black people who actually were allowed to do business at this store, they didn't appreciate it either, and that's why they
You
jumped
sure
into the
you know y'all
lynching
got
of the
some
white man.
nasty ass white hoes that always like big black dicks? You so
Yeah, like you're literally just retarded. Like there's a lot of black Americans through admixture, especially that is miscegenation, race mixing. They're like two standard deviations IQ higher than what you'd see in much of sub-Saharan Africa. But I don't think you are quite so lucky in the
don't get mad
genetic
because y'all women
disposition
like them
there.
big black dicks. Y'all little bitty pig dick bitches. Don't get mad, they like that King Kong.
She funny
Them
as
Chilla
shit, bro.
had
I
that
ain't
King
gonna lie.
Kong for that bitch. That hoe wanted it.
Hey, yo,
He
hold
ain't
up,
molest
Shane.
her.
You got something
That
you want to
bitch
say,
molested
Shane?
him. You know them hoes always be on that black dick.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I
go ahead,
know.
Shane. Go ahead.
Appreciate it, Scammy. All right, I got a question. If black people, FBA and ADOS say that they built America, well, tell me this. How come every neighborhood that fills up with black people, even white neighborhoods that fills up with black people, how come they get run down within 5 to 10 years? Every single neighborhood.
The white people make sure
And,
they
and
keep all the motherfucking wealth to their pig fucking stinking ass self. That's
how come
why.
you don't take care of
That's
the
why.
neighborhoods when
But
you
guess
move
what?
in?
I'm so happy America is falling. Because the immigrants taking
How
it, bitch.
come how come you don't take
The
care of the
immigrants,
neighborhoods when you move
how
in?
come the immigrants are getting all your motherfucking rights? How come they winning over you?
What do you
God damn,
mean?
whatever she drinking, let me get some of that. Hold up, hey, hold up. We
Yeah,
got America back. Hold up, yeah, hey, Black America.
The bill,
I know you're
the
gonna come off the
wall
mic.
did
Hold up,
not
hold up,
get built.
yeah, hold
Wait,
up,
wait,
yeah,
wait.
Black
I
America's
have to
back. So,
respond.
Black America, wait. No, I kicked it down. So I'm gonna have this debate with Black America who thinks he's so smart than everybody because he went to Ivy League school. But yeah,
Well,
Black America. You
well,
want to finish
that's
what you
what
were
you
saying?
said. You said that, not me.
No, that's not what I was saying.
Oh, so you're just inarticulate. Is that what you mean?
No, I'm not inarticulate. You're just
No,
being
it's
retarded for
okay to be
nothing.
inarticulate. Just say you're not
What
well
I
spoken.
said was, if a person went to an Ivy League school, right, you can assume that on average they have a greater propensity to be smart, right? That's what I
Yeah.
said,
Okay.
and I made it in comparison to people in schools
Mm-hmm.
all throughout America having the resources to have a greater education
See,
than
now
people
you're
on the
over
continent.
explaining. You're over explaining now. Calm down.
Yeah, no, well, I'm breaking it down because obviously your IQ
Well,
is low. You couldn't
this is a
grasp
safe
that
space for
concept.
you. Don't worry, I won't judge you. So, at least so we can say statistically, right, that it's borne out that I likely have a higher IQ than you, right? Just from a Just from
Yeah,
your
you could.
standpoint.
Yeah, no, listen.
No, it's
If
more
you went to
likely
an
than
Ivy
not,
League,
right?
no, listen. If you went to an Ivy League school, yes, you can say that.
So
I won't
it's more
disagree with that.
likely
Yes,
than
you
not,
can.
right? So
Exactly.
then, what's the confidence then? I don't understand. You should probably be quiet.
What do you mean? What's the confidence?
The odds are against you, man.
Yeah, well, that's fine to say that the odds are against me, but to make the bold statement that that's what it is
Well,
idiotic.
it's
You know.
self-evident. You don't even know what a confounding variable is, so I can't.
No, you don't know what a confounding variable is because what you said explained my argument and not what a confounding variable
Do you
is.
understand the difference between?
What you said was hold up, because what you said was people in the summer are more likely, you know what I'm saying, to eat ice cream and also while they're swimming. Is that not what
No,
you
not
said?
while they're swimming. I'm saying during the summer.
Well, yeah, of course not while they're swimming, but because they're swimming and because it's summertime,
Because
they're
it's
more
hot.
likely to consume
Because
ice
of heat.
cream.
Because it's
Okay,
hot.
exactly.
That's it.
Okay,
That's
so listen. So are people in a first world country not more likely to have a better quality of life than people in third world countries? That's not a confounding factor. What that is I mean that's not a confounding variable. What that is you're proving my argument. A confounding variable would be this: the white man went to Africa and drained all his resources, and another confounding variable would be this: the white man brought African slaves to America. The confounding
So do you know what a
variable.
correlation is?
Well, there's no correlation
No, do
there.
you know what it is?
But there's no correlation there.
Hold
Who
up.
cares? Who
Spooks,
cares? Oh, who cares? Hold on. No, let's not hold up. What the fuck is even this argument? Hey, do you know what a confounding variable is?
Yeah, well, I was stupid to begin with, Spoons. What he's trying to argue is that the title is
So
stupid. That's what he's trying to say.
muting me to help him run away. That's not how this is gonna work.
No, I'm not running at all.
No,
I'm not
muting
either.
you. I'm muting you specifically because this is like you've already looped back 2 or 3 times. You're just talking like it's practically semantics at this point.
Exactly. That's the whole point. Exactly.
Wait.
That's what I said earlier.
Black
And he
people,
wasn't even
black
in
people,
here.
black
He
people,
wasn't
when
even
they
in
want to
here. What
sound
the
smart.
fuck?
Well, hold on. When they want to
He's
sound
not
smart,
black,
they'll
bro.
just
He's
use big
Mexican. He's
words.
not black. He's not black. He's not black. He's
That's
not
fine,
black.
whatever. But when they want to sound
Let him
smart,
talk.
they'll use big words, and they'll think that it makes them sound smart.
All right, let's go. No, stop muting him. Don't mute him. Don't mute him. Don't mute him. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And it's like it's weird because you could say, "Hey, I want to respond," but when you're muting and being oppressive, it just sounds like you're all.
All right, well, I'm muting you because now you're just fucking complaining. Like, get on with whatever you want to say. Stop being
just stop
like
muting.
pussyfooting little prissy bitch.
If you're so confident.
No, look, if you're just gonna like do exactly what I told you or asked you to stop doing like 4 seconds prior, like just stop. Like, you know what you could do to get the muting to be like just ended outright is not do that thing that I told you I was muting you for in the first place.
So, Scammy, do you want to have this debate or not?
Bro, just get on to your point. Don't keep asking. Go. Make your point. No,
Right,
make your point.
Okay,
No, make it. No, wait, Chad. No, listen.
Answer the
Everybody.
fucking question.
No, listen. Mute up. No, listen. We're gonna mute up and let him make his point. And I don't even respond.
Be good boys, okay? Be good little white boys.
Yeah, co-host, be good boys because be good little white boys co-host because that's gonna hurt our feelings.
The reason why I asked you if you know.
I think his internet disconnected or something. I think maybe Spics are just like too retarded to operate their phones.
Yeah. Oh, what, he just left again? Oh, what are you doing, dude? What's going on here?
So you're so emotional.
Speak.
See, this is not an emotional discussion. We're talking about that.
Bro, just speak. Shut the fuck up. You like a woman. Like, just talk.
This is very womanly. It's like
it's like a female shit, bro. Just talk. You're just nagging at this point. Like, you're so smart, but you're just talking in circles. Like, shut the fuck up and talk.
Yeah, it makes sense that you'd have like black Americans. Oh, jeez.
He just want to make insults.
Hey, black American.
Hey, baby.
Hey, listen, we're gonna meet up and just let him speak. Let's
Am I
let him
gonna be
talk, bro.
allowed
Just let him talk.
Because every time I've been trying to make my point, I've been moved down.
Dude, are you just gonna fucking complain? Like, just answer yes or no, and then.
Right. I mean, I go into all of these nigga spaces. I'm muted consistently and some more shit, removed and everything.
The reason why I asked you if you knew what a correlation was because you're speaking as if correlations are 1 or 0, when that's not what a correlation is, right? A strong correlation usually been on the field.
Yeah, everybody knows you had a weak argument, man.
So wow,
why
you
you
can't
had to
even
repeat it?
let me
You
make
can't
the
make a
point. See,
better argument now.
this person is so afraid of me. They're afraid of me saying a sentence. Like that's how much power.
Well, I
I
didn't do
have.
anything. It wasn't me.
That's how powerful I am in this room.
Yeah, shout out to your power.
It's like you haven't said anything so far that wasn't non sequitur or like totally ad hom, right? And it's funny because I say non sequitur even though there's no sequitur in the first place. Like, what are you getting at? Other than like, Scammy doesn't know what these particular academic terms are, these scholarly terms. He doesn't.
My point.
Right, exactly.
Well, here's the point: is if somebody doesn't know the language, does that mean they can't like conceptualize these things?
What? Anyways, you're proving my point about your lack of readiness to even have this conversation.
Well,
By
you didn't
muting me
understand
every
the
3
question.
seconds.
Which
conversation? Let me finish.
Which conversation? No, which conversation? What's the conversation? Is it just ad hom about Scammy's like lack of particular knowledge on like things that are largely semantic
don't put
anyway?
it all on Scammy. I'm talking.
Oh, you're talking to me now. Okay, so what are we going over, data or something? What's the thing here? I'm not going to just like have the. Yes, because I'm not just going to have the same stupid non-conversation you've had for the last 5 minutes. So what's it's just ad hom, right? Go ahead. It's just ad hom, right? You're not ready for this because what? I don't know some term. What's the term? Let's hear it.
Non-conforming variable.
Confounding variables.
Nah,
no, it's non-conforming.
Because that's the only thing that you guys are doing here is literally muting me.
What's the conversation?
Well, you're so afraid of me talking. It's weird. It's like you already know that I'm way smarter than you or something.
What's the conversation?
Real quick.
So anyway,
You ain't saying a motherfucking thing.
Right, even Black America know this. Like, God damn.
You can all just shut the fuck up. What's the conversation? Because every time we let you speak, you don't want to talk about the thing you brought up in the first place. So what
again,
conversation?
I was trying to explain correlations real quick because I'm not trying to do gotchas. I'm trying to understand how we got to this calculation.
Okay, that's great. Nobody wants to hear that. Do you have something to talk about, the topics that were going on or whatever? We're not in a lecture, right?
In the title, unless you're going to change the title, it says FBA benefited more from chattel slavery than whites. And I'm trying to see how one would quantitatively come to that conclusion. And it seems that you
All
can't
right, well,
follow.
I'm posting sources. I'm posting sources right now. I'm posting sources in the Jumbotron right now. It's actual data. It doesn't have to be like quantitatively, like through some sort of rhetoric or whatever. I don't know what you're expecting, but just start going through the data because I don't think you've looked at the Jumbotron once at all, have you?
Yeah, well, that's the reason why I told him we have a higher IQ, we have a better quality of life.
Who cares though? But just answer the question. You haven't looked at the Jumbotron once, have you?
I mean, I haven't been able to make a point yet, so
just look at it. Well, that's the thing is your point's already been
And don't
addressed.
say you have a higher IQ because that's not fucking true. There's some dumb, retarded ass white people in this fucking world.
I'm not white.
I don't know.
I'm saying people in America have a higher IQ than people on the continent of Africa on average.
Yeah, let's not have that debate. I don't know why American black, having apparently gone to an Ivy League, I don't know who says that or whatever, but I think you're smart enough to know that the affirmative action programs apply to academia as well. Yeah, go ahead and just look at the Jumbotron.
So anyways, you're speaking, Sammy, as if it's 1 or 0 when it's actually everything in between -1 and 1.
Yeah, who cares? What if he's right though?
No. He's speaking as if there couldn't be a weak correlation, a strong correlation, a negative correlation.
Of what? For what?
Between
just
the different
title?
variables that we're talking about, and then he also doesn't
what variables?
He also doesn't.
What variables?
He also does not understand that.
What are the variables you're talking about?
Literally, if you just allowed me to finish, you would get the answer.
No, you were saying he doesn't understand what you just said the variables. What are the variables?
The end of my sentence answers your question.
Okay,
so if
go
you would have let me finish
get to
the
sentence,
you would have gotten your answer.
No, just get to the end of it.
Seconds you're
no, just get to the end of it. Stop talking about the mute. Like when you say mute, I'm just going to go ahead and mute. Like why not? Because you're talking about the mute shit. Why wouldn't I just try to show? Okay. Why wouldn't I just shut you the fuck up if you're going to be, if I'm asking
Right.
you 4 or 5 times about the variables and then you say, well, it's at the end of my sentence. Okay, then get to the end of your sentence. And then you start talking about the mute button. That sounds to me like you don't actually have like an end to it, right? You
It's
don't
just
actually
circular.
have,
You're talking in circles.
You
yeah,
sound
just go for it.
emotional.
Just go to the,
anyways,
just go to the end of the sentence.
let me just. I have to restate the sentence now, so it's a complete sentence. So.
No, I already know. You were saying that he doesn't understand, right?
Oh, really? He doesn't understand what? What did I say he doesn't understand?
The variables.
What variables?
That's what I was asking you, remember?
Yeah, you're
So
supposed to get to him.
when it comes to IQ, which he's trying to talk about but failing, it seems that he doesn't understand that environment and IQ correlate with one another, which makes environment another
God.
confounding
But that was
variable.
exactly his point.
Exactly.
Yeah, to what degree does the environment?
This nigga's a retard, bro. What the fuck?
But hold up, let's go slowly. Let's think of.
Hold on, I was asking you a question about what you just said. To what degree does the environment, I guess, say outweigh heritability?
It depends on which scientist you ask. Some people say it's 40-60. Some people say it's 50-50.
Okay, yeah, right. So some people say it's 50-50. Some people say 60-40. Some people even upwards of like 90% heritable, right? There's some scientists though that say it's 0%, and I think you know this, right? You must have seen this, right? There's some scientists.
I haven't.
Yeah, there's some that say it's 0%. There's some people. Actually, here's the thing, American Black, is that almost all of like the institution of academia seems to believe that the idea that distinct and disparate people groups developed over a millennia, like millennia on millennia, in completely different environments, like global environments, climates, etc., completely separate from one another. However, all of their sort of like anatomical and biological differences pretty much end at the skull. There's a lot of the
Spooks, hold up. But everything that you're saying, right, it ties back into my original point of how Black Americans benefit from being in America. Because even if what you're saying is true, that it is inheritable, then there should be no reason why Blacks in America should have a higher IQ than Blacks on the continent.
Well, on average, Blacks have like 20% European admixture.
Yeah,
that's not,
well, that too. But still,
like
that's a benefit of slavery.
Can I explain to you
That's still a benefit of slavery.
Can I explain to you why you're stupid, or do you want to talk to yourself?
Yeah, tell us we're stupid, Spick.
Because here's the thing. You're trying to measure quality of life, which is a variable that you don't even understand whether that is qualitative or quantitative. In fact, you cannot have a quantitative measure of quality of life, right? And then second of all, you're trying to put IQ and environment and quality of life and trying to connect them in a way which doesn't make sense, right? If you want to connect IQ,
it doesn't make sense.
Let's say, hold up, to let's say income, you could do that. The issue is that you might find that people who live in certain zip codes have higher incomes and higher SAT scores. So is the dog wagging the tail? You don't know. And the only way to know is to use a multivariate analysis, right? And you don't know what a multivariate analysis is.
Of course I don't.
Yeah,
I'm Black.
So let me tell you. There's a book called The Mismeasure of Man by Stephen Jay Gould. He's an evolutionary biologist. He's a big deal in biology. And he looks at the bell curve. And he looks at IQ. And do you know what IQ is?
Nope, I'm Black.
Dude, stop. what you are like? Are you trying to do it to yourself now? You're on this point, and you're about to make a good point with some reference, or a point rather, with some references, and then you ask him, "Do you know what IQ is?" Like, what? Just get to your point. And I'm doing this for your sake because you're about to throw yourself off.
I would save myself from explaining things, but his.
See, you're getting personal again. Continue on your point about Stephen Jay Gould and the bell curve.
How is that personal? So the argument hinges upon the idea that let me just say the argument is dependent upon IQ in some way.
Here, I'm trying to put you back on your own track. Stephen Jay Gould, he looked at the bell curve. What was going to be said there.
Well, that is my track. Is that it seems that the people in this room don't know what IQ is. IQ, the intelligence quotient, is an idea. It is a proposed explanation for intelligence, right? It is based in the idea of.
It's not an explanation. It's a measurement.
No. IQ as intelligence is.
It literally is called intelligence quotient.
Okay, you're struggling right now, which is why I said, do you know the definition? So here's the actual definition. G factor, it's called general intelligence. It's the idea that you'll find correlations between different types of, let's say, quote unquote, intelligence. So someone who might.
Can you, let's not reframe what you just said, right? Let's not do this in real time historical revisionism. IQ, what does it mean? What are the words, right?
So you don't know what it is.
You want to play like the
you
semantic
don't know
games.
what it is. It's very clear. And you're not ready to hear the
It's a,
explanation.
He's asking you so you can show that you know.
you said okay, what was the word? Can anybody else tell me what the word American Black said IQ was?
All I heard him say was the G factor, sir.
No, before that he said it was an idea.
Yeah, he said
American
it's an
Black,
idea, sir.
it's an
Oh, hey,
idea.
Israel's
Well,
an idea.
stop. Okay, stop. Yeah, everything. Guess what, American Black? Everything is an idea. You're gonna have to say something a little bit more profound than that. What is IQ?
Thank you, sir.
Again, the idea behind IQ is G factor. G factor is the correlation between different.
So when I say, so what you're describing is the measurement. You say
Right.
no. People do this shit all the time. They get the answer, especially if they kind of threw out a misnomer of their own, and then they say no, and then explain what you just explained, just in more depth or whatever. Yeah, IQ is it's a measurement. You just look it up, a number representing a person's reasoning ability, measured using problem-solving tests as compared to the statistical norm or average for their age taken
Right.
as 100.
Which tracks their ability to.
Wait, here's the problem with
which
that.
tracks their ability to grasp
Here's the problem
or retain information.
But here's the problem with that is that when you're talking about IQ, you're talking about something that should hypothetically at a certain place in time for an individual be fixed. However, if I take different IQ tests, I will get different results. There are verbal IQ tests, spatial IQ tests.
Yeah, we know. Yeah,
So
this
hold
is
up, wait a
very
second.
obvious. We know that. No, don't say hold up, wait a second. We know this.
So if you knew,
if you're gonna come in here thinking that everybody thinks that IQ is like this distinct number that can be placed on anybody.
So again, if you knew that, you wouldn't have interrupted me and attacked me when I said that.
Wait a minute, my muting of you is coming from me not knowing this thing that you didn't even say yet?
Absolutely, yeah. Because again.
Yeah, explain how that is. Why is it that I knew what you were going to say, so I muted you before you could say it, and that's because I didn't know it? No, you can't explain what you just said because it makes no fucking sense. It's retarded. The thing you were about to say, you're not allowed to say because I keep muting you before you say it, and I don't know it. But the reason I muted you is because you were going to say it.
Because you're terrified.
It doesn't make any fucking
sense. So the reason.
Ooh, what am I terrified? Oh shit! You're white. What the fuck, bro? Why are you pretending to be black or Mexican or whatever?
Who the fuck is what? I'm not one of you filthy cave beasts. So again,
there you go.
The reason why your argument didn't make sense is because you said, well, IQ is just a number. No, it's not, because the IQ is the concept. It's the concept that these different
Well, when you say cave beast, right? Is that just kind of like tongue in cheek, or is it from the FBA perspective where blacks literally think like cavemen were real?
So, anyways, it's not a single number.
Tongue in cheek, or you literally think cavemen is like a real thing?
Well, you're showing it right now. You're demonstrating.
What do you actually believe? See, I think you want to avoid answering this because you understand, wait a minute, all that ridiculous shit about cavemen or whatever is probably not like anthropologically sound or correct. It's probably part of some narrative that's understood broadly by the general public, but which academia probably thinks is a little different or something, right? So is it tongue in cheek when you say you filthy cave people or whatever? You mean that in a sort of tongue in cheek way, just like in a disparaging remark only, but you don't actually think like whites are derived from like a population of people who dwelled in caves,
Well,
right?
look, how do you define white? What's white?
Yeah, just answer the question. Europeans, obviously.
Right. So, I mean, if you look at Western European.
Look, answer the question, right? Do you think that people like ourselves came from cavemen? You believe, in other words, you believe in the caveman narrative.
I think honestly it'd be too generous to call you a caveman. It's more like a monkey.
Yeah, but you believe in that narrative, though, right? You believe in the sort of a sociological and anthropological narrative that there were cavemen.
So, anyways, back to IQ. Presumably.
Okay, well, everyone here, myself included, you believe that. I'm saying that now, and you're not going to say
Okay,
otherwise,
cool.
right?
So, back to.
Well, yeah, that's the thing is you want to like disparage somebody with this this kind of remark that comes from a complete misunderstanding of history that's been totally politicized, right?
Are you triggered?
But notice how we get you to do something a little different from what you've been doing this whole time. You go and say, "I am not one of you disgusting cave people" or whatever. This is a very different tone and sort of like subject than anything else you've said. And now you can't admit that you actually believe that's
Are you triggered?
that's like the going narrative. I'm pretty sure you're triggered, right? Because you can't answer these very simple questions. You legitimately believe the whole caveman narrative, right?
Cammy, do
Yeah,
you want to
Spoots.
debate
I don't think that. Wait, hold on. Spoots. I don't think that black people get triggered. I think they get niggered.
Oh, that was a good one. It rhymes. So, anyways,
yeah. So you
back to
believe
IQ.
that. Well, here's the thing: is you want to throw out a snipe like that, and you just can't answer a simple question about it. You actually think that's real.
You called me white.
Yeah, see, we're talking about IQ and everything, and you actually think that is real, right? You're trying to like step on people. You're trying to look down your nose at like everybody by throwing out random things like G factor and confounding variables, yada yada yada. While also noting that you know what scientists think about population averages and IQ and everything, where there's like no consensus whatsoever, and they have like wildly different sort of perspectives on it. Yet you're going to sit here and refuse to answer whether or not you actually believe the caveman thing, right? Because you have a racial grievance toward white people, and that's part of how you justify it.
Trigger.
Right?
Hold up. By the way, one of my friends just got over. She's got a lot of experience with this sort of shit. I think she got a medical degree. Yeah, psychology and medical degree. So she's going to be talking on my account from now on.
Yeah, but she is a girl.
Yeah, she's a girl.
No, that's absolutely fine. I am a girl, but I also have a medical degree from Purdue.
Powerful.
And so I would like to state that this man doesn't understand that what a confounding variable is. And he's feeding that. And then, well, I mean, go ahead and
correct me then.
Okay. No, do you know? Like,
no,
I just like
you
you
said
to say.
I don't know.
Obviously,
So
I went to Purdue. I know what it is.
Say what I said that was wrong.
Yo, America, give America, give her your example of a confounding variable.
I have a degree. I have a degree in mathematics, right? And you don't. So you're not going to tell me what a
what the fuck does that have to do with anything? I have psychology.
Psychology is not a science, babe. It's not a science.
Yes, I have actually a science degree.
You might as well got your degree in underwater basket weaving. Okay, you're not
Where did you go to school?
You're not qualified. Don't speak
Where
to
did
me
you
like
go to
you're
school?
a scientist.
He went to Temple University.
Right. No,
Hold on. Where did you go to school,
buddy.
American?
It has nothing to do with the fact that their skin color is any specific way. It has everything to do with the variables in your life and the factors that either suppress you or push you to a higher ground.
So are you familiar with Gardner?
So, excuse me?
Are you familiar with Gardner?
This dude's fucking retarded.
Are you not familiar with Gardner? You're not familiar with him? I thought you said you.
It's like the most basic fucking thing too. You know what I mean?
Why don't you fill us
Hold on, American. You can't just be like, oh well, here's this author. Oh well, here's this citation person. What do you mean? Are you familiar with Gardner?
Well, I mean, it said it was a psychologist, right? So Gardner has a theory of multiple intelligences. So I'm wondering why Chattel didn't.
Oh
Yeah,
my
so
God,
some of
are
them
you about to go? Are you about to go off on like emotional intelligence and all this shit too?
absolutely.
Of course
Yes,
he
he
is.
is.
American, yes or no? Are you about to go off on like emotion EQ and all that?
I'm going to explain to you why you were wrong and how.
Dude, you can't ever answer a question. But when somebody's answering a question you asked, you interrupt them with some sort of like branching nonsense.
Well, you just let
That's how
people
he
finish their
flees, bro.
ideas.
When he started doing that, that's how you know he lost. He can't. He can't.
Yeah, American.
He has yet to speak to the title of the room and tell how it's wrong. He's throwing out a bunch of like loose words and like dumbass theories that don't matter. Like at the end
Like,
of the day,
Google's your
what
friend.
is yeah? Like hold up, but like at the end of the day, what is all of this and how does this go against the title of this room? Like, tell me how white people benefited more from slavery, or tell me how black people didn't benefit from slavery. Don't keep talking about correlative, correlative.
Trying to over-intellectualize
Hold on, hold on.
everything.
Right, like you just look stupid, bruh. It's dumb as shit. Like no one in here is actually having an intellectual conversation at this point. Everyone's just being facetious because you keep saying stupid shit that don't matter. It's like
Like,
actually like
explain to me what you're saying. Like, no, dog,
he
explain to
doesn't
me
even
what
know
Can,
what
can
you're
he's
I
saying.
explain?
saying.
Can
Let
I,
him
He's trying to
can I
play
finish his
explain to
point
the
semantics.
so he can get
psychologist? Let me
across.
explain to the psychologist real quick. So
He
so
just talks.
Spoods, right? Said, oh, it's just a number. No, what?
No, I never said that. I was speaking from like your perspective where you're assuming that everyone here would think something like that.
No. We're talking about IQ. You said it's just.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Don't say no, 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 no. That's exactly what happened. You do this a lot, and you don't even know that you do it. You say no to somebody's response to you, and then you start reframing what they said, or you just start explaining the thing that they said. So technically, it's like yes,
No
yes, and
original
here's
thoughts
why.
whatsoever.
But instead, you would rather say no and then explain the thing that I already just like brought up. You're the one who said IQ is like this idea, and I said, well, actually, it's like a measurement.
Bro, but this is what hold up, because this is what he do, because it's not a formal debate. He's running away from what he's actually saying. That's why he's drawing it out. So like it's why
Yeah,
he's drawing it out. He's running away. Literally
it's
running.
called gish. Yeah, it's called gish galloping, and the whole thing about having the mute button and be able to press somebody on the
Yeah, because
thing
you
they
can't
just
like.
said
Can you
is they
actually
can't
pin
gish
him to a
gallop.
point? You can't pin him to a point because he keeps running and bringing up different things that don't matter. It's like stick to a point and make it, or just like shut the fuck up because you're not smart at all, Mr. Ivy League.
Yeah, for example, he brought up Stephen Jay Gould and the bell curve. And then instead of going on to whatever point that he probably can't make from that, he went and attacked you for being stupid or whatever. And then he
Yeah, I
forgot
am
what the
stupid.
point was. And I tried to remind him twice. I tried to get him back on his own track, on his own argument and references, and he couldn't do it. So, American, are you sure you're not actually just kind of dumb? I mean, oh, he's gone. I mean,
Oh, good
what
lord.
is it called? Affirmative action in academia, right?
Yeah, and this is the example of that because there's no prerequisites for the people that we're allowing to get an education. They just allow any like at this point you got spics in here, debating with blacks and whites. You know what I'm saying about over who's smarter. It's like what the fuck? When did that happen?
Yeah, I don't know, but it's really dumb. Like so many people are always doing this, and I end up doing it too. But that's just to like fucking annoy them for getting me into it in the first place. But yeah, he's just gish galloping.
Yeah. So we got a hand. You want to go to the hand from Art?
Oh, just like whatever. Like anybody should just like jump in now. I
Yeah, what
guess
were you
it's not
just
that
trying to
big.
break him
So
from all his
Spooks.
like, narcissism?
Well,
Like hella mutes. I've never
well,
seen
you
such
guys are
high
aware.
level of muting.
Who cares? Hey, who cares if we're weird?
Yeah, like are you guys aware? Like you guys know the book Mismeasure of Man, right? Like,
Yeah, I've heard about it. I've never read
so
it.
it was the response to Murray's bell curve, and it's been completely debunked. If you read the scientific peer reviews
So it's
of
called the
Mismeasure,
quote unquote soft science because it's testing of it.
I have a science degree.
It's like the same thing as economics. It's like
I know.
Chatical, you need a mute, I think.
For my electives, I took 3.
Damn, I can't even mute him. Oh, I can't mute him.
Yeah,
Dang.
No,
you
he's
can't.
co-host.
Yeah, you can't mute a co-host. But
Yeah, you were saying.
yeah, so the mismeasure of man was just literally a politically driven response to Murray's bell curve, and it's all the peer reviews of mismeasure of man are total bullshit. Yet it's actually, I believe, mandatory reading for some college courses as well. So it's this complete bullshit book that is literally essential, like it is actually required indoctrination. And Richard Heyer, I sent it to Scammy. Richard Heyer, I'm sorry, misspoke. Was actually interviewed by Lex Fridman, who, yeah, we know Fridman's sus, but still, Richard Heyer actually broke down. I sent the video to Scammy. I have it in the jumbo if you go back. It's from probably 10 months ago or so. He basically explains the entire story behind that book, how it's total bullshit, and he talks about the race and IQ stuff and how it is a very I guess contentious topic within within the field, and how there has not been a lot of progress, unfortunately, since Murray. And there's a lot of, there's a lot of people who are afraid to even discuss the topic in the field, like of race and IQ, and is it genetic, is it environmental? It is literally as understudied as it comes. It's
Well,
just
well, I was talking to some black guy the other day. I know Chattel, I think Scammy was here. It's just retarded. It's all these distinct people developed for hundreds of thousands of years in completely different environments, but somehow they all, they're all exactly the same. They all have exactly the same sort of capacity or potentiality inside their skull, despite everything else being wildly different,
yep.
including like their societies, etc. So it's just dumb. Like this is like this is sort of like the dogma, not technically, of broader academia on the topic. It's like it within the skull is this magical thing that is the same across the entire human species. And because of that, we have to find the evidence for how that makes sense logically. And parts of the ways we do that is by saying that races basically are no distinction other than, I guess, sort of aesthetics.
Yeah,
Like
no.
this is like literally the sort of narratives going on, and it doesn't make any sense logically, which is why they just have to continuously and continually convolute all of the science and data behind this stuff, including just
I mean,
obfuscating
all
much of it.
sciences are convoluted, so I don't know why we're acting like it's not.
Oh, yeah.
Like we
Yeah, okay, that's not like a contradiction. We know that. But when I say that, just put like an emphasis on it, right? Like they have to especially convolute the types of things which they would find controversial for present day political
Oh
it's
yeah,
still
environments.
no, that was
convoluted.
really
Yes.
funny.
Now you just mentioned where
Oh my, yes. Yeah, no, we agree. Exactly. We 100% agree that academia and science is totally convoluted, totally. And that's not like independent of or that's not like dependent on particular topics or subjects. But you could argue in agreeing with you that there are particular topics which they go out of their way, they being the institutions, to convolute these things further in order to obfuscate. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Yes, we know, we
some
agree.
bullshit gets more attention than others. Okay, but still the same result. Like I don't get that, but okay.
Okay, well, you don't get anything I just said. I try to explain to you twice. That's okay.
Yeah. You got
You said it. Some subjects are going to have more of a political sort of pointedness to them than
Bigger
others.
marketing budgets.
Correct.
That's all. That's about it.
It's not marketing, bro. It's about the fucking it's about the influence from the people that are running the schools, like not wanting these topics to be fully discussed properly.
Hold up. Hey, all right, ain't you the guy that was in here arguing about Christianity the other day?
What are you talking about? That
Yeah,
fake ass,
yeah,
whatever it is.
talking to you last
That
night.
fake ass fox
Yeah,
ass,
that
fake ass fox
What are you
ass.
talking about?
I can't believe anybody
I
with a
think.
brain believes that shit type shit.
Y'all talking about
Yeah, I think that was him.
the Roman creation religion so they
Oh,
can
it
Oh,
was
destroy
yeah,
Judaism?
that religion copy from a
That
religion,
one,
copy from a
that one,
religion, copy from a religion. Yeah, that shit.
Dude, you're crazy. Like a way
I
vast
don't know what you
majority
the
guys
of
are
one
talking
that
about.
the
black
one
people
that Paul made up while he was on his
identify as
way to
Christians in this
Galatia.
country.
Are we just trying to figure
I
out one
mean,
person?
to
Yeah, stop
France.
talking.
We can't
Yeah,
quantify
well,
human.
I mean, hold up though. I mean, but we can quantify this that the black community was far better off, far better in a better place under Christianity than it is now with all of you I'm a god or the black woman is my god types.
Based on what metric?
Based on crime
And
statistics,
crime
based on the
statistics
Census
are
Bureau.
fictional to begin with.
Half the crime is
Oh
not
my
reported.
fucking
The other
god.
half is not even solved. That's 25%.
Okay. Have you ever been to the website Live Leak or Spoots? Help me out. What's the other one? World Star Hip Hop or like any of these other.
Wait, hold up. Will anyone in here disagree that when blacks were unanimously Christian, that the black community wasn't in a better position?
Oh yeah,
Wait,
they had.
hold on, wait, Chad, not you. I'm talking to Art and K2.
It's because the
They
black.
believed in some brainwashed bullshit, and based on some fox
But
ass
hold up. All right,
metrics,
so let me
you're gonna
ask you a
tell me they
question,
did
right?
better. Okay.
Okay. Well, this is the thing. We have statistical data
What
that
metrics are we
proves that
going
they
by
were.
again?
Well, like I said, we can go by the crime statistics. I know you don't agree with that, but
I'm
that's the
about
only
to put the
information that we
crime
have.
statistics up there.
Are we supposed to go off of your anecdotal references, or like what? Like what other metrics should we use for this?
Scam. We know that religion is an opioid of the masses. So just
That's
because we
fine.
was acting like
That's fine.
good Christians at the time, that don't make us good black folks.
Well,
That
that's
don't
idiotic
that
to
don't say
say,
that we
right?
okay, bro.
Well, let me say this, right? I mean, so let me ask you a question, K2. If you was to build a nation, right, how would you control the masses?
Wait, hold up.
Through laws.
Well, that's idiotic.
Come up with a
Keeping
better
Laws don't
protective
control
mechanism
people.
than fear or
That's
greed. Let's
retarded.
start there.
I would
That's
tell
all
them
you
they was
motherfucking
Well,
humans
camps.
I would
have.
use
It's
fear.
fear and
I
greed.
would
That's all
use
you
fear
fucking
and
got. You're
greed.
boring.
Yeah, well, I would
Well,
use
hold
fear
up. Let
and
me say
greed. I
the
mean, why wouldn't I
spiritual
want my
health.
Wait, hold up, Civic. Why wouldn't I want to control my population with fear? Like that's idiotic. Prime example, right? No one cares about committing crimes. I mean, we can look at every single community out here. These laws aren't stopping people from committing crimes, especially out of like
Plato
prime
Ben
example.
said that.
Yeah, well, listen, it doesn't matter. So I'm talking to K2. I'm not talking to you, Mr. Plato. But crimes don't stop people from. I mean, laws don't stop people from committing crimes. What does is, a moral compass that there's something out there far greater and far better than you that you should want to achieve and obtain.
And then where do you learn that
You
trait
think
though?
humans have
Well,
a
through
moral
religion.
compass? Let's start there.
Well, that's the thing. Humans don't inherently have a moral compass.
No, they're
That's
taught
why
by their father
exactly.
and their mother.
That's why you
Their father.
indoctrinate humans with so prime example, right? So according to K2 and Art, that when I have a kid, I should never sit down and teach my kid certain things, or I should never use the Bible and use the devil as a boogeyman to control my kid while they're not in my reach. That's what they're saying. This is the reason why in the Bible it says that it takes a community to raise a child. Because once you're no longer around that child, you no longer have the influence on that child. I guarantee this is just known that the kids. I don't know if you guys have any kids, but every single kid that your child encounters on a daily basis has a far more influence over them than you do.
Well,
Before we give you the mic back, there's another quote that we have from John Adams. It's that freedom is only properly wielded by a sufficiently moral people. This is an important concept to realize in the understanding of freedom. If you're not properly moral, you will become a slave to your own vices.
And that's based on your slave ideology that you got from brainwash
Facts.
camp. Anyway, morality is not legality.
Wait,
All right, slavery was legal.
This man
Morality
just
has
said,
nothing to do with legality.
They just said that they would teach them moral laws from the Bible, but just said laws don't do anything. Y'all just sit here and said laws do nothing for
No,
freedom.
religion puts a moral
You
Motherfuckers act
cannot
like they got a moral compass.
wait.
We live in
Religious laws
America.
matter.
Americans don't have moral compass. Where's this shit coming from?
The Decalogue is literally what Christianity built itself off of. So
Get the
what are
fuck
y'all
out of
talking
America
about?
with this moral shit.
Yeah, well,
religion is based off of a book that teaches people like rules to
Religion,
follow.
all of religion is based off
a
of
good
a book.
story.
They forgot. Hold up. Let me say this. Well, you forgot one of the main arching points that I had is that the way that you control man is by having them believing that there's something out there far greater and beyond them. It's not about the laws in the
It's
book.
called like
No one's
That's
scared
a
of.
law.
Wait. No one's scared of the Bible. The people are scared of what'll happen to them once they die, which is imminent. That's what people are scared of.
Like I said, your
that's a
society is
law, though.
ran on fear and greed. That's all you guys got. It's
So, Art, what
boring.
would you build
That's all
wait,
humans got,
wait.
man.
Art, what would you build your society
Millennia
off of then?
Millennia, not fear or greed.
Art,
Let's start
Art,
there.
answer this question. What
You
would
know
you
what
build your
not to
society
do.
off of?
I know what not to do. Let's start
What
there.
would you well that's idiotic. That's stupid to say you know what not
Okay,
to do.
no,
So
because
what would you build a society off of?
He wants to recreate Nigeria.
Right. This is idiot. I mean, he wants to
I'm an
create
idiot.
China, which is
Your society's a fucking bunch of idiots. Media's not accountable for fucking.
Nigga, we fucking got electricity invented here. We got cars invented here. We got fucking we got clean water, like water sanitation, like it's like been perfected
by the
here.
black man.
Their education, you know, we've got like all sorts of things are fantastic in America. You know, we got like nanotechnology, we got like oil refining, we got like gas powered engines, like all sorts of things. Like, what do you mean our fucked up society?
Don't ask me what you mean when you mute me. So I'm not going to answer that new topic.
Over me when I'm answering. Yeah, I don't want you to talk over me when I'm talking, so I got to mute you. But go ahead.
Yeah, Art, what kind of laws would your hypothetical nation
I don't know. Am I going
write
to get
if it
muted?
didn't
I'm
have?
just not even going to answer.
Well, you wouldn't have if you just let me ask the fucking question, you retard. What kind of laws would your hypothetical nation write if it didn't have some sort of moral foundation, like, say, in the West, where they had about 1,500 years of Christianity to sort of guide the laws that they wrote?
You keep mentioning Christianity like they wasn't murdering millions of people.
What do you mean murder? You mean like in war or like what?
Wait, hold
you
on.
mean like
Wait,
the
K2,
Crusades?
I got this.
What are you talking about? You talking?
Do you even know why the Crusades happened?
I thought I got asked a
School,
question and
you
now
explain
K2's
why the
getting muted.
Crusades
Holy
happened
shit.
since you were so.
Look, just say yes or no. Just say yes or no.
I know why Pope Urban signed the reason why the Crusades happened. So don't try to come here, bro. Pope Urban did that shit. It was a holy war. He even said that. So what the fuck are you
They
talking
keep
about?
acting like
Then
society has a
colonization.
bit of
All those
fucking
motherfuckers
morals
that
to
died over
even
there.
lay
Wait, Art.
their
Let's talk
morality
about
on.
all the Chinese that died because of
Legality is done
Christianity.
way more for
We can
society.
go days about this shit. Don't try me.
Actually, it
Bro,
was
this shit is
because
regular
the
knowledge.
He
Arabs
said,
kept
hold up.
invading into
Right,
No,
but
the
don't
wait
say
though.
because the
But he
where
Arabs
the
kept
kept
gospel
saying, he
invading.
just
They
landed,
said
was
that
beefing with
legality has
it
done
was a
more for
holy
and
war.
then
society.
they
They was beefing with
they
the
were
Muslims.
You mean
provoked
they got no
by the
fucking
Muslims.
morals?
How would they? Oh, niggas, stop talking over each other. Who wants to go first? Put your hand up.
Well, hold on. Before we do any of that, I'd like Art to answer the question about what kind of laws his hypothetical nation would write if it didn't have a
Most
moral
likely all Christian
foundation,
laws.
a moral
I
foundation that was
guarantee you it's
derived
all Christian
from,
laws.
yeah, like a moral
Are
foundation
you
that was
guys gonna let
derived
me
from.
respond or are you just gonna respond?
They're idiots.
Dude, I'm not even done asking the
You're any
question. This is the second time you've interrupted before finishing the question. What kind of laws would your hypothetical nation write without the sort of religious foundation that the West has based their laws on for a millennia?
You just repeated the same question. Do you have more than that?
Well, you're going to answer it before I ask more questions?
Okay. First of all, I wanted to say what I said before I got cut off the first time so I can make an acknowledgement or something. Media is not accountable for the laws for the law.
Yo, that's like 15 minutes ago. If you want to get back on that, just answer my question, please. What the fuck? Media is not accountable. Who cares? I asked you a very specific question that got into some Crusades debate 2 minutes ago. So let's try to avoid that. Just answer the question.
Dude, you just went off for a fucking hour and I can't even.
I literally just asked you a question. I asked it twice.
You appear to not want the answer.
No, I do not appear to not want the answer. You started talking about the media. Remember? Can your brain recall 90 seconds ago? Please just answer the question if you can remember what it is.
Do you want
Can you
the
remember the
fucking
question? Can you remember the question? Can you remember it? Can you just tell me what the question was now? Now I just want to see
What
if you can remember
laws
it.
Art,
that
just say
what
42
laws
laws of Ma'at.
would my system
Stop
have
dealing with it.
that your BS Christianity Fox blah 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 laws have said?
Like, what would your hypothetical nation's laws be if it didn't have the sort of moral foundation from some sort of religion? Take like the Jews, for example. Their religion is quite different from the Christians, and their laws are quite different from the Christians. Even though you kind of have to, even though you're kind of victim, you're kind of oppressed by them nowadays here in America, right? So what would your laws look like if it was based on something other than Christianity or just a
It's hard to
non-religion?
have these
Dog, you don't
conversations
know
when you have this
religion. That's
moral
crazy.
supremacist having a conversation with a moral supremacist. You're a fucking moral supremacist, dude.
Yeah, dude, I'm learning
I'm
to.
literally, hold on, Chad. I'm literally just asking you, what kind of laws would your hypothetical nation write if it didn't have this kind of moral foundation?
I was going to
The
establish that, but you
42
didn't want the
laws of
answer to
Maya.
that. So can we move to the
Art, it
next
says
thing?
that plenty of
Go
times.
ahead, K2.
Art, it's your turn, not K2's turn. It's your turn. And what kind of laws would you have, Art?
The 42 laws of Maya. So some Egyptian shit, right? So basically, your your laws are
Who said
founded.
that? That's Chat said that?
So
Chat, you have 42
no,
laws of Mahat, Chat?
your laws would be founded by some other civilization's religious laws. Is this correct?
No, I said I
Patriarchy.
wanted
What
to
up,
move to
bro?
the
No,
next
that's
combo.
not
I didn't even
religious.
answer. You didn't let me respond.
Nah, that was my.
Well, you, that's the thing is you wouldn't answer 3 whole fucking times, but somebody else did blurt out some sort of shorthand answer, the 42 laws of Maya. So your laws would be based on some other religion then.
Exactly.
Wait. You want me to sit here and come up with laws it took you motherfuckers millennia to come up with, and
No, just like conceptualize, like what would they be based on? It wouldn't be moral foundations. Maybe it'd be based on some sort of like I don't know, logical, maybe economic system.
and like I said, a millennia to come up with. I'm supposed to do it in 2 seconds before you mute me. Yeah, okay, bro. Move on. K2.
No, I just gave you an example of just like conceptualizing. I'm not asking you to like outline what any one or several laws would actually be, just like conceptualize.
I was trying to set the
Like put
premise
in
for the
put an idea
conversation,
into
but you wouldn't
words.
let me. So go to K2. I'll come back to me. I'll put my hand up.
I mean, I know Art didn't said out of his mouth the laws of conservation of matter is a big law that the law of energy, just period, is one that I know Art didn't said plenty of times is
Okay,
what
we're talking
religion is
about
built off.
social laws,
Yeah,
not
that's
physical
such a
laws.
Essential law.
retarded
Well, I mean, you brought
God.
when I said 42 laws of Maya, I guess I just googled it and thought it
Yeah,
was a
I don't want
religious
no
thing. It's not
laws.
a
To be
religious
very
thing.
clear, I don't want no
That
laws.
wasn't
Humans fuck
religious.
shit up. There is no laws.
This nigga just said the 42 laws of Mott was not religious. That's crazy.
No laws is the best
Go
answer.
find the
I can.
religion.
Hold up.
Go
And furthermore, it's a religion that failed. So what's going to happen is you're going to go back to a bunch of laws for a religion that failed and got conquered and took over. That's stupid, bro. It's not even relevant to today. So you would take your people back in time to a religion that failed.
We said we gave an
You sound
example.
slow
He
talking
gave
about
an
it
example, and
failed.
I want no
How
laws.
Well,
did
where
it
is
fail?
it? Where do they practice the 42 laws of
Hold on,
Mott today?
it look, Scammy, it doesn't matter. It like they're saying, oh, they're saying they would write laws based on something else that isn't like
But it's still
a
religion
religion,
too.
and they're making yeah, exactly. That's the point. Is like
And the thing is that
they're
the
just
religion failed. That culture failed. Why would you go back to a failed religion and culture? That's idiotic. It's
that
stupid.
that part doesn't matter. They're just like completely contradicting themselves. That's the only thing that matters. They're like, oh well, actually, laws based on these morals is stupid. I would do, if we were to have some other scenario where a nation were developed with no sort of religious foundation, we would base it off of these laws,
Yeah,
which
but
were
Spoons, I think that does matter, right? Why would you base your nation off of a set of laws that
those
failed?
but those laws are also like a divine decree. So they're just stupid. Like they just think that
Yo,
it's
hey, yo,
find a
it's a
K2,
different
God
thing
are
in
you the
altogether.
dumb enough
find
to
a
contradict yourself?
divinity in
That shit's
the
crazy.
42 laws of Maya. Find a divinity in those laws right
Wait,
now.
you
Since
need a
it's a religious
divinity?
law. No,
You need a
since
Watch
it's a
him mute
divinity?
religious
you and
law,
say you
find
contradicted yourself
divinity
because you
in it.
couldn't even speak long
Find
enough.
the divinity in it right now.
You can literally look it up.
Okay, go find it.
Yo,
Tell
y'all
me
didn't
which
mute
Yeah,
law it
me?
I
is.
was
It's
just in my
42
Where's the
computer
laws,
mute?
inside. Now I'm
Atticus.
smoking a
It's
cigarette on my
42
porch, and I
laws.
looked it up on my computer. Yes.
Wait, do you think that the within the laws it has to like read that this law comes by like some divine decree? Like you have to understand where like these texts come from, correct? Like you have to actually
You don't
understand.
understand where
K2,
the
just let
text
him
Wait,
come
talk.
It's
Let him
from.
literal.
talk.
hold
The
up.
Ten Commandments.
They think that the 42 laws of Mott was
The
like
Ten.
the Constitution.
No, it's not like the Constitution, bro. It's a way
Well,
of
why are you
acting.
asking to
Don't do it
find a
right.
We can ask
divinity though? Like,
questions
what
and
the fuck are
answer
you
Because
talking
you
about?
questions.
just said it was a religious law. It's
Well, it is
religious
a
law. It's
religious
not
sect. It's a
religious
reason.
law.
If it's not religious law, why is it sitting around with fucking people with
Are
birds on and
are
wings
there
and shit?
moral are
What
there
the fuck?
moral Are there laws pertaining to morals in the 42 laws of Maya?
They think you.
Yes, if you would go.
Well, hold
read
up, though. From my understanding, the 42 laws of Ma'at is what Christianity. This is the whole point of what they're saying is that Christianity is a derivative of what the 42 laws of Ma'at was.
Either way,
Yes, you
But
you are
Ma'at
right,
K2,
was a
man.
deity.
K2. The whole point is with these dudes is that they're going to sit here and nitpick at every little.
I'm just asking. It's very simple. Like, are the 42 laws of Ma'at, are they prescribing morals within them?
Okay, fuck all your gods and fuck
Yes,
all your laws. How about that?
yes.
There
Like,
you
what do
go.
you
Let's put it.
mean? Go
Yes.
Let's
read them.
get a
So
raw dog
yes.
up in here. Fuck
Yes.
all your gods.
Go read them.
So yes, they are they're derived from some sort of like moral recognition. Where does that come
That
from
moral
exactly?
superiority complex.
Bro,
I'm not like ascribing any sort of superior or inferior or anything like this. I'm trying to understand why you don't understand that you're just making an
Why
argument
don't you
for the
understand that
thing
you're
that you
making an argument that has no numbers? I posted shit in the jumbotron.
no numbers. What the fuck are you even talking about? Half of what's left are never solved. You're talking about like a totally different like what are the crimes in the U.S. Nigga, I thought we were talking about laws, religious laws versus man's laws. What is this? What is this in the jumbotron?
You asked a long time ago what I thought how it should run. I was going to show you how it's already running and then show what I would change. But you never even let me get out like even a paragraph to talk about that. So I posted stuff in the jumbotron.
Well, here's the thing. Somebody offered something very like salient to address in that matter, and that's the 42 laws of Mott, which are like basically like a divine decree. I mean, who was it, K2? Who was it that created the laws of
It
Mott?
doesn't matter. It's just affirmations, man. That's all the 10 Commandments are, affirmations.
Good.
You
All
guys are
they are is
complicating
just
this shit.
confessions.
it does matter where they came from.
They're
No,
literally the 42
Ma'at
laws
was
of
a
Maya just
deity.
called negative
Yeah.
confessions. What are you
No,
talking about?
Ma'at was a deity. Ma'at was a deity.
Maya was a deity, or
Yeah, he
So,
was.
so if I
no,
look
it
up
was
who
not.
Maya,
Maya was an
if
actual
I
thing.
I'm
No, it's
still
Maya
not.
going
meant
through the
No,
mute.
it's
What the
not.
fuck?
No, it's
just
not.
stop. If I look
It was
up
a
who
deity.
Maya, if I look up who Mayat is, it just says here Mayat was the goddess of truth, justice, balance, and most
See,
importantly,
these niggas
order.
don't know nothing what they're talking about, bro. They just
What are you talking
what
about?
did
regurgitating
you
shit that they heard Tariq and she saying on Hidden
Yeah,
Colors, bro. You
Tyreek
don't even
Nasheed,
listen.
the
You don't
Jewish
know
black
nothing.
man.
Wait, hold up. You don't know nothing about that culture. You don't know nothing about any of that culture from back then. You're just gonna take I'm gonna do the 42 laws of Mod. You don't know anything about that culture. Like this. This is what I'm. Like, and I hate this that you people
Oh,
come up here and you prove the low IQ shit to be true. It's like it's stupid and idiotic. One, you're practicing a culture of people that failed, got conquered, they're no longer around. Second of all,
do
you don't know
you
anything about this culture. And third of all, you're telling me that you're gonna instill this in your kids or in your nation. That's idiotic, bro. Like what the fuck?
Yo,
do
K2, why
you
are
do you
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 guys
exposing
just said Maya.
do you guys prefer Egyptian civilization to Western civilization because you think we was
I
kings?
don't prefer
Yeah,
any of you
exactly.
bullshit
You
ass
just
human
fucking
theory.
said
Exactly why they
Maya
That
brought
is a
that
any
up.
kind of
god,
shit.
and you can't
You
even
all
list
fucked
what
up.
the fuck she
Every
looked
kingdom
like.
fell.
Name
Every
five
last
what
one of your
Maya looks
shit
like
ass.
right now. Since y'all are claiming it's a
Yeah, who cares? Who cares about all that? I'm just asking, do you prefer like the non-Christian ancient civilizations to the present day civilizations that are based on Christianity because we was kings? Is that it?
you
No,
sound like a
I refuse.
dumbass saying that shit.
Do you think you was kings?
I know I'm a king today. What are you talking about?
Do you think you was kings? So you understand what that was because you said today. I'm saying was. Do you think you was kings?
This dude doing
Hold
some.
up,
I
hold up,
ain't
hold up, hold up,
talking.
hold up, hold up, hold up. Before y'all go back, I'm gonna post a picture of Mott and the Jumbotron. And she also wasn't black, right? So I'm gonna post a picture of Mott right now for the person that said find a picture of Mott. So I'm gonna post her for you, so you can see your God that you're gonna be instilling in your nation.
You seen any pictures of
You found her
Jesus?
on the
Jesus was
Egyptian
white too.
walls. You
Scam.
found a
All
picture of
these
her on the
gods are
Egyptian
white. Because who
walls.
you think
Yeah,
came
well,
up
Go
I
with
don't
read
that?
them
have any
right now.
issue. Hold up. I don't have any issue with Jesus being white. We also know Prophet Muhammad was white. I mean, I don't have any issue with them being white. I mean,
I'm a person that goes around this app telling people that white supremacy is better than black supremacy. I don't have any issue with Jesus being white at all. So I mean, you're not saying anything. All I'm saying is this, black supremacists, your God is still not a black God, and furthermore, it's a culture that failed, a religion that failed.
What are you talking
You keep
about?
saying it's a
Nobody is
religion
that
that
religion
failed.
scammy.
What has
You know that, right?
Christianity
You know me and
succeeded at?
K2 are not
Killing
Egyptian, right?
motherfuckers?
Well, you're in a Christian
I don't give a
country.
fuck
No,
about
we're
your
not in
Christian
a Christian
country. Like, what
culture.
does that got to do with anything? I live here too, and I ain't got a
You
religion.
All
saying
right.
we're in a
Well,
Christian?
this is the thing. You're only saying that because you're expecting Christians to have this turn the other cheek moral compass when no other religion, you don't hold any other religions or any other countries to that standard. I mean, China literally is like literally an atheistic country, right? And they're out killing and enslaving people right now. So where's this example that you have of a nation being formed without killing or colonizing people?
Scam, can you fucking listen when I say
First
that
off,
humans have no fucking morals? Did you not hear that?
Well, we
They have
understand that.
no fucking
That's the whole
morals. No,
purpose
you
of
don't
religion.
understand that. Let me get repeated.
That's the whole
They
yeah, you
have
purpose
no
of
don't.
religion
fucking
and
morals.
the
I don't
evolution
care
of
if they're
religion.
And
Christian,
We
first
understand
off,
Muslim.
this,
this
They don't have a
isn't a
we
fucking
know
Christian
moral
this,
in them,
country.
bruh.
This
Not
is
in
a
their fucking
but we
bones.
know
monotheistic
this,
country.
right? We understand. Let me ask you a question, though, Art. Do you think that a person and that's what I'm saying, right? Listen to what I'm saying.
You're gonna sit here and preach some morality, you moral
Wait? No,
supremacist
I'm not.
motherfuckers.
No, this is what I'm saying. Would you expect, on average, a person that is religious to have morals more so
No,
over the person
I
who
don't
does not
expect
have
any of that.
religion?
Expectation is the root of all all
Oh
heartache.
man,
That's what Shakespeare says. Try not having expectation. How about that?
Hold on, was Shakespeare black?
of course he was. Duh.
Try to
Y'all
sit here.
look like fools.
That's I don't think that's even tongue in cheek. So you guys do think we was kangs. What do you think of what do you think of this?
Hold up,
According to a
Yasmin. No
group,
trannies on stage right now. We talking about
uh,
religion. You gotta
uh,
wait.
uh, according to a group of
You're gonna catch
geneticists
on
in
fire, bro.
Switzerland, according to a group of geneticists in Switzerland, as many as half of European men and 70% of British men share the same DNA as the Egyptian pharaoh Tut, King Tut.
Yeah, I don't care. I posted a whole bunch of.
Who said we was related to
Doesn't it say
Egyptians? That's
white
been
people
you
are
this
North
whole time.
African?
Well, here's the thing. I've been asking for you to tell me if you thought you was Kangs, and you would not answer until I demonstrate for you that geneticists find that some of the most prolific mummies are genetically more close and share DNA with like 70% of the British male population, for example.
No, you threw out a.
Do you
Hold
think
on,
you just
K2.
discovered
Hold on,
something?
K2.
Wait,
Hold on, hold
Art,
on, hold on.
wait, Art.
No, I don't think I just discovered something. I already knew. I prefaced that whole thing with you guys refused to answer the We Was Kang's question until I demonstrated that indeed you were
You
not.
didn't demonstrate
I
shit. You
did
threw out a
not
racist
refuse
fucking
to
trope
answer. I
and then thought
answered
we was
it
gonna
twice,
bite.
and you kept
Fuck
trying
your
to ask me
racist
that dumb
trope,
shit.
nigga. I know
I
those
said
motherfuckers
no,
were
you
white. That's
fucking
why.
idiot.
Okay, well, you could have just answered that the first time of 7 or 8 times that I asked. I asked you in a different format before. I asked you, do you prefer the religions of past civilizations because you was kings? And you would not answer this.
Because I
I
don't
have a
answer
question.
racist
Yes, I did
tropes.
answer it.
I
You
don't answer
fucking.
racist
I said
tropes.
we are kings
That
today, and you
Canes is
took
some
that
racist
and
shit.
said, "Oh, you
Racist.
didn't answer it. You don't."
I have a question. Do white people
Uh,
think they are the Aryan gods or the Aryan race? Yes,
no,
they
the
do.
Aryans do not exist anymore
But you
through
thought you was the
admixture,
Aryan
but
god.
the people who are European are more closely related to the Aryans than anyone
So
else.
you do think y'all are the Aryan gods, like Hitler did.
Why do you say the Aryan gods? Hitler didn't think that people were gods. Hitler also, they got a lot of this, they confirmed a lot of this through their anthropological findings. They knew, people like Hitler knew that they weren't the literal Aryans, but because they are the descendants of the Aryans, they would just call themselves such. I mean, clearly you've never read any of the sort of 20th
I
century
One
did.
fascist
racist talking
He
literature
about
from
a
the
believed that
time.
the
racist.
Aryans were a
Racist.
super race, and
What
it
is it?
Art, can you let the tranny go for a second? He seems to think that he knows what Hitler believed or whatever, but probably has never read a single
Who gives
writing
a
from
fuck about
Hitler.
that dumbass bitch? He was part African. What the fuck?
Oh my gosh. Everyone significant in history was like African or part African.
Yeah, you
He
literally
literally
can't make
was part
comedy
African.
this
Don't make
good,
me
dude. Like,
bring up the
what I've
jumbotron
fucking
on your
experienced
ass.
in these
Like
spaces
literally.
is the funniest shit.
Yeah, you did the 23andMe on Hitler's badly burned remains over there in Berlin, or what?
Here's the thing: go to Google, put Hitler in African, see what you get.
Yeah, okay, so here's the thing, and this is interesting. The CIA was looking for Hitler as late as 1955. He did not commit suicide in the bunker that this
Yeah,
story was
that's
spread
not.
around him.
Yeah, that's like totally, completely, almost
I'm saying
entirely
that
unrelated
23andMe wouldn't
trivia.
be.
Yeah, I know. They never found the body. Everybody knows that. That's the whole point of saying that. Doing like the whole trivia just like throws it all off, though. Yeah, the
They only
Oh,
need
great. Now I
bodies to
forgot what I was
find that
saying.
he's related to. They don't need to find his body, so we don't have to act like that.
Yeah, very true. But also, if you Google anything about Hitler, all you're going to get is lies. It's kind of stupid that you would be like, just Google it. Look what you find.
I mean,
Africans
it
and
literally
Hitler.
comes up and like there's several different articles on it, so it's not like.
Yeah, I find like hundreds of articles on lies all the time. Look at like
I mean,
look at the new
look at our law
Holocaust.
and our constitution.
Look at the Yeah, who cares? Look at the new Holocaust that happened. For example, there's multiple articles confirming a thing you'd like to think already. Look at the Bucha massacre. They literally just took all these Holocaust narratives and said, "Oh my gosh, look, the Russians are doing a literal Holocaust on Ukrainians." And then it ended up being that the Ukrainians themselves were doing that as a reprisal against people who
Yeah,
were
that's just Nazis
sympathetic to
versus
the
Nazis over
Russians.
there, man. Why are we even talking about that?
Well, see, you can't like understand what I'm saying. I'm giving you an example of all these, excuse me, all these articles confirming something that's like totally, like a totally blatant, brazen lie. And you're going to be like, well, Google it. And I say, Google is just going to produce lies about Hitler. And then you
And
say,
that's an
but there's
easy lie to
multiple
point out
articles. Okay,
because
but there's multiple articles if you Google it. Well, it's like, yeah, it's lying. That's what happens when you Google Hitler is you get articles. That's where those lies would be. You can't be like, well,
if I thought it would
there's multiple
be
versions of the
So how
lie.
can you
other
find
sources
accurate
that wasn't at
information on
least
him?
somewhat reputable, I wouldn't have brought it up.
I'll tell you, Yasminology, due to the sort of revolution in digital character recognition and the digitization of something like maybe 95% of the entirety
Yeah.
of human literature, if you know what to look for, you can actually find much of the literature that, the establishments, the relevant institutions wouldn't want the general populace to know about. So you can find this stuff. I could probably put a few resources up there, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, just send them
You
to me
can't like find
and
it
I'll
through.
read them.
Yeah, you want to know? You want to know about Hitler? Oh man, I don't know. There's a lot of trannies that love Hitler. I don't know if I want to make another one, to be honest.
Shut up, Cracker. Just send it to me.
He's gonna fall.
All right, I'll send you some excerpts.
Not all the extra stuff.
Maybe not. Yeah. In any case, though, is Art still there?
Yeah, I'm still trying to
It's like
get
got
that
really
metric of
quiet.
which you guys are measuring that the title of this room on. Like, what metric are we even going by on that? Like, what did y'all think that was?
Okay.
Besides that moral superiority bullshit.
Okay, no, it's not like a moral thing. It's very practical. Like for one, a lot of black comedians have done the same bit where they're talking about how they're kind of glad for slavery because it means that they're here and not in like East Africa or something. So that's one way blacks have benefited, at least through their progeny who don't have to deal with being in East
That's
Africa now.
subjective based on the comedian, though.
No, I was just giving the comedian as like an example of other people who say the same thing, but they do it as like a joke. It's a little tongue in cheek, but it is like an idea or concept to consider. But if you look in the Jumbotron, like a lot of people think that slavery was like Hollywood or that like white people in general benefited from slavery when really it was just like small handfuls relatively of rich people who did. And even for the families, like the extended families into forward into time of those people that benefited from slavery, you follow the names and they kind of just disappeared. They kind of just morphed into the general populace in a few generations, which means that the people that got rich momentarily in time from slavery, the few people, didn't like carry that forward. And when you have less than 1% of the U.S. population, the white population, actually owning slaves, and many of the rest of the 99% being like destitute and poor, living off the land. Yeah, it's not like they benefited
Wait, can I ask you a
from
question
what.
though?
But
What's
that
the
money
quote
does
here?
go into the economy.
Hold on, wait, because this is really weird to me. Because correct me if I'm wrong, but am I the only one that would rather be poor than a slave here? Am I the only one?
Yeah. Would you rather
I would
be
much rather
fed
be
and
poor
have
than a
room and
fucking slave. I'm sorry. I don't know
Yo,
what the fuck
Spoods,
you
what
heard.
you
yeah, because you don't know what slavery entailed. You think it was like whipping and raping and shit. But the thing is, the punishment for runaway slaves was often something that probably most people would prefer to the punishment for like, failing to work well enough to keep your job these days. Like 20 lashings from a bullwhip. Now, the Jews in Hollywood will make it seem like it was lashings from like a lion whip or something, but it was actually a bullwhip, which is something like me and my friends used to do for fun. It's just like this very medial punishment,
I've been hit by
etc.
a
And
bullwhit before. It's not bad. Just
it's
kind of
just like a
stings a little bit.
sting. It was
Yeah, it
just
doesn't
like
break
it's
skin or
literally
anything.
it's like a slap on the wrist for running away for sometimes like weeks at a time, or even months, or in some documented cases, years at a time. You'd go on vacation basically whenever you wanted, and then when you came back, all you had to do was maybe a little extra labor. You know what's funny about the whole slavery narrative is white children were enslaved in those factories through indentured servitude well after abolition, and in the time of slavery, white children worked in the factories and whatnot, especially in the North, while black children were generally exempt from labor on plantations. Did you guys know
He's
Wait,
this?
trolling
first of
y'all,
all, hold the
seriously.
fuck up.
He's really
Hold the
trolling.
fort, Yasmin. Hold the fort. So
How would we
wait. So
prove
let me
this,
get this
Art?
Yo,
straight.
Spoods, I
Y'all,
gotta.
Hold up, Art. Here, hold up, Art. So before you try to get this straight, how would we prove or disprove what Spoots just said?
There's
wait,
literally
hold on. This is
books
easy. I was
written on
about to tell you. I
slavery.
was
Bro,
about
I
to tell
had a
you. What
question.
we're gonna do right now? We got this. We're gonna invoke new slavery, and we'll even do it the way.
Who cares? You're not like addressing anything I said.
No, we're
You're
gonna invoke
literally
new
just
slavery
responding.
and see how.
You're just responding like emotionally, and you have been this whole time. We've like gone past that now. Now we're having like a sober conversation. You're still shouting. Like, do me a favor, just sit down, take a deep breath through your big ass nose. We'll make that joke again, and like try to talk normally for
Dude,
me.
he
We're
only
we're done
has
with
one.
the blood sports.
I've seen him so many. He only has one volume. This is like just how he
Exactly. What the
communicates, like
fuck?
yelling
What is this? The
everything.
tone police? What the fuck is wrong with this?
I mean, if you're yelling in here, it doesn't make sense.
No, tone policing has to do with like the tone of a conversation, not like your literal volume.
Damn,
Just
tone
calm down a
policing is
second, Art.
real up in this motherfucker. You sure you wasn't a slave
Just calm
master in
down.
your previous life?
So,
Would y'all eat pig dick?
no, I was a Cossack. I did some much cooler shit in my past lives, you know. In any words, in any other, yeah, whatever. Dirt poor whites were forced to compete against Negro slave labor. Negro slaves were expensive. To protect their investments, white aristocrats usually treated their Negro slaves well, providing for
That's
adequate
kind of
food,
moot though.
clothing, and
But
medication.
already know this first off,
Even
Yeah,
and second
man.
of
Just
all,
Pig dick
let's put
he's
it to the
remembering
test.
and
white.
pig
Let's bring
guts.
slavery back and see how many people sign.
all right, Art, you just somebody you can't talk to at all. But Cream was doing some stuff from the peanut gallery. What's going on, Cream?
No, I was just shit. I was just saying, like, would you eat pig dick and like pig nuts and all that shit? I was just curious, like off topic. I'm just wondering.
What do you think hot dogs are?
Yeah,
No,
you
hot
think
dogs are
that?
pretty fucking gross. But like, I meant
Yeah, they
like
just
overall, like they're not in any
blend up
tube
all the parts
form.
of the pig that no one wants to
They're not
eat,
in
and they
any
make a hot
wacky
dog out of it.
shapes. They're just like
Yeah, yeah, I get what you're saying. That was actually the most common reason for runaway slavery. You'd think if slavery was the way the Jews depicted it, they'd be running away for much worse reasons than like they didn't exactly get the best goy slop.
I'm glad the Jews are putting white.
Yeah, consider this, cream corn, pig dicks and lips and whatever, right? Understand that you're getting some of the worst examples that were not the norm. Occasionally, there would be like a sadist slave owner who might whip them for fun or
Be
whatever. Not
Jewish.
the norm. Not the norm, obviously, but there's even a little bit of documentation out there from somebody who documented his own sort of escapades in this regard. But what you're getting is like the worst thing. And you have to consider like what I see in the movies and what I'm repeating from stories I've heard, like the two do not comport, right? It's like, oh, somebody, you know, sometimes slaves on plantations were treated poorly, and this probably affected their output, their labor output, and they ate something bad like that. But what you're seeing here from this literature that I posted is that oftentimes, more often than what you're describing, to protect their investments, white aristocrats usually treated their Negro slaves well, providing adequate food, clothing, medication, even as poor whites in the same town sickened and died from disease and malnutrition. The niggers are worth too much. This is a quote. The niggers are worth too much to be risked here. If the paddies are knocked overboard or get their backs broke, nobody loses anything. So sometimes it was better to be a black slave in America than say an Irish that was working below them.
Can you put down the jumbotron, that source?
It already
It
is.
is. Where's
It's
it?
slide number 6.
All right, cool.
Just swipe over to slide number 6.
Yeah, slaves were fed filet mignon.
It's
and Outback Steakhouse.
It's got
wait, not Thursday. 6.
It's got sources
and it
linked.
has surf and turf Thursdays. Okay, all right, I see it.
Household wealth from 1870 and 1900, and occupational income for 1940. There's citations for that. Surnames of slaveholding households. Generally, the big slavers were wiped out, but the effect was almost completely gone by 1900. By 1940, former slave owners were no poorer than anyone else in the U.S. That means the generational wealth thing is largely a myth. Like, the people who are rich these days, they did not come from the wealthy plantation owners and stuff like that.
Okay.
I have something too.
And there's data. There's data for that too. Right here in the links: intergenerational effects of large wealth shock, intergenerational transmission of wealth shocks, slavery, and the intergenerational transmission of human capital.
I have
Hey, Smooth, send me these articles, bro. Send me these articles.
I have an anecdote.
They're all in the Jumbotron. They're all in the Jumbotron. It's like the latest.
It's slide
1, 2,
5
3, 4, 5, 6. But hold on, I'll just delete everything that's not relevant to the stuff I was sharing. I was going to share more. I'm going to go on. Well, I'll have to wait until there's a lull for me. But oh my gosh, sorry, Scammy. I'm going to remove some of the.
Yeah, I don't see it, bro. All I see is
I'm clearing it right now.
Yeah.
Okay, it's all sploot stuff right now.
I have an anecdote that's related to what Cream Corn brought up, and it's just kind of strange. Like, I don't know, it might sound offensive, but it's just, I just thought it was kind of funny and strange. So my uncle was telling me he lived out in the country, and him and my grandpa would take like cows and pigs to the butcher. And there was this black guy who lived down the street from them. You know, it's out in the country, so he's like the neighbor, but he's kind of far down. But the guy literally asked them for what was called mountain oysters, and I didn't know what. I think that's the term he used, and I was like, I don't even know what that is. And he explained it to me, and it's literally like the testes of the pigs. And the black guy that lived down the street like asked them for it. So I don't know if this is like a trope or like if this is something that happened during slavery or whatever. But I just thought in the context of what Cream Corn brought up, it's kind of interesting.
And there was a grown man asking
Yeah,
for
maybe.
pig nuts. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, some people like organ meat, and testicles are an organ. So it's a thing.
Evidently, they give you a lot of real.
But Cream Corn, consider like you're repeating something you've heard or read about slavery. Consider that like this is probably not even the norm,
you're like,
right?
nah,
like yeah, sometimes.
Right?
It's like the edge case.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's real, but like think about it. Like think about the scenes you see in every slave movie. Some slave tied up to a tree being like sadistically whipped until his like skin is broken, everything else. Like that's not real. That's not what they were doing. They were not damaging their farm equipment intentionally out of like just being sadistic. In fact, you read accounts from slave owners and slaves themselves, and the relationship between these two groups of people was not like all that dissimilar than what you'd find in the sort of corporate climate we have today. The difference is like slaves didn't have the freedom to like leave on their own, but what would they even be leaving to anyway? Everybody was localized to little townships, and that was it. They did send slaves. Yeah, they did send slaves. Like, they've convinced people that slaves were like just these punching bags. But then at the same time, blacks think that like slaves literally built the country, not just through their labor, but like providing all this like extra stuff to
Right.
people who didn't know any better. But here's what was actually going on was like they taught slaves that, they made them literate to the point where literacy among slaves in the US in the time of slavery at some point was greater than like the general literacy going on in Russia. And I think I provided some data for that in the Jumbotron. Also, on top of that, they used to send slaves in as like guilds, basically, like skilled tradesmen and craftsmen. Slaves would go into towns, render their services, and then just like bring the money back to the plantations or whatever. They usually had tiers of like skills within these like slave environments, these laborer environments, where often this is where you get like house Negroes and stuff from is like and the shit you see in the movies is just not anything like what actually went on, except for maybe in like the worst case scenarios, in which case it's still nothing like what was going on there. There's a reason why like so many slaves returned right back to their masters after abolition. It's like they already had like a work environment. It wasn't like totally out of desperation. It's just like, what else are you going to do? And it's not like it was so bad. You'd think if it was so bad, they'd just be like, "Oh, I'm free now. I'm going to get away from that rapist, horsewhip wielding dude, and fucking go to the north or something." No, in most cases, I think they just like went right back
Oh, okay,
because
that
that's
was
where the
true.
industry
They were
was.
skilled workers, but everything he else said was like a troll.
Yeah, okay, I know that now.
Do you know what the fuck a trope is? How is any of this a trope?
I said troll cracker, troll.
Oh,
Shit,
okay,
no.
okay, that
I
makes
mean,
more
I know
sense.
that
Yeah,
there
well,
was.
it's not a
Spooks,
troll.
Spooks be on edge in these FBA spaces and shit. Look how they trying to mute me right now. Look at this.
No, sorry, that was just kind of
Yes.
like
I
I
know,
fired
man.
it
It's
off.
cool.
I was gonna say like, oh, it's because like, oh, now you're calling me a troll, so maybe that's kind of worse. Actually, I take that as like less worse. Like if you attack me, I'm not nearly as offended by that than you mislabeling something as a trope when it's like the opposite. That's what gets me. That's what gets me going. Is like people just being way too stupid. But that's not what you were doing, Yasminology. So I get it. I'm not trolling though. That's like, I didn't just say all this shit because it's like bullshit. I don't get where you would think I was trolling with that. I mean, I'm posting a lot of the literature here. Excuse me.
I think the
That was kind of rude.
black kids not being slaves and not having to work, and the white kids having to work in the fields. I think that was a troll.
No. There was. I mean, there's photographs of white kids working in slaves. They look just like. I mean, in slaves in fields, and they look just like slaves. I mean, there's actually a lot of documentation on early America and how white children were like laborers. Like that's like the like understand everybody who wasn't somebody in America was basically a slave through that sort of era because that was the era where like international or national protectionism and everything was being combated by international interests, and that's why slavery was such a big deal in the South in the first place, because those industries were providing to overseas interests.
That's not true. Native American people had black slaves, white
What?
people had black slaves, and so did Jewish people.
Nigga,
Yes,
you
that's all
retarded.
true, but that's not a contradiction to what I just said. But you're right. Yes, all those people did, and black people had slaves. Anthony Johnson
Yeah,
was like one of the founding fathers of slavery in the U.S., and he was a black guy.
yeah, that's true. But there were no white children working in the fields.
Yeah, there absolutely there were. What do you think all the poor families were doing? You think all the poor families were just getting some of the cut from the plantations or something? Like, do you even think about these things? Like, do you even contemplate? Like, can you use your mind's eye to take yourself back and like imagine things at a scope or scale that goes beyond like what you can reach with your physical body? Like, I don't think people can like actually consciously think about these things, to be honest. That less than white 1% of people own slaves in the U.S. of
And
white
that's
people
including white.
specifically.
Well,
Okay,
nah, that's including white, blacks, and Indians.
Yeah.
what is the
So
number of that
Yasmin,
1%? Because
what do you think?
there were over 4
What do
million
you
slaves.
think?
So
what do you think all of those other people were doing? You think they were just like extracting wealth from the plantation owners? They were living off the land. White families had to work their own land. Here, I'll put
Yeah,
some
Exactly.
but they were
data.
Yeah.
barely
I'll
getting
put some
by.
data in the jumbotron. There was one white family who recorded their productive output compared to a nearby plantation or something like this. And basically, what they recorded was that they could put out like a greater output than with the slave laborers. And this just makes sense because if you think about it, like why are slaves going to like try harder, right? Like they're there regardless. But yeah, I'll put this data in the jumbotron for you.
Yo, you know
Sorry,
what
I
I
don't.
just
Yeah, I'll
realized?
look it up. But I
Yasmin
think they
sounds
were
kind of like
barely getting.
re-ups. Hold up. Yasmin sounds kind of like re-ups. What do you think, Scammy?
Yeah, a little bit. Let me read this right quick though. Hold up, baby. Stop. Stop acting. Stop it. Read me that box one. Yeah, it says plantations in the United States were dwarfed by those in the West Indies. In the Caribbean, many plantations held 150 enslaved persons or more. In the American South, only one slaveholder held as many as 1,000 enslaved persons, and just 125 had over 250 slave
Oh, we're
persons.
not talking about slavery in America. We're talking about like all over and like South America.
What all of it
Oh,
technically is America. You're talking about
who
specifically the
cares?
United
Yeah,
States.
I thought we were just.
Hold on. No, we're not talking about slavery all over because then that's just like the history of mankind. You can say today that people are slaves.
No,
I mean,
but hold
people
up.
are slaves to debt nowadays.
Hold on, suppose I got some more information that'll show you, you know what I'm saying, the quality of life for slaves in America. It says this. In the Caribbean, Dutch, Guyana, and Brazil, the enslaved death rate was so high and the birth rate was so low that they could not sustain their population without importations from Africa. Rates of natural disease ran as high as 5% a year. While the death rate, hold up. While the death rate of the U.S. enslaved population was about the same as that of Jamaican enslaved persons, the birth rate was more than 80% higher in the United States. You know, so these people were fucking multiplying like like crazy. Yeah, and this is the thing. I don't think anybody here acting like slavery just all honky dory, something that people
Where
want to
do you
go
post
through,
it? I'm trying.
right? But we just adding historical context to the situation, you know, and trying to unbrainwash you guys from this mental slavery that the Jews and their propaganda have you in.
Wait, where did you post it so I can read it? And you do have to understand.
I can
They,
post this. It's from the
schools. I think it's in
Gilder.
schools. But you do have to understand they did have like breeding camps for the slaves, so they can have more workers.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where a lot of the North had like an issue. They were like breeding black people for
Yeah.
profit. And that's part of where like Manifest Destiny comes from is like they didn't want the South to expand slavery and of course the black population through like breeding people on attached garages on their
Yeah.
plantations into other parts of the
Hey,
country.
hold
It's
up,
like
exclusive. Exclusive.
ridiculous.
I'm gonna read something else that's going to show you why a lot of these people claim to be like native to America, and the Jamaicans and Haitians and shit like that. They got more of like ties to like Africa. So it says, in the United States, enslaved persons were more generations removed from Africa than those in the Caribbean. In the 19th century, the majority of enslaved in the British Caribbean and Brazil were born in Africa. In contrast, by 1850, most U.S. enslaved persons were third, fourth, or fifth generation Americans. So this is also providing more context to slavery in America. Like what it's saying is this: the people in those other nations were dying out so fast, and they weren't having enough babies that they had to keep going back to Africa, you know, to receive their slave population. While majority of the slaves in America were being generationally birthed here. Like I don't know how much. Well, this should provide you with a lot of context. You know what
Wait,
I'm saying,
are you
to a
saying
certain
black
degree
people are
of the
indigenous or aren't?
well, you are indigenous to America. Well, the thing is this: like what it's saying is by 1850, right? You were 3 to 5 generations in America,
No,
which
the
means
whole
that
purpose of slavery was to like disconnect you from the continent of Africa. I agree.
well, not necessarily because they were going over
It
there
was for
constantly.
labor.
Yeah, it's for labor. It has nothing to do with ripping you of your culture and your ideals and shit like that. I
But
mean, I
that's
think that's like
you have to do
a
that in order
trope.
to keep this.
Well, not necessarily. Not you. Don't give a fuck about where you think you from. Like that's
You
what I'm
you
saying.
have to you
That's
have
a
to
trope.
take reading away from them, take their identity, and tell them that look,
It's not true.
it is true to keep
It's
All
not
right.
slavery
true.
going.
It's not true.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Who cares? Yeah. That's that sort of thing is
No, I
done
don't care.
everywhere. Like you get sent to
Slow
boot
down.
camp. You get sent to boot camp. Like they psychologically brainwash you into being something that is useful for the
Yeah,
military. Yeah. Breaking people off from their continent and then like trying to prevent them from like
wanting to rebel.
gaining any sort. Yeah. That's just normal. That's just a normal thing. Anyway,
Yeah,
Yeah,
I put
but
something in the
I don't know
jumbotron.
if I fucking agree with that though, because like I said, they were constantly going back to Africa to get slaves. I don't know if you can constantly keep beating your slaves into fucking changing their identity. Like it's different in America because they're not going to fucking kill you or
Yeah.
like I think it's
Yeah.
quite different, bro. I doubt
there's
it, but
ways to do
okay.
that.
There is this idea that blacks have been on the continent for like 400 years and they still have generally a totally divergent sort of culture from the rest of us, and that's because people from different genetic backgrounds have different genetic traits, and that makes them different enough that it's difficult for total assimilation to occur or impossible.
Yeah,
So yeah, that's true. But anyway, I posted some stuff about like child laborers as compared to like slavery and stuff.
Yo, Spooch, you gotta send this shit to my inbox, bro. I find it crazy you're gonna message the tranny, but not the
he's
black
not.
I'm
brother over
He's
here,
not
bro.
messing.
I'm not messaging. I'm
Okay.
not messaging anybody. I just said I would post
Exactly, Cone. Where did you
like
post
Nah, I'm
it?
fucking
little
with you, bro. I'm fucking with you.
little pieces of rhetoric. Yeah, I know, but little pieces of rhetoric for like people to think about. Because if you just start posting sources, nobody's gonna read that shit, dude. So
Facts,
that's
yeah.
why like this is why like I have little pieces of rhetoric and then some highlights and then some images with some like this image here, a childhood in the factory. The British and American factory system of the Industrial Revolution was staffed mainly by enslaved or indentured white children who were forced to work as children had never worked before. 16 hours a day, locked in a building without breaks, except to go for the necessary stuff. Food was taken standing up while tending the primitive machinery, which mutilated tens of thousands of children. For falling asleep or talking, white girls and boys were beaten with a leather strap or a billy roller, a murderous iron bar. The photograph above is of American girls who worked a 70-hour week at a factory in South Carolina in the early 1900s. Now, if my computer were up right now, my normal computer, I could provide some relatively recent documentation from people complaining at the government level about child labor as like recently as I forget when this document was from, but it was like the 1920s or 30s or something, or
Yeah,
maybe
that's
even
That's what I
how
would
1940s.
labor
guess.
started
Yep.
in Britain.
My grandpa was working 1940s, 1930s.
Let's see, what else do I have here? Oh, you know what? Let me see. I might have it, what I was talking about right here. Yeah, here it is. 1915, a brief summary made. And yeah, I'll just post this document. I'm not going to read it because that's not, everybody hates that. Narrating something in a space is like the worst. But yeah, I'll post this document right now. It's pretty good. It's pretty eye-opening. Well, eye-opening if you have like the context of everything else I just said. So yeah, like people think like slavery. So that's why like I'll be like a little bit of a sort of liberal-minded person here. I'll meet at the middle in the middle of the road here. Like slavery was not really a racial thing. I mean, it was insofar as like they had to
It
have
wasn't.
different
I agree
forms of
with you on that.
slavery for different people groups, right? Like black slaves were just like pulled off of a continent and brought over here. The white slaves, though, they had to be enslaved in like slightly more conniving means. So they had like indentured servitude. And oftentimes this was just like, if you had to like compare, you'd find plenty of large groups of indentured white slaves having a much worse life than plenty of large groups of blacks who were chattel slaves, right? And vice versa. So like that's actually like the real sort of historical narrative. This whole racial thing, it has been a sort of doom porn put out through Hollywood by the Jews because they're always stoking conflict between ethnic groups, especially after mass importing millions of them into the societies in which they inhabit.
Okay.
They did this when they opened the gates of Toledo in Spain and invited the Muslims to the Iberian Peninsula. And you get a comprehensive history of them doing these things, and it's like the shit didn't change just because we discovered flight and like electronic computing. I know we seem to live in a more modern world than ever, but like everything that's been going on the last 2,000 years has not changed at all.
Okay, I disagree with the first part, but I agree that it wasn't racial. The only reason why they went and enslaved Africans was because the Native Americans kept dying out. So they did make it racial to justify what they were doing.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is they couldn't enslave white people enough. They couldn't enslave natives enough. It's just like as you're industrializing
Yeah.
and your industries are growing, you need more
More
slaves,
workers.
right?
Yeah.
That's why there's mass immigration in the US today. Part of the reason anyway. Like they just need more people. I think it was it Buchanan? No, not Buchanan, but somebody wrote we wanted workers, we got people. And it's basically
It was
about
Borjas.
demographic. Yeah, that Borjas, there you go. It's basically about demographic destiny and how you can't just import workers, like, because workers are people, and so you're importing people. And what happens when you supplant an existing population with an alien one? Well, you get differences that don't apply simply to like labor and economy. The condition of the first Negroes in continental English colonies must be viewed within the perspective of these conceptions and realities of white servitude. Oh, I'm sorry. This is a quote, so there's no context there. I have to curate my shit here better. Did I post the? Oh yeah, I did post the child laborers. Oh yeah, like you said, kids weren't in fields. Like, how do you explain a photograph like this? I'm getting like very low brow here by just like posting a photo like this, but I mean with the context of the stuff in the
I said that. I
jumbotron
said there was
before I
child
post.
labor in Britain. That's where the picture is from. Britain, Great Britain.
Yeah, in America.
Wait,
Like, why would you think it wouldn't
doesn't the
be in
article it
America?
says
Like, do you
Britain?
honestly think like white people were just all prosperous in early America
No,
during slavery? It's like,
the picture that you
like
posted it
what?
says
Where?
child labor in Britain, doesn't it?
Hold on, let me see. No, no. I think they were the British and American factory system of the Industrial Revolution. You need to work on your reading
I see what it says,
comprehension.
but it's a picture from Britain.
It's probably not. The British, if I
At the
because
bottom of
it's
it,
from
wait,
my
it
it's
says at the
from my
bottom of it.
sources.
It says at the bottom of it. It
American
says,
girls. The
yeah,
photograph
exactly.
above is of American girls who work a
Hold on.
70-hour week.
You need to learn to read,
I can
Yasmin.
read.
You're not
It's
doing too
different
well
stuff
for
popping
It
up.
quote like
says
trannies are retarded.
it
Trope.
says the British and American factory system.
Wait,
That's like it's not saying.
it's different articles post up. I can read. I didn't go to college in the hood. Hold on.
Okay, well, look. Oh, okay, yeah, you're probably also reading. Okay, so you're conflating
Yeah.
some of the verbiage from the highlighted. I think it's from the highlighted thing or something. Yeah, because I do remember when I wrote some of this. I do remember typing up something about a comparison to how children were laboring in Britain. But yeah, it's most of this is referring to like American child slave labor. If there's like a reference to that, it's just like a reference. It's for like similitude and comparison.
Yeah, I see now. It says they worked in South Carolina.
There's like there's interviews with like slaves and former slaves who themselves say that like they didn't want to end up like some of these poor white people from what they saw.
All right, yeah, I
slave
gotta
owners would take their
I gotta wrap
slaves
this
to
space up,
town.
bro. I'm gonna hop off and shit for a second. Start a space, bro. I'm gonna hop back on this shit later though. Probably start another thing with mom, man.
You'll probably fine. There's one going right now. You should go hop in that one.
All right, I'm gonna hop in there later, bro. I'm gonna hop off for a second.
All right, later, bro. It's been good,
All right,
man.
bro.
Interesting.
For sure.
Yeah.